Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Monday Soundout Crash Out. I mean, the Monday Sound Stream. We have a heck
Funny
of a
that,
show to do today.
and yet this one doesn't have the clown thumbnail.
No, this one doesn't have the clown thumbnail, I think because I'm not the
Oh,
clown.
white. I mean, you still have white face paint on.
I do,
On the thumbnail.
yes. Quick shout out. I'm just going to swap it so you guys can see it real quick. Quick shout out to Ryan. He made that Lobo, Mia's Lobo holding the Supergirl poster, like, what is that, 2 weeks ago? Last week?
Last week.
He made it last week, and honestly, Lobo's
How
expression matched how I felt watching that movie, so...
I made that before all the DC announcements and before Supergirl came out, so that was not on purpose of the glum look of Lobo.
Yeah. Also, all credits anybody that did enjoy the movie. If you loved it, I'm happy you loved it. Anything I say is not a personal attack on anybody that liked the movie, but I absolutely hated it, and I want to dissect it. So,
and this is just a only sound. I hated it too.
Also, I realized my timeline's out of order here.
I only know one person personally that liked it so far.
Yeah,
one.
I'm gonna fix. I just realized my outline is out of order, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
So I would say warning. We're not gonna do when we first talk about it. We won't do a full spoiler review, but we will have a big spoiler warning when we do talk about it.
Yeah, because there's a lot of problems with the movie that are spoilers to the ending.
So we'll have like we'll have a spoiler like text on the screen when we talk about the movie. So when you see that, and if you still want to watch Supergirl and form your own opinion, and as soon as you see the spoiler tag, I recommend getting out because we're gonna yap about it.
Yeah, because the thing is that so that's our schedule for today. We're gonna do the non-DC news first, and we're gonna be talking about Supergirl. And then we're going to talk about like the DC animation news from last week, and then we're going to talk about DC Studios as a whole as it relates to those two things. Because the movie, as much as my problems with the movie itself are, the way it's indicative of where DC Studios and the DC universe is going is where I have an even bigger problem.
And if you want to listen to Cast's opinion on the current what got revealed Evo a few days ago, go check out Streams Tuesday. Tuesdays at Fighter Counts on Twitch.
And we got a lot to talk about with Evo.
We have a lot. And so the thing is, for Evo news, we're only talking about Marvel Tokon because we've been covering that consistently. If you want to know about the rest of it, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern.
I mean, if we did talk about the trailer with Robbie Reyes, I think we have an imposter with us.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so the thing is that, you know, I will say that the thing I think with the Supergirl movie is there is a lot. I will say there's a lot of discourse around it that is not any of the kind that I agree with, which is like, you know, people just
why did Fox call it Super
something, but whatever it is, basically it's like there's people that are saying like, oh, Millie Alcock's the problem, this is the problem, the way this is, and I'm like, this movie is not good enough to be making bad faith criticisms of. There's plenty of things you can actually critique about this movie. The grifters are just latching onto the usual tired talking points, and we're ignoring all that. And I hate that I have to be in the I didn't like the movie camp because they've invaded it, but I also can't boost up a movie I genuinely did not like whatsoever.
Yeah, that's the thing about... that's the worst thing about earned day criticism, I feel, is when we have people like us who have genuine problems with the film and are coming from a good heart because we're big.
I was excited about the movie. I'm a big DC fan. I like Supergirl. I really wanted this to be good. I didn't like it. I felt betrayed. Yeah. That is all valid emotions.
Versus people who just have either A, are the grifting kind, or B, which honestly annoys me more, is I didn't like certain aspect of it, but I'm gonna make my opinion. I'm gonna make the way I say it, make it like even worse, which annoys me more because I feel like there's so many like reviews out there where it wasn't their cup of tea, or they just didn't like it. Not like
Yeah.
super I hate it, but just I didn't like it. But they make it worse than it seems. That's the problem I feel with modern criticisms today is no one knows this thing called subtlety. I feel
Nuance.
where
Nuance,
nuance, yeah, because
Oh,
it's
I will also add. I was gonna make a mean joke to open the stream, and I decided against it. But I'll tell you guys anyways. I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna just have a normal review segment, be like, "All right, guys, I saw a great movie this weekend. Let's talk about Toy Story 5 because I saw it again this weekend, and it was a better movie than Supergirl." But the thing is
Like,
that yeah, like basically when it comes to critique and criticism, there is I didn't like it, but it was still good. And then there's I didn't like it, and I also didn't think it was good. And then also everybody's going to be a little bit different because film is an emotional based medium, not really it's not like you can scientifically make a good movie, you know. But you can recognize and respect the quality of something that went into it. For me, this was a movie I thought was a 2.5 out of 5 stars. But then reading up about the people that made the movie and how they approached it, I lowered that to a 2-star.
yeah, no,
Because
no, like
we're going to go into all of this.
because that's the problem. There's always very much bad fake reviews of things. I feel because I feel like I have seen too many reviews of things where they just like literally their opinion is wasn't for me or just meh, but they make it so negative.
Yeah.
Is I always like it's one that's like, dude, just say it just wasn't for me or didn't like it. I feel like you're just it feels like it's the constant going take it down the man because it's the big thing. And it's like, just be honest to yourself, guy. You don't need to make about. You don't need to
Yeah,
make
like you
this
guys don't
like.
see me going on about how The Boys is an affront to humanity just because I don't like it. A lot of people do. There's something that people see in that show that I don't, and I'll never get it, and that's totally fine. I'm cool with that.
Now, to me, that's Netflix. Avatar: The Last Airbender. My God, I've been watching the second season of
Oh,
that came out recently.
I've been
I,
seeing
I can't, I
clips of
can't,
it,
I,
and
I can't stomach to go to watch it. And I love Avatar.
It's so bad. Like it's
I don't like Avatar. I'm not a fan of the show, but watching clips of the live action makes me want to tear my hair out.
God,
Look at
it's
that,
so
and you can imagine how I feel then.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, you imagine what we feel because oh my God, like yeah, because we've been rewatching. Me and my partner been rewatching the second season, along the original second season alongside the Netflix, and holy crap, just seeing them back to back, it's like ripping my hair out how much they fumble so hard.
Yeah.
Wait it.
I saw a clip where they had like the actor playing Aang started laughing and giggling during a scene, and the director was like, "All right, now retake it serious." And I'm like, "But literally, isn't Aang the laughing,
Yes, the
giggly
fun.
type character?"
He's the fun loving kid. Yeah, he's the fun. Aang's whole character. He's a kid, and yet
Yeah.
they try to
Yep.
make him so serious, and it bugs the
It's
shit
like
out of me.
if they told Inaki to play Luffy straight and serious and to never laugh or smile, I would be on
Aang's
this.
whole thing.
I would be angry about that every single week.
But I
Every
said, you're
Aang's
single
whole
week.
thing. He literally
you're
says stuff while in the Fire Nation. How's it going, Hotman? Flameo Hotman, because he's a
coming.
kid. Who's just
Yep.
He's a child.
You're lucky. Yeah, you're so lucky having Netflix One Piece, man.
I know, and that's why I get annoyed when people complain about dumb stuff about Netflix One Piece, where it's like, this isn't 100% to the. I'm like, please shut up. You do not realize how good we have it.
No, seriously, it's so baffling that those two came out like they're both their first and second season came out the same year, and so comparing the two is so baffling because literally, I literally don't think the team working on Netflix now know how to light anything.
No, they don't.
Holy shit, there's so many scenes where I can't see anything because
Yep.
it's so dark.
Every clip I've
Versus-
seen, I'm just squinting.
Yep. I've
But
seen
the-
a few clips too, and I'm just like, "What? Is that blob of pixels?"
There's
Aang?
a lot of things
Yeah.
recently that are making me appreciate Titans, and that's not good.
I
don't
mean, God, I
Titans.
think someone was a great shot of the in Netflix One Piece season 2
Yeah.
of Highter and Chopper looking at the moon. And I'm like, oh, that's how you do a night scene.
I saw
where
the
you can see
comparison
scene.
and the night scene from Avatar. I had to turn the brightness up on my phone all the way so I could see a glimpse of something.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like God, like I get it, night is dark, but you don't need to actually make it dark.
Yeah. Also, shout out Robert Eggers with his werewolf movie because that looks like a movie entirely at night and you can see everything clearly.
It's one of those things
Yeah.
where I feel like people don't understand that, it's the classic. It's not realistic that you could see them so at night. Yeah, this is a film medium.
Last I checked, this is still fiction.
Yes, it's the classical say so. You should hear things in space. Yeah, it'll be boring if you don't hear the people noises.
For the storytelling purpose, we need these.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we need to get a roll on our show because we got a
What
ton
happened?
of.
What
It's-
happened
it's-
last week on the channel, Mr. Sandout?
My Big Bad Toy Store box is here.
Oh, hey, same. Mine came in today. So many big giant model kits.
Yep, I've got like stuff that I keep putting off getting stuff in because I'm redoing my toy shelves. And I had to ship this though because I needed a Funko Pop for something that's happening in the future on the channel. So anyways, first of all, that's the wrong tag. All right, last week on the channel, I did 2 videos about DC because it was Supergirl week. The first one,
honestly, some of my favorite videos.
I enjoyed doing both of these. So the first one, I'm really glad overperformed because the second one underperformed. The first one was DC animated Blu-rays fell off, which is basically just like talking about.
It's your vent piece.
It's my vent piece. Vent pieces are good.
It's the closest we're getting to part 2 of the DC Spine videos until you make it eventually.
Basically, yeah, because I still don't have Crisis on Blu-ray. I just keep every time there's a sale, I'm like on Groove or Amazon. And I'm looking. I'm like, not this time.
One day you will. We're still waiting for that second part.
Yep.
we're still waiting for that
Hunter
second-
Mars said, "How are your Woody and Buzz? They're still doing great. Same ones I reviewed 14 years ago. Did you see Toy Story 5? I've seen it twice. I love Toy Story 5. I've definitively decided it. My ranking is 2, 1, 5, 3, 4 because I watched 5 a second time and I enjoyed it so much. I really like Toy Story 5.
How's your ham?
My ham is safe and sound because he's snuggled around. I've got Prickle Pants on one side and Buttercup on the other, so that like they're soft, so nothing hard gets near. I have and Bo Peep's sheep are sitting on top of him. He is snuggled.
Because if you don't know, the ham sandwich has is a very limited run actual like
Porcelain
ceramic
bank. He's a porcelain bank.
Yeah. So, fun fact: those got recalled because they were breaking during shipping. Apparently.
Yeah, my Disney store had 4 of them, and only one of them didn't have any breakage. So, K-Boy says, "Do you regret making that Supergirl Lobo and Crypto video after seeing Supergirl?" No, because I love making viewing guides, and I really enjoyed making that one. I did sort of scale. I will say this. When I saw the box office tracking and I saw the reviews for Supergirl, I did scale back the editing on that video. I took some images out and I took some other stuff out, so I didn't put as many hours into it because I had a feeling the video wasn't going to perform as well because of the general low interest in Supergirl in the movie, and I was right on that, so I saved myself like a good 5 hours of editing by kind of scaling it back, but I still made it entertaining and fun, which is the whole point.
Honestly, it's one of my favorite viewing guides you made.
I had a blast with that one. It was a lot more. It was a different format, and it was less daunting. Like I talked about at the end of that video, instead of trying to take a huge thing and condense it, I was like, all right, well, I need to expand this topic. How do I do this? And then I started seeing like parallels and connections between how DC has treated Supergirl, Crypto, and Lobo over the years, and they're all kind of in the same kind of space, which I think is very interesting. J-Pocket says, Cyberpunk viewing guide. Do I need to go into the tabletop games?
At that point, because what do you stop and where do you end with Cyberpunk?
Yeah,
technically.
Exactly. But yeah, no. So I'm glad that everybody. And the thing is, not a single bad comment on the video. Everybody's been enjoying it, and I'm always glad when that happens.
I did love the mention of Titans Crypto in the video.
Titans Crypto. It was funny researching Titans. Made me go, huh. This actually is a pretty accurate adaptation in terms of character origins. Like, the show gets messy when it gets to character dynamics and like characterization, but like in terms of origins, it's like, oh no, their Robins have the normal origin, their Crypto and their Superboy are pretty spot on. It's so funny. But I love Titans Crypto. He's still my favorite. Like, DCU Crypto's pretty fun, but I've never seen DCU Crypto throw a missile at a guy. Just saying.
If he wasn't benched in this film, he could have.
Probably could have. I also just appreciate that it took till 2018 to get a Crypto in live action that just looked like comic Crypto. Like they finally found a white dog.
I mean, it's even more funnier And as soon as you talk about, we're not talking about any cryptos that are not just a white dog and that can be crypto. And then here comes my Adventure Superman doing the exact same thing this last episode.
All right, I got a Discord ping. I'm going to show it. This is what we were talking about with One Piece versus Avatar in terms of lighting nighttime scenes.
Look at that. Can't see shit. Can't see
Wow.
shit in the bottom.
All I see is the text.
Yeah.
Yep, and the watermark and some blobs in
Logo.
there.
Yeah, it's
Exactly. Like I told you, which blob of pixels is Aang?
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's
Blader says, saw 2 different Superman cartoons have crypto references this week. The kind you didn't cover makes me think of that video. Yeah, I mean, it was funny how, like, as soon as I did it, everybody was like, oh my god, you used Gift of Prophecy again. Crypto got referenced. I was like, cool. I love when that happens.
I do.
Yeah.
I do enjoy the nickname also of Bark Kent. At my adventures.
Bart Kent is so good. But yeah, so I think I did a pretty good job with that guide, and it gives me kind of like when I did Star Wars, it made me go, okay, I can actually tackle massive franchises. I know how to do that now.
I honestly kind of more of the round table guys.
Yeah.
There's just some cases. There's just not enough characters. There's just not enough media for certain characters. So I think like grouping them up like that would be great. Like
yeah, and I think that was kind of like the thing I came to the conclusion on the journey of making this video was that like, oh, it's actually not too hard to put together a few lesser known characters into one video.
Honestly, because like
yeah.
I don't know, for Doomsday, you could do like an Avengers specific viewing guide.
I could do
where it's
something.
like
I could also maybe do something with like specifically the characters in that movie, which could be fun.
right? Any plans for Spider-Man actually?
I actually am doing a Spider-Man guide that's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that specifically just Peter Parker Spider-Man, or are you gonna?
I mean,
like,
I might
is
as well
there-
just throw in the Spider-Verse movies because Peter Parker's in them. So
Actually, there isn't enough. There isn't enough Spider adjacent media yet to do that because
yeah,
I
I'm
guess
gonna throw in Kraven and Morbius and Madam Web and Venom. Like, there's no reason not to have it.
There's
separate.
not enough. There's not
Yeah.
enough material for that to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
Will you include Electric Company Spider-Man in that?
I think I will. I think I will include Lecture Company. I don't know if I want to include the Broadway show, but I kind of do.
No, Turn Off the Dark.
Turn Off the
No,
Dark.
because you haven't included any other. I try to think. Is there any other series you've done that has Broadways?
There's other live shows, but not to the scale and the budget of Turn Off the Dark.
The Tokusatsu live shows, which I don't think you cover. I
only covered the one for Geo because it was canon.
Yeah, but if you haven't included much of those,
and I also did the Zangetsu one because that's canon.
Yeah, but I don't need to include Turn Off the Dark.
Yeah,
because Turn Off the Dark's one of those. It's more interesting. The production.
There's like a video. There's a really good like 2-hour video about it out there that's like fascinating.
Yeah, it's one of those like the production's more interesting than the actual final kind of stuff.
Oh, totally.
For that one.
Avery's like, as long as you do the MTV Spider-Man, that's a show. That's all I care about. I love the MTV Spider-Man. I will definitely be including it.
I mean, it's the only really like. That's like the true Ultimate Spider-Man adaptation.
It really is.
Right there.
But yeah, I will include
cartoon.
anything that's movie and TV for Spider-Man. I'm not going to go into video games. I'm not going to go into comics. I'm not going to go into live shows. But I will include what's movie and TV. And going back to Electric Company because I think it's important. And I get to talk about the Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man show that I now love because I watched it all and I was like, holy crap, this show's great.
Try to think, what's a funny Spider-Man thing you could cover in that? Oh, do you include the weird Spider-Man PSA for Pride X?
Oh, I need to look that up. Let me see. I'm gonna go add these to my notes now so I don't forget. knowing my brain, I'm gonna forget a lot of this. So,
Chat, mention any Spider-Man you need to make sure, but you need to mention that isn't like.
It's movie obvious. And TV, movie and TV stuff.
Yeah. I need obscure Spider-Man references. Scott Milk Spider-Man. I mean, those are some of the best costumes right there.
Yeah.
MT Spidey is one main for sure. I know we won't see. I won't get a remaster, sadly. I mean, did they even mention
They
got
don't.
the
I don't
Masters
know
from
if
them?
they have Spider-Man. They didn't mention it specifically, and also I just don't know if Sony's interested. Like
I
that's
think the
real.
only
That's
ones
the real answer. Is Sony interested? Probably not.
I think the only ones they confirm they have is what at least Beast Force and did they say they have Beast Machines?
Yeah, they do have Beast Machines. They have Beast
Okay,
Wars. They have
Beast
Beast
Wars,
Machines. They have Shadow
Shadow Raider.
Raiders. They got
I think they had the
Reboot.
Hot Wheels.
They got
The
Hot
Hot
Wheels.
Wheels.
Yeah.
I think yeah, the Hot Wheels. But I don't think they mentioned NTV Spider-Man or any other like. Was it Action? I think Action Man was mainframe, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Veloquence. That's a good one. Donald Glover dressing up as Spider-Man for Community because that's how Miles Morales exists.
Yep, that's kind of that one's actually have a important lore thing to mention. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's good history.
Yeah, Blade Runner says they seemingly have everything that was on D1 Masters. I don't know if they were still using D1 when they did Spider-Man, because that was later. That was after Beast Machines. So, I won't cover the unproduced James Cameron Spider-Man, because I don't do unproduced stuff in these guides.
Yeah, it's because Fantastic Four was finished.
Yeah, that was finished. Like, it was made. If it was never made, it's not getting in. The only time I mention stuff that's never made is like when I mentioned the Lobo spinoff from Krypton that never happened. Like that kind of thing.
Because of good context, give added context and stuff like that.
Also, last week, did I do shorts? Because I feel like I did.
No, I don't think. No, you did one. I think it was Aura Changer.
Yep, Aura Changer. Psycho-O's found another version of the roll call that wasn't listed in the instructions. So that's it.
I love that.
That's not good. So there is that. All right, let's get to the news because we have a lot to cover. And the first topic of news also ties into upcoming video plans on the channel, which I'm going to tell you guys about because I like to synergize.
Wait, before we mention anything, I don't think he's in the chat. Update on if you've been keeping up with the Hellfire saga through our streams of his Omega Prime. So Hasbro did give him something. Just Optimus Prime cab. He's still missing Magnus.
Yep, they still haven't solved the Magnus problem. They simply gave him
just the cab
of Prime, which is not everything he asked for. Hasbro update. I still don't have an 11th Brother Inquisitor. They sent me another Darth Maul.
What? Really?
So, for the short story, because those that weren't following in the Discord, I got my Star Wars Maul Shadow Lord pre-order in from Hasbro Pulse, and they sent me Darth Maul instead of the 11th Brother Inquisitor, because I guess they mixed up who was a double red lightsaber black cloak guy. So I ordered another 11th Brother, because Pulse was the only one that had it in stock. And they sent me another Darth Maul, which means their inventory system screwed up. That means they scanned the Maul UPC as the 11th Brother UPC.
That happened to me. That happened to me with 4-inch Hunter for Exxon.
Yeah.
GameStop had it. GameStop had a picture with it was his picture with the meme, and it was Fang the Hunter 4-inch Sonic the figure. I ordered that. Got a 2-inch Knuckles movie figure instead. I told them, "Oi, that's not what I ordered." So okay, sorry, return the product. Return the product. I didn't ask for. They didn't ask for the product. But they just sent another one. And they send me a 2-inch movie Tails. Then I called them again, going, "What happened?" And then we find out that no, the UPC was for the 2-inch movie figures, not for Fang the Hunter. Even though the picture and name was Fang the Hunter on the product image. It's like, ugh, I hate when they do that so much.
Yep. And so Peacemaker says you can order them all to get the brother. I thought about that. What I'm currently waiting on is I contacted Hasbro Pulse customer service, and I was like, you sent me a Darth Maul, not an 11th Brother. And they said, oh, our mistake. You keep the Darth Maul. We'll send you an 11th Brother. And that shipped on Friday last week, so we'll see what I get.
You're gonna get a clone You're just gonna get a clone army of Mauls.
Yeah, because if I don't get a Maul, I'm gonna try ordering a Maul and seeing if 11th Brother shows up. That's the plan. I was like, this is a problem. So, all right, let's talk about July for our entertainment news as well as for videos on the channel, because we have our schedule for X-Men 97 Season 2. Also, nobody asked for Mauls because I don't know if I need to send any back yet. I'm gonna wait for this whole thing to shake out, and I might end up keeping one of them because I wasn't gonna buy him again just for the cloak, but now that I got one, I kind of like do want to keep one.
I like the idea you could just have an army of something like
I'm
that.
keeping all 3 of my Robbie Reyes pre-orders. I want you to know. I'm gonna have 3 Robbies.
Yeah, you're gonna be known as the guy in the
One
future
in the car, 1 out of the car, 1 in the
in
box.
$1 million.
Yep.
You're gonna be known in the future. You're gonna be known as the guy with all the malls and all the Reyes in the future.
Yep. It's gonna be me. Avery says, will you be getting the Dave's Hot Chicken X-Men meal? I unfortunately will be. I'm planning to give the food away because I don't actually like Dave's Hot Chicken. I went one time.
Yeah, they're overrated. They're like
they
they're
took
kind
40 minutes to give me my order.
Man.
And then after I got it, I was like, this was not
That's
worth
too long.
waiting 40 minutes.
For me, it's like when I first tried them, I liked it, and I ordered them again multiple times, and like I don't like the taste of it. It's
yeah,
like,
that was
I
the
don't
thing.
know
It's
what
like after I
happened.
ate it, I was like, this was not worth it, and I didn't like it. But I do want the X-Men figures, so I'm gonna figure out if they'll let me just buy the toys. I'll just buy the toys, and they make me buy the food. I'm gonna give the food away because I'm not letting the food go to waste. But I want the
If
toys.
you're always gonna, it always do that. Always give it to your the home. Go give it away to any homeless person. That's
Which I
always
can
the,
easily do. I'm in a poor city, so it's not too hard. But I'm not going to ever throw food away when it can be given out to somebody.
give it.
Yeah.
Who needs it more than you? Who needs it more than you?
Exactly. Master Ben said any 4th of July plans. I'm going to go see Minions and Monsters, which I'm stupidly excited for. I can't wait.
You need to send me a you need to send me a PNG of a minion to use with
Funny
thumbnail
enough,
text.
about 4th
Yes.
of July, is that Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people were asking me, you gonna stream? And I'm like, I haven't had any 4th of July plans made yet, but they always spring up on me, so I'm just leaving that clear.
I need to ask my work. I need to ask my work. I need to ask my job. I need to ask my job, like, because I only work 4 days, and like the 4th of July is Friday, so like I'm not gonna get a day off because that's when I don't work.
Shouldn't you get Monday off then?
I need to ask that because either gonna be Monday or Thursday. I need to
Yeah.
ask because Wednesday I have my first ever jury duty.
Oh boy.
Take a
Oh
book.
boy.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
because as one of those, yeah, that's what I heard. It's like bring a book. I'm like, what? Good way to if I read oh no, I'm looking at my shelf. Animal Man or Animal Man.
Oh
Wonder
yeah, you
Woman,
could.
find
When
it.
I went to jury duty, I went through like 3 thick compendiums because of how much
Yeah,
I just
'cause-
sat there and did nothing. So
You know how
Yeah.
many times I've been to jury duty?
how many?
Four in a row.
How boring is it? Because like from what I
Very,
understand,
very.
like because from what I understand, you're not even in the jury that much. You're usually waiting to get into the jury.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I
Yep.
understand.
Yeah, yep. You're just waiting to get.
When I went to
Called.
jury duty, the first time I went, I got called the first day to be part of a jury. The second day, I was in the jury. Then the judge dismissed the case because there was 0 evidence. And then they're like, yeah, but you still have to keep coming back in case we need you. And I was like, that didn't get me out of it?
Yeah.
The hell?
Thankfully,
Right?
thankfully, it's only the one day. So like it could be
That's
just a
good.
full jury duty.
I had to
but,
do
like,
2
but,
weeks.
like,
The benefit, though, was that because I was going to college, I got to push it off to the summertime. And then also my job had to let me go to jury duty. And then also the jury duty was paying me to go. So I was like, all right. It was easier than going to my job for 2 weeks.
I mean that's the thing. That thankfully, as I told my bosses, like, hey, I had jury duty, and they say, don't worry, we'll pay for it. So he was like, yay.
The second time I got jury duty was during COVID lockdowns, and they were like, "Okay, if we need you, we'll call you. Just be available on these days for a virtual trial." And I was like, "Okay." Never heard a phone call. They still paid me.
Oh, you reminded me of my favorite jury duty story. Sound out. My third time.
Before you tell
Yep.
that, Klaus, £5 from Jamie's World. I too have been summoned to jury duty. My next call is
August
August
17th.
17th, but as infinite excusable due to driving exams and college purposes.
College is a good way to get out
How
of
it
it.
works in Britain.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, what's your jury duty?
My
story,
third
Klaus?
time, I got called to another town's court first, and I'm like, why? And when I got there, the judge was like, me. Of course, I would talk like this. The judge says, "Oh, we have this simple case. You'll be in and out quick. When I come back, I'll pick the jurors." And I straight up said to her, "No, you won't." and then she leaves. She's like, "Yeah, sure." And then she leaves and comes back and says, "Your case was dropped. You're all free to go." Like I told you.
Yep.
I just straight up told the judge, "No, you won't."
Kaba Jojo says, "Why were you guys in jury duty? Because our government legally requires it.
It's yep.
You get selected. They have names in a hat. You get selected, and then I think once you do it, you're like
Random.
off the list for a while. And
For a
then
while.
Yeah, because
which,
yeah.
if you
I
were
had
still
4 in a row, but
at least
you
in
know.
at least here in Philly, but it could be general. As long as you like have a official driver's license or wherever you're capable of going to jury duty or
Yep.
something like that.
And yeah, for us here, it's every 3 years you could get called. I haven't been called in 6 years, which means any day now.
3 years, 3 years, 4 times, like clockwork for
Yeah.
me. So.
If we ever don't have to, if we ever had to delay a stream because of because sounds at jury duty, probably.
It will be one of those things where, like, because the way that the judicial system here works is that if they will call all the jurors by noon. So if they'll be like, all right, we called all the jurors for the day, everybody can go home. So like if that's the case, I'll still do my stream. But if I'm like called, then I'll just be like, all right, guys, we're postponing the stream. Like that's the plan.
What's worse, I had to go at 8 in the morning for my jury duty.
I had to start at 7.
Yep, it is.
Start at
Yep.
7 in the morning.
Oh, for
Yeah.
from over here it's 8 as well.
And I had to take the bus because I didn't have a car back then. So
I had to do that too.
yeah. All right, anyways, back to X-Men. Disney released the schedule for X-Men 97 Season 2 in a faux DVD case. It looks like the bootleg DVD you'll find at a convention in 5 years because they refused to put the show out on physical media.
Yep, they better print that same pamphlet. Then.
They should. Disc art looks popping, though, I gotta tell you. But basically what's happening is that on Wednesday, July 1st, we're getting the first 3 episodes of the season with 1 episode each of the following weeks. I have analyzed all the promos and all the clips, and I've analyzed all of the episode titles, and I've scheduled all my shorts for July and August based on the titles and the clips.
I'm gonna say it's weird that it's kind of weird with the third episode in the first week where it's like Rise of Apocalypse Part 1. Kind of weird they separate the 2-parter.
Yeah, they separated the 2-parter. I was looking at some reviews to figure out why, and a lot of people said like, "Oh yeah, episode 3 is really slow, but it ends on a great cliffhanger, and then episode 4 is amazing." So they obviously want to have episode 4 as a standalone discussion week. But if episode 3 has enough of a cliffhanger, then it carries people forward. I also think Weapon X Lies in DVDs is clearly a Wolverine episode, since there was Weapon X Lies in videotape from the original.
It's £10 super chat for Jamie's World. The UK system is similar to you have the call 5 p.m. day before, where you have been summoned. Usually go on for days, i.e., call every day at 5 p.m. until you're no longer needed, or they require you either way is inconvenient. Jesus Christ,
that's very similar here too. Yeah, you get alerted at 5 p.m. the day before if you're going to have to go in the next day. That's how it goes. It's crazy. Also, Danger.exe seems to be the episode with Danger, so if you're a Tokon person and want a little Danger information before the game comes out, that episode comes out before the game does. And actually before the beta. And
we'll
then,
get to.
Yep.
We'll get to.
And then also, I think the episode Dead Man's Hand is a pun. I'll just leave it at that.
Also, actually, related to that, Warren, there is some spoiler merch floating around in certain designs of characters. So keep a watch out.
I have fully spoiled myself as to everything I possibly could just so I could schedule videos.
hey, you have an excuse to spoil yourself. One, you already read the
I've already read the comics, which helps.
But also, you need to plan videos.
Yep. So I have scheduled 13 shorts to go up during the runtime of X-Men 97. So there's going to be, and they're mostly under the same theme. So tomorrow's short is going to be about the X-Men Biddy Pops, those little miniature Funko Pops, and the playset they have. That's what tomorrow's short is.
When's all Canada?
Well, that's going to be as part of the series because people really liked the every figure I own of Wolverine and like other characters I've done that with. And so I thought, let's just do that for X-Men this month. But I did have to group some of them up because I just don't have that many of some characters. So Thursday's short will be Cyclops. And then there'll be 2 of those every week from July 7th through August 6th. And then to wrap out X-Men 97 Season 2 coverage, I did a short for Season 1 where I compared the toys to the show and I used a clip from the show and then put the figure in the same pose. And I'm going to do that and I'm going to update it to include the rest of Season 1 and some of Season 2 with the toys we've gotten since. And so that'll be out in time for the finale of the season, which is basically an excuse to push that off until I have Archangel footage, because he wasn't in season 1, outside of Morph turning into one time. So I was like, all right, I need season 2 footage of Archangel.
If you need backup, if you need to do any backup ones, you should do something like that for all morph transformations.
That would be fun, and maybe I'll save that for season 3. Even that could be a blast too. I did not want to do everything I possibly could for season 2, because season 3 is coming, so I want to make sure I save some stuff. But for those wondering, I'm not going to tell you guys the order. The order will be a surprise. But here is the characters that will be featured. It'll be Wolverine.
I was thinking you should give them code names for people to make them out.
Oh, I could give them code names. I'm going to... All right, well, first of all, Wolverine's going to be updated with all the Wolverines I've gotten in the last 2 years.
All Canada Man.
It'll also include his 2 kids, because I did that with the first one, so I'm doing that again.
All Canada. All Canada plus 1 Japanese, 1 half Japanese.
Yes. First, I will update Storm as well. I actually found some other Storms that I had since I was a kid to add to that, which was fun. And then in addition to that, she will be joined by another character. Then, of course, we're going to have Mr. Boy Scout and the Psychic Lady. So they're going to get their own separate ones. Our Fuzzy Blue Elf is going to be combined in with somebody else, but there'll be the Fuzzy Blue Elf. There will be our favorite Can Become Everybody person. We also have our intellectual member of the team. We will be doing both time travelers. We'll be doing the 2 kids that are lovebirds in the show. Of course, we're going to do the 2 old men whose breakup caused this whole problem.
Old man Yowie.
Of course, we're going to do the ship that persists the edge of time. We're going to do the 3 characters that feel like they should be bigger deals in an X-Men show, and we will be doing 2 teams that were added to this season as a focus. So that's vague enough, but that's basically how that's going to run. Like I said, I'm combining a bunch of these, and I think I've synced it to the. If I've looked at the clips and promos and used my knowledge correctly, I think I've synced it so that the shorts will come out right before and after an episode that features those characters. So we'll see how I do.
I love the one meme where it's like of like one going, Fata, I am gay, and Magnet's like, bitch, please, you know who you're talking to.
Yeah. But yeah, so for example, Weapon X Lies in DVDs is obviously a Wolverine episode, so I put the Wolverine short to come out right after that episode. So you guys will be able to see that. Then also, in addition to this, because I'm just going to ride this X-Men train, because it really, I gotta be honest, it did very good viewership last time. I just want to, see if I can tap into it again. But I do have videos that I've promised. I am going to finally do the Marvel Legends X-Men team update at some point in the next 10 weeks. I will be doing a home video history for X-Men, because I've never tackled that before, and I think it'd be interesting. I will also be doing a video because I have 2 issues left of the Claremont run of X-Men in terms of having read it in order. So I want to do a video about the Claremont era of X-Men comics, and is it really that great? Which is a facetious way of saying, like, yes, it's the greatest run of X-Men, but what are its high points and what are its low points? Because it is a 17-year run of the characters. And so I want to do that as a different type of comic video, see how people like that. And then the final video I'll be doing for X-Men 97 Season 2, there will be a full-length video, full widescreen compilation of all the Every Figure of shorts, and that'll come out for the finale of 97 for this season. So I think that'll be fun, and yeah. Veloquid says, hey man, you don't got to justify doing something because it does well. That's the whole point. You should. We want you to tap into it and be successful as you continue doing this. Thank you, because that's basically what we're doing, is that I know the X-Men stuff did very well last time, so I want to tap into it again, and I've been saving a bunch of videos that I wanted to do for this time frame, because I think, everybody's excited. It seems like a lot of people are very excited about X-Men 97 Season 2, and the show's very well received. So I think that upward momentum will help the videos, which helps grow the channel, which means I can do other videos that don't perform as well, because the X-Men stuff's like, holding up the shelf.
I mean, it's not like they're making toys of Superman, My Adventure Superman, or K Crusaders.
Yeah,
and those
exactly.
invincible toys are MIA.
Yeah, so it's like I got a lot to work with X-Men, and I'm, as you guys have noticed from what I've told you, I'm tapping into the toys, the comics, and the Blu-rays. We're hitting all three of the main subjects on the channel, but all X-Men in this time frame.
So, AK, what you're saying is you need to have one sheet where you're playing all the old X-Men games.
Yes.
Then,
which would be fun. I wanna
We
add to
do
the
that.
X-Men celebration as well.
Oh, is the Marvel? Can someone look up? Is the Marvel Maximum Collection crossplay with X-Men Arcade? Because if it is, then we can do a stream of that.
Yeah.
And if that's crossplay.
All right. Well, with all that
Santa,
said, I will
I'll-
also say there will be a Marvel Tokon related video on the channel too for its release date.
Also, Santa,
So.
I put this image up when we talk about Supergirl's box office because it's so funny. But
Oh,
also accurate.
perfect. I love that image. It's been around since 2016. All right. Let's get to the rest of the news because I could sit and talk about X-Men, but I will be doing that over the next several weeks, and I hope you all will enjoy it.
Look. Your character next to these last is the guy that bitches about X-Men. We'll be disappointed you didn't bitch about X-Men during X-Men season.
And I can bitch positively. It's possible. So
is this time? Is the image of you X-Men this time the dog with the propeller hat and the lollipop?
Basically, because it's 97, so I don't. I'm probably gonna have some thoughts, but I'm probably gonna still be doing all right. I just rewatched season 1 of 97, and it's still great. Still so good. I'm very excited about season 2. So, yeah, I'll always pick Nightcrawler, Muteki. If I'm given the option to pick Nightcrawler, I will. Of every X-Men, that's the one I want to be. I want to be Nightcrawler. He's my idealized. I'm more like a Wolverine, but like I really want to be Nightcrawler. I'd love to be that upbeat and positive all the time. But anyways,
Toma for 31 months. Oh, for a whole year now.
That's more than a year. It's a year and a half now. Thank you, Toma.
Yeah. Hello, I'm excited for Ultraman Teo debut. Well,
that's appropriate because we actually have news about Ultraman Teo's simulcast, which is
they learned their lesson.
Yep. Unlike Ultraman Omega, where they held the episodes back to be done in batches for some reason, and have they still not released the back half?
Nope.
Okay,
nope.
Yeah.
Still MIA. I won't be surprised we won't get the full dub until the Blu-ray comes out at this point.
Yeah. But yes, Ultraman Teo's English dub will be simulcast starting when the show starts, which is July 4th, Japan Standard Time.
I wonder with Omega, just like they got a deal from one of the companies like TV or Amazon. They thought it was a good deal, but then wasn't. So they went, all right, back to what we're doing with Arc and Arc. Just upload on the English Ultraman YouTube channel, which
and then in Japan, it's weird because in Japan it's going to only be available for 2 weeks on YouTube, but everywhere else it'll be available permanently.
There's probably some weird like legal.
I think because they have an Amazon Prime deal in Japan for Ultraman streaming, so they'll put it up on. I think it's the case with their regular episodes too. Is they're only available for 2 weeks because that's how it works.
I feel like with Omega they were probably same deal, but it just didn't work with that because this thing I noticed with the comments of the trailer is people were like, "Oh, you never finished Omega, you only did episode 1." No, they did do at least 12 episodes, but no one knows because they didn't really advertise at all. That was on Tubi and stuff like that. So some people just thought they did only upload episode 1 of the English stuff for Omega, and that shows you that a lot of the Ultraman US, the Ultraman fans they got from the English dubs rely on the YouTube uploads because it's the most easy to access. So it's. Thank God they went back to this because it was so dumb what happened with Omega.
Oh yeah.
I hope eventually. I mean, again, I think the dub is not like lost or anything. It's gonna come out when that Blu-ray comes out.
It does feel like they forgot about it.
But it'd be nice if they would just at least for God's sakes upload it to like all the channels eventually before Deo starts.
All right. Well, in other news, we finally got our first trailer for The One Piece, the Wit Studio remake of the One Piece anime.
Melody.
All the original promo stuff made everybody paper white, and then finally we got the trailer and everybody's got color, and I'm like, what?
My favorite quote about whiteness is it's from is I'm so white that I'm transparent.
Yes, exactly. But now,
Five,
as we can
5 pounds.
see, the show does
Five
not look like
pounds.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
5 pounds for Jamie's World. Why wasn't Ultraman Omega didn't do assignment dub, but they was getting assignment like Ultraman series? Again, like I said,
Weird,
I think
weird, weird. Streaming contract deals is basically all we can assume.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what I'm
They tried to
assuming.
do
Is they got
something different, but it didn't work, so they're going back to what it used to be.
yeah. That's just the simple explanation. Well, yeah, at least now.
Anyways, this series, which is going to adapt 50 chapters across 7 45-minute episodes, which starts in February on Netflix, looks great. I think it looks really great. It visually looks good, and I gotta tell you, the skin tone thing is a sticking point, as you know from my streams. I thought everybody looks pretty good. They honestly look better color wise than they do in the Toei anime right now. So I gotta give credit.
So, because not One Piece guy. So I heard there was something that people were not happy about. They changed that from what was the thing I saw people bitching about with they changed something here
To be
that like
honest, all
Oda.
those tweets got buried by all the DC stuff this week, so I have not
Okay,
seen the bitching.
yeah, because apparently like I think I saw people talking about our Discord. That apparently like people were complaining, but like it was Oda approved.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's
okay,
like
that whole thing. I actually didn't know about that. So somehow people got it in their heads that Wit Studio was ignoring the manga, which is not at all what was said. It was people from Wit Studio said they had a meeting with Oda, and early on they were like, "Well, we're just going to do your manga 1-to-1. We're going to be super faithful. We'll just we'll just follow exactly what you did and just put it in animation." And Oda was like, "No, no, 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 no. Make something different. Use the manga as inspiration, but I want to see your take on it." And then everybody took
okay.
that as they ignored Oda's work. They are doing this. It was like, I was like, either you all can't read or you took a quote out of context to run an agenda.
It is anime fans.
Oh yeah, I know. I know anime fans can't read. But
Half these people have never touched a manga in their life.
yeah, but it wasn't because it's the same approach that Oda has taken with every adaptation. Is he's like, I made this. This is what I made. I want you to make your version based on what I made, and then show it to me, and let's see what you did. And he always gives notes. He gives notes on the Toei anime. He gives notes on the live action. I'm, guaranteed he gives notes on this because they said he gives notes on this. They are all they're all approved by Oda. He's got full control at this point.
You think he gave notes to Lego Team?
Oh, I'm sure he did, because he was like, I need this, this, and this, and then they handed him the Lego sets. He's like, thank you for making these for me. But yeah, there is a discussion too about it is using the same voice cast, at least by Yumi Tanaka's coming back as Luffy, where she had previously stated she didn't want to come back. And the reason why is because when she was first approached with this, she actually clarified this in an interview. Again, people read the first thing, they never see the details. Initially, she thought this project wasn't a complete remake of the entire series and was like, well, I can't live another 20 years, and I don't want to do this. Whereas now, what she said was like, what I learned is that they are only planning to do the early part of the series, so I will continue doing it. She's fine with doing it now because this is not a long-term remake. It is a short-term remake in a lot of ways.
Jamie's 10 pounds. Jamie's World. With all these One Piece remake or live action, how long before the series end? And it definitely or any conclusion in the series at the rate it could be 2050 or 2060 to be honest before every conclusion. Aren't we in some kind of final? I don't think we're.
Oda said we started the final saga 3 years ago.
Yeah,
and I thought maybe Elbath was wrapping up, and then he's like, Brook backstory, and I was like, okay, we're gonna keep going for a while. I don't like Oda's gonna wrap it up when he feels like it at this point, but he's still coming up with new ideas and new things to do, so I don't see a reason for him to wrap it up.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's just like thank you for the money.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's outlived 3 generations of manga. So the thing is I think when will One Piece wrap up is a good question. At the current rate that Toei is adapting the Toei anime will wrap up probably like a year and a half, maybe 2 years after the manga wraps up. In terms of the Wit Studio remake, it sounds like they only want to do like up to, they're not doing the entire saga. Maybe they're only doing up to the time skip. Maybe they're going to cut off before Marineford. We don't know. It's only going to do the early part. So like that's its own thing. The live action is never going to get the entire story. It's just physically impossible. They know
We had
that.
seen. We had seen that you wait too long, your actors age. Hello,
Yeah.
Netflix Avatar again.
Yep. And so I think that the live action, they've said we have a stopping point in mind, and Oda has a stopping point in mind for the live action. And we know they already know that because they start putting in characters like Bartolomeo and Brooke, and they're like, let's put some people in early because we're never going to get down to that. That's too far down the line.
I mean
Yeah.
the Sabo cameo especially is the biggest, obvious example of that.
They're like, we're never getting to Dressrosa. Let's throw those elements in now where it makes sense to do so. So it makes sense. Like, but yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this now. I was very apprehensive about this, but I'm actually really looking forward to seeing this now. So yeah, look forward to seeing more. All right, Cyberpunk Edge Runners Season 2 is coming way quicker than I thought, which is fall 2026.
I honestly thought it was gonna be next. I thought it was gonna be this next year.
I thought it was
but
gonna be
no, it's this year.
2028 because I was
Wow,
thinking about when they announced Edge Runners to when Edge Runners came out. I took that for when they announced Edge Runners 2 to when Edge Runners 2 came out. Like, I thought it was going to be 2028 because of how long Edge Runners took. But no,
but I realized,
we're getting it this year.
Also, but then again, it took me a while. Then I realized, oh wait, this is technically this year's because Trigger usually has a show per year.
Yeah.
Like last year was the Penny Stocking Season 2, and it looks like this year is Cyberpunk Edge Runner Season 2. So yeah, I was like, okay, that makes sense.
And they're not even doing a Star Wars Visions thing, so they don't really have anything else going on.
Yep.
So anyways, this is going to be similar, it's going to still be the same writers from the first Edge Runner series, which is Bartosz Stybor and Masahiko Otsuka are still the writers on this as they were for the first series, but the new director, Kai Ikarashi, lead character designer, Kano Ichigo, and this is going to be a new story separate from Edge Runners 1.
So here's the question I have for you
Yeah.
as Mr. Cyberpunk guy. Do you think this should take place before the game or after or during the game? What do you
I need to
personally
see more to know.
Yeah, I figure because because with Edge Season 1, it's basically for the game, right?
It's before the game, and we had to just guess that based off of some of the supporting cast that appeared in Night City. Obviously, Atom Smasher, minor spoilers for Cyberpunk the game, Atom Smasher's the final boss fight of 2077. He's a big villain in Edge Runners 1, so it has to take place before then. And then when they added the DLC, they added character grave sites in Cyberpunk 2077 of characters in Edge Runners. So obviously Atom Smasher, but secondly, we know how far back Edge Runners took place, which was several months to maybe a year tops before 2077. This one we've not gotten any indication yet, so we'll have to wait and see. But they will give us. They'll tell us. I know they will.
Will you say will you say because again you played it, you actually play all did you ever 1% of the game?
I have not 100%ed it because my trophies were glitched when I was playing it on launch. So I haven't.
Okay, but still,
but I played every ending. So yeah.
So will you? So the
I've also read 3 guidebooks. I've read through one of the tabletop games without actually playing it, and then I've read all the comics. I am very deep in this thing.
So will you say whatever this take place in the cyber world, if it take place after or during the game, will you think it will affect where the world is? Will you say? Because
one of the distinctive things about Cyberpunk and Night City and the way that they've written the stories.
In the case of even though these are big stories, but they're still small stories at the end of the day.
One of the main points of Cyberpunk and Night City is that as much as you do in your life, you will never change the world.
Yeah.
That is kind of a through line through all the stories because one of the biggest things in Cyberpunk lore is Johnny Silverhand blew up Arasaka Tower, and that didn't kill the company. They just came back and built a bigger tower. What Cyberpunk is that there's all these people that think I can change the world, or I can be on top, or I can do this. Whereas the reality is those that actually succeed are the ones that go, I'm just going to find my personal happiness in this hell of a reality we live in. Cyberpunk is not a utopic science fiction genre. It is not about fixing the world because Cyberpunk is a world that's already too broken to be fixed. And so a lot of the stories that are in it, right? The story of David and Lucy from Edge Runners, the story of V and Johnny Silverhand, the story of any of the comics, any of the other tabletop games, the story of these characters, whatever happens affects them. The city will still be the city.
Yeah, I figured. So yeah, I don't think. I think it's one of those cases where for season 2, I don't think it will really matter where it takes place
Yeah.
in the Cyberpunk
It'll just be interesting
timeline.
for fans to see, like...
It's like, a nice Easter egg.
I like the Easter eggs. Like when they visited the Afterlife bar in Edge Runners, I just like lost my mind. I was like, I've been there. You know, it's like those things.
I would say for season 2 stuff, because we do have a trailer, which thankfully is like a full like teaser, like here's all the footage trailer. Man, I do love these character designs for our 4 main new protagonists.
They look like the Naruto protagonists. Someone put that thought in my brain. I can't unsee it. I mean, yeah, dude in blue jacket literally is Sasuke. But it's like blue hair, pink hair, blonde hair, white hair. What the hell? Like, that's the Naruto dynamic right there.
Yep. They look great. And like, I did tell someone say I do kind of semi-agree. It's kind of hard to imagine these guys in the same game universe as the game, because they are very trigger coded.
Even more so than the first. Like the first Edge Runners characters looked like they kind of were a blend of Trigger plus game aesthetics, whereas these guys are just full Trigger, and I kind of like it because if you ever look up like the artwork of Johnny Silverhand from the tabletop games, looks nothing like Keanu Reeves.
Yeah,
Johnny's blonde. But yeah, anyways.
Because what's nice about Edge Runners, and hey, this is where like people kind of debate. I know some people debate on it, but I kind of view it this way. I see Edge Runner as a video game adaptation. It's just another media in the cyberpunk world. Scenario.
Because even the cyberpunk video game isn't the original work. It's the tabletop game. Everything in Night City that's in that game, they make some changes here and there, but it's all based on tabletop books, which makes it very unique in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, you know, it's the case of you'll need to play the games to understand Edge Runner, because again, it's not really a big game adaptation. It's just another media in this world.
Yep.
And such. So,
same thing for the comics too. Like everything just links together as like this is the one consistent thing through everything is the way Night City is and operates.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna like blame anyone who says I'm a Cyberpunk fan but I only watch Edge Runners, because that's fine. Because you probably just like the Edge Runner character, the stories.
You can just watch Edge Runners 2 even without having seen Edge Runners or the game. But let's talk about the story a bit, because they did give us a little bit of a synopsis, which is Cyberpunk Edge Runners 2 pulls you back into Night City, where lives become entangled to the extreme. Weak, that's a character name, a washed-up cyberpunk legend is now forced to live without Chrome, which is cybernetic enhancements, as he searches for a sense of purpose in a world that's passed him by. Meanwhile, the deadly nomad D sets out on a path of revenge that brings him close to Corpo's secrets, never meant to be found. Across his 10-episode standalone series, uncover a story of family, obsession, legacy, and how your lens reflects the stories of the people around you. We also have characters. They actually gave us a full character breakdown. So, first of all, Weak is the Kakashi-looking guy. He's once known as King, a veteran edge runner at the top of his game. Weak now lives in the shadow of his former glory. Japanese voice actor will be Kentaro Tone. D, the Sasuke-looking dude. A Snake Nation net runner with sharp technical skills and a sharp hunger for revenge. D hunts the killer who wiped out his clan. He's literally Sasuke.
My God, he is.
Like, not even close.
I know when he got reviewed, like he's the most Yuri Lowenthal's coded character of all.
If Yuri doesn't play him, I'll be disappointed. He's going to be Koki Uchiyama in Japanese, but if he's not played by Yuri Lowenthal, I'm going to be depressed. Like, it's literally Sasuke. Also, Snake Nation. That's not a Netrunner group from the game. I think that's from the tabletop games. That's another thing that hasn't been adapted to other media yet. Also, Snake Nation. Hunger for revenge against killer who wiped out clan has that haircut and that color shirt. That is literally Sasuke. I'm here for it. I'm not a complaint. I'm just pointing it out. All right, Roman Carrix is a young cinephile chasing real stories in a city that's abandoned film for brain dance. Obsessed with documenting truth, he shadows the lives of others, only to learn that unlike his favorite reels, Night City's stories are messy, brutal, and rarely tied up with a clean ending.
This poor boy experienced so much trauma.
Oh, he's the trauma one this time. He's voiced by Momoko Terasawa in Japanese. And then we have Talia, who was raised in Corpo Towers but hardened in Maelstrom's grip. By the way, first Maelstrom cyborg to actually like look attractive. I'm just going to tell you right off the bat. Everybody from Maelstrom always creeps me out, but honestly, she's kind of hot. Anyways, Talia is fiercely independent and steeped in the gang's hyper-violent, chrome-obsessed culture, and she is voiced by Akari Kito. So, and there's also a coming soon, because there's more people in this show.
Also, I mean, it's nice to see more Meldon. Like, that's a nice Meldon right there.
It is nice. I like the variety of skin tones here, and I like that Sasuke is the palest. Because he's a net runner. He spends all his time inside on the internet, not outdoors.
I love all the fun designs, but honestly, with the CNC designs, it's really popping.
I want toys.
I know, like Jada, come on, Jada. I know you're gonna take 10 years to make them, but please.
I think it's about it for now, though. I'm very excited about this. We'll cover it more when we get more details. Also, shout out Cyberpunk and CD Projekt Red for having an actual functioning website where I can pull all this info up instead of having to dig through articles and tweets.
Yep. This comes out fall, so like probably fall season around that time.
J Pocket says the description on Netflix Korea hints an October 2026 release. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's fall, October. That makes sense because fall season starts in October.
All right, speaking of video game adjacent stuff, let's talk about a video game. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls revealed Ghost Rider's team.
Hey. Yeah. Robbie Reyes is amazing friends.
Robbie brought along for the party Blade, Loki, and Deadpool, which is not the team I could have predicted, though I did call Blade.
Because I love you in the trailer. They make fun of the whole Midnight Suns. Like, you thought it was going to be Midnight Suns. No, we are Samurai Outriders.
I love it. We also got a new stage, which is Asgard, which is good to see.
I mean, when I first heard the roster, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting team for Robbie. Then I realized, oh, wait, besides Deadpool, intently by actress Robbie, Blade and Loki never been in a versus game before, or like a fighting.
Yep.
Which is insane for Loki. Because it's like insane that like Infinite did not put Loki in that base roster because that was peak MCU and Loki was that popular.
Oh yeah.
So this guy is saying that this is his first time being playable in a fighting game like that.
Also, this team, everybody's in Rivals but Robbie. NetEase, you listening?
I mean, that's some good collabing. If we got, Cosmic Invasion and collab together. I imagine that Rivals and Tokon collab together.
I do want to talk about like the roster as a whole is very interesting because every team seems to have two people that have never been in a fighting game / versus game before, and then two characters that have been, right. So like basically it's like
let me get the roster because the Tokon Twitter posted.
Post me the full graphic because I want to talk about that. But I do want to post say my favorite thing about this trailer, which is crazy, but this is my favorite thing. There will be an open global beta on PS5 and PC from July 24th to July 26th. In this beta, Blade will be a playable character. Thank you, because they've changed this game massively since the previous beta, and I distinctively did not have a fun time with the previous beta. And it was closed.
My birthday is the 26th, so it's like, hey.
And I'm getting foot surgery on the 24th. This will be great. Are we
going to stream this or no?
I think we might stream this. I think we should. Like, I think me and Kaus together, we should stream it that weekend, right?
Birthday weekend. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll schedule something out. I don't have a movie that weekend because the Odyssey's the week before and Spider-Man's the week after, so it's perfect. It's a perfect weekend for this beta, and I'm so excited to actually play this game now that they've retweaked it because I was not enjoying the first beta. So
here's the complete roster right here.
Got it. All right, so let's talk about the roster real quick as a whole. All right, so X-Men team. Storm and Wolverine are Marvel vs. Capcom staples. Magic and Danger have never been in fighting games before, right? Oh, Veloquence, sorry, what's wrong with your foot? I did not for reason... I haven't mentioned the reason I'm getting foot surgery. Basically, always get checked by a dermatologist. My wish, but no. Always get checked by a dermatologist if there's a history of skin cancer in your family. I don't get a lot of sun, as you can tell from how pasty I am. I have a vitamin D deficiency, but they found stage 0 skin cancer on my toe. So if you know your family history, get it checked because my grandfather had a melanoma that went too far, and that was ultimately what killed him. And so I get checked by a dermatologist on the regular because of that family history. And so they're gonna do a surgery to get it all out of my toe, which also means I'm probably not gonna be able to walk that whole weekend. So I get to play Tokon. So
that kid that sounds a life PSA.
That's my life PSA. Know your family medical history, and if there's a chance you could get stuff, if it's in your family medical history, get it checked. Because the worst thing that can happen is they'll tell you don't have anything. And the best thing is that they catch it early. Like it didn't. The thing is, I'm fine. I'm totally clear. There's nothing to worry about. But they still have to do it to get rid of it, so it doesn't become anything. But if it's in your family, know your family medical history is basically what I'm saying is the PSA. Because it's good to check up on things, so that way you can keep going and living and enjoying stuff and having good things. Because catching it early is the best way to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. So Bob Marley died. He had skin cancer on his toe.
Yep.
They never.
I just thought it was a weird black spot on my toe, and they took a biopsy of it, and they're like, "Yeah, actually, that was something bad, but it just didn't become anything yet, so you caught it early enough." So that's my PSA of the week, because you never know what can come up. But I have a list of things that's common in my family history, and that's stuff that I get checked on regularly to make sure. So yeah. Cool. Anyways, this became a whole PSA thing. We were talking about Tokon. I just got very excited that I was going to have something to do while I'm probably going to be laid up in bed. I bought a new mattress, so I'll be fine laid up in bed. But anyways, what were we talking about? Roster. All right. So, Unbreakable X-Men.
Danger, brand new.
Yep. Danger and Magic are brand new to fighting games. Amazing Guardians is Spider-Man.
Everybody but Spider-Man are new.
Yep. Whereas with Avengers, everybody but Black Panther are returning. Right? In terms of
and specifically Shuri Black Panther, because we did have T'Challa and Infinite, but since she's uses, but she's gonna be completely different in that case because in T'Challa and Infinite was Discount Wolverine.
Yep. So the Knights of Doom, Doctor Doom and Magneto are fighting game staples. Green Goblin and Carnage have never been in before. Especially Green Goblin. That's still the craziest one.
Red Venom does not count.
Yeah. And then for Samurai Outriders, Blade and Loki are brand new. Deadpool has obviously been in games before. But Ghost Rider has been in fighting games before, but Robbie Reyes hasn't. But I will say, after even playing him, he does play a lot like Johnny did in MVC. So it doesn't feel like, oh my god, that character's never been in a Marvel fighting game before, the way that like Danger or Green Goblin feels. It kind of feels like, yeah, there's new stuff. Yeah, it's a character that's not been in before, but he does 90% of his moveset is still chains and fire. So he still plays kind of similar. So it's kind of like, I call that one more of a hybrid pick than just a straight up, returning from a previous fighting game or being brand new. I'll also say Deadpool, his entire moveset is references.
I love it. It all references to
fighting games.
FGC. Yeah, because he has Fighter Z, Vegeta's
Ki Blast.
Ki Blast. He has foot dive. He has the foot dive attack.
He also has Jacko's pose from Strive.
Jacko's pose. He also has Maze. Dolphin, killer dolphin attack.
Yep. And he also has what was it?
Johnny Cage's Nut Punch.
Johnny Cage's Nut Punch, and he has Scorpion's Get Over Here and Uppercut.
With in the
which honestly looks better animated than anything NetherRealm's done.
I know, right?
Yes.
There's a PS All-Star reference with the projectile. Yes, there is. He shoots the Polygon Man. Yep.
Polygon Man.
The
random bullshit. Yeah. He's close. Random bullshit. Go.
And then his super summons the Deadpool core like the Mega Man.
That's so
Final
cool.
Smash.
That was so cool to see the Deadpool core rep in it.
There was one other reference that I'm trying to remember. There was one. It was a BlazBlue reference. With
it was Roman Cancel. It was the Roman Cancel.
Yeah, the Roman Cancel logo. Yeah, that one was there too. There's all kinds of great stuff. Deadpool was like, oh, like when I first saw him, I was like, oh, Deadpool, and then I saw him do the Jacko pose. I was like, oh, Deadpool. So
Also, got Blade.
yeah,
Blade looks so cool.
Blade looks so damn cool. I will say, so like, it is a base roster of 20, but they made everybody feel completely different. Like there's no
Honestly,
repetitive characters, and I'm thankful for that.
I think overall the roster, like, so you compare to say Infinite, it's the damn. Because you got your coach, you got your main picks, your mainstays, but like a lot of cool like obscure picks.
Yep.
I mean, the fact they have Danger.
Green Goblin, for some reason, is an obscure pick, not because he's an obscure character, but because nobody thinks to include him in a type of game like this.
I mean, the fact that Loki, I think that's the biggest one is like Green Goblin and Loki is so weird not to be in a fighting game before.
Yeah.
They're so prominent characters.
I'm very excited what the DLC is going to be. Very excited to see what the DLC is going to be.
So, do you want that to be a new team or new members of each team?
I want it to be a new team. But I don't want it to be an existing comic team, just like none of these are, right? Like, they're, like, a lot of these characters have interacted before, but there's never been a comic that the X-Men team is only Storm, Magic, Wolverine, Danger. They've never all been on a team at the same time before.
It's a Samurai Outrider, or at least is Outriders the actual like team in Marvel?
Outriders is the name of an alien species they made up for Infinity War.
That's the only one thing I could think of. With
but the concept of an Outrider, being like people who are outside, like kind of like Outriders as a concept of like drifters and stuff, and then it's like samurai. Because the thing is, all four of those characters are kind of loners too. Right.
Yeah, because apparently like they label them as like the anti-hero team.
Yeah.
And like, which kind of makes sense. Sort of. I mean, I wouldn't call Robbie and Blade anti-heroes, but so like,
they're like I would call Ghost Rider and Blade like straight up heroes, but
they're like they fit the archetype at least, the very least of that. Yeah.
But I think they all fit the samurai archetype well. Like individual people who go from place to place doing things and making an impact. Like Deadpool's more of a mercenary samurai, whereas like Ghost Rider's more of a noble samurai, right?
And Loki's just there.
And Loki's just there
because he wants to.
So I think it works. I think it works for sure. And I'm also glad that every team is unpredictable. So I think that whatever the DLC is, like even if the DLC was like it's the Fantastic Four, like it's not going to be Ben, Sue, Johnny, Reed. It's going to be like Medusa, Crystal, Ant-Man.
Well, you need to pick one. You need one mainstay and three obscure guys.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, because like, if the new team, I'll think, they already want that. But that'll be kind of boring because they need to know. But if they do now think about it's gonna be a team. But a different team than you usually expect.
Yep.
If it was the Fantastic Four, that doesn't automatically mean in this because thanks to this game, like even the most ordinary roster is Avengers, but even then they throw in Shuri to kind of like make a nice twist on them. So like even if it was the Fantastic Four, it will probably be like it'll be one of the core members and then three of the guest members.
Exactly, and I think also another thing too is that like
I
can also say they're doing something crazy like it's the Fantastic Thunderbolts and it's like two Fantastic Four members and two Thunderbolts members.
I kind of want that honestly. God no, now because I feel like they would. I want them to do thing where it's like the mech suit thing.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
I feel like they can do that.
All right, well, let's move to the toy news because I want to get that kind of done and out of the way so we can move on to the DC. But
Robbie and his amazing friends.
His amazing friends. I did say after they announced Green Goblin, I shifted from I'll get this at some point to I will get this day one. And I think that unless something horrible happens during the beta, I'm sticking to that.
I mean, can you go back to the roster? Isn't it nice to have this many black characters?
There's so many black characters, and there's also like so many women. It's like the anti. It's like
and people of color in general.
It's so nice. Like there's like I don't know how like. Let me.
I like AG Marco, the Fantastic Inhumans. I kind of like that idea.
Fantastic Inhumans would be great. Now the thing is, Jade Ellaby says the speculation right now is that a variation of Midnight Suns will appear because the graphic is so detailed. There is a system in the game where you will get a different team name depending on how you assemble your team.
So, like, if you put like Robbie Blade and Wolverine and Magic. You probably get Midnight Suns.
Yeah,
Probably.
something like that.
We're definitely
Because
getting new Fantastic. We're definitely getting new Fantastic
oh,
Four.
New
'cause they're all
Fantastic Four is
here.
definitely happening. It's similar to the Ultimate Alliance system,
Yep.
where there's like synergy team ups. So the other thing let's see here. All right, in terms of people of color on this roster, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 20 are people of color. Which for Marvel, that's a very good ratio because Marvel does not have that many characters of color.
Well, who are we counting? Because we have Storm, obviously.
Storm, Miss Marvel,
Kamala,
Penny, Black
Penny,
Panther,
Shuri.
Doctor Doom, Ghost Rider, Blade.
Oh yeah, because
Doctor Doom's Romani in this.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm. I'll think because like I always keep thinking Magneto, but no, I think Magneto's white.
Magneto is white, but as everybody
No,
in
I love all the jokes of like it's like a team of Blade, Storm, Shuri, and then they throw in Magneto, and it's like Magneto's the ordinary black.
What's the
ordinary
meme in the MVC fandom, Jerry? Right, white people can't play Magneto. It's like a thing where like black MVC fans have been like, look, you know, we only see that like the black people know how to handle Magneto. White people can't handle him.
Oh yeah, we need to I think he said we should count Loki. He's a frost giant.
All right, sure, yeah, I'll give it an 8.
He's blue skin. He's actually blue skin.
He's blue skin and discriminated against, so it counts. And then in terms of like, you know, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 female characters. 7 if you count Loki on a good day.
I'm about to say Arctis. Arctis. You release that female Loki skin, you get all the big bucks.
Yep. But yeah, 6 female characters out of 20 is again really good for Marvel because they don't have that many.
And then they realize no.
Yep. All right, let's talk toy news. We got a couple of topics here. First of all, Super 7 is inching closer to being done with Silverhawks. So the new wave is toy version Copper Kid, and then cartoon version Poker Face and Yes Man. So Copper Kid is just Copper Kid in shiny copper chrome. Cool. All right, so Poker Face.
I like the way you worded it. It sounds like they're fed up with Silverhawks. Like, we're done with Silverhawks.
It sort of feels like it. I'm also just...
That's what I was going to say.
I'm also just ready for them to finish this so we can all move on. But Poker Face has got all his accessories you could expect. He's got the cards, like, all dealed out, which I think is awesome. Bags of money to steal. All good stuff there. Yes Man, surprisingly, has a jointed tail, it seems like, which is actually pretty awesome. And then he's got also a bag of money. And luckily, he comes with a stand. Because he would not stand otherwise.
He has a stand?
He has a stand. I'm so glad.
Stando.
So, we just need Moonstriker, and we're done with the main cast. So, I'm waiting on Tugmug and Moonstriker, and I can just wave Super 7 goodbye, and I'd be fine.
Moonstriker!
It's funny, because they made Moonstriker like a boot-looking villain in the Thundercat Silverhawks crossover, and now I'm like, oh, do I want Moonstriker? And I was like, oh, wait, no, in the cartoon he was boring. That was better.
Striker, man with the moon touch.
The spinning legs. Yeah,
oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, God, Psycho said, what about those land shark people? Yeah, I forgot about tiger sharks. I already forgot.
Also, Jesus Christ, $195. So
yeah, they're 65 apiece now.
65 each, Jesus.
Yep. Blader just said, how's YouTube feeling about Tugmug today? Apparently good, it came through. Mr. Nuki says, I'm ready to be done with Super 7. They announced Battle Beast. Yeah, I was going to talk about that when we got more photos. But yeah, they announced the Battle Beast.
It's a specific comic base, right?
Yep.
That one? Because it's actually based on the
Battle Beast.
And he's
a Comic-Con exclusive. For some reason. But those always end up online, so I'm not really that worried about it. I'm excited about Poker Face in particular from this wave, because I really like that design.
So you really want your Poker Face.
Am I going to make a short where I just get copyright claimed by Lady Gaga just for the gag? Yeah, probably. Too fun not to.
No, you need the pig ready. the piggy ready, just in case.
Yeah. All right. So, Digimon Times happened on Saturday, and there wasn't a whole lot in it that we didn't already know. But one of the big things in it was that there is a Digivice version revival. Oh, sorry, Psycho says, why is he called Yes Man? Because he's Monstar's right-hand man who says yes to everything he says. Yes Man. Literal.
I didn't know he's a Paramount worker.
No, he's. Oh God, I was gonna say something horrible. Never mind. I'm glad I dodged that one. Sorry, I gotta type in the chat. It's too good. And if you don't get the joke, my friends, Google who that guy is. All right. So.
No.
So, Digivice version revival is a reskin of the Digivice version complete, now in orange and blue shells, and this will be a retail release in Japan and released internationally, which I think is brilliant. This is being done for the lead up to the 30th anniversary.
This is clearly because it's a basis clearly that he is clearly for the American market. He can honestly it really reeks of that.
It'll be released August 1st in Japan. It is reworked from the version complete to be accessible to fans outside Japan. I'm imagining English text.
Look at that logo. It's meant for the U.S. market.
Yeah. And so they announced these as being the first wave. So I'm hoping I end up buying 7 of these. I don't need a blue one. I got a version color for blue, but I would buy the other 7 colors. It's also cheaper. Yes. Let me go check. There was actually a previous article on this that I should have linked.
In like places and stores, I definitely have a Digivice toy, so why not? I'll get it.
It is 43.78 yen, which is half the price of the original complete edition.
Well, that's what almost $20.
It should be like I think it'll be 40 or 50 here. It depends. We haven't gotten orders yet, but I like the boxes too.
No, I actually really like it. Like. I usually am annoyed when we get non-stop event merch, but this is like, I see the marketer selling this way, and I'm like, okay, I'm fine with it, personally.
Yeah, I'm definitely, like, I'm happy they're doing stuff like this, and I really want to see more. So I hope this does well. Not just to get us more colors of Digivice, maybe do something like the D3 in a similar format or something like that.
Poke stick. Give us
actual Lee says, wouldn't it be 8? Yeah, I'm hoping they release all 8, and I'm going to buy 7. Because I have the blue color of the color edition of this Digivice, so I don't need a blue one. So that's my thought process. Oh, actually, it would be 9 colors, now that I realize it, because you need the standard color. The default color? So there's actually 9 they need to do.
Wait, did Louis one in the beginning? Was that
no, his
color?
was normal. There was the black, but there was the black one from
July. Yeah, there. I was thinking the one, yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually 10. There's actually 10.
I keep thinking Louis had the black.
I don't think he did. I think he just had a normal one.
Yeah, no, I think yeah.
All right.
Make out Digivice. She did, but it was like the same color.
Was the standard one.
I don't think that one changed color at all.
No, it didn't. I think hers cracked though.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other announcement was that there is more Digimon Pendulum Colors 8 and 9 coming out, which are going to add new Digimon.
Based off Iliad and Olympus 12. Specifically, we do have some new Digimon, Digimon that are actually some new evolution lines for certain Olympus 12 members. Because there's a can you scroll down? Do you have there we go. We have 2 new rookies. The show artwork 2 new rookies. So there is 4 more unannounced Digimon that are related to these rookies. We have a bird-looking one, which by the looks of it is probably Junomon's main canon Digimon rookie form, and a snake one, which I actually love the snake one. I love the snake one.
I love the snake. I love that the snake one's wearing a hoodie of his old skin.
It's like a hooded cobra almost. Same thing people say. But he's you look at the Bacchusmon tree. It's clearly obviously Bacchusmon rookie. Like it looks like they're getting Bacchusmon and Junomon proper rookies here. Because a lot of the other Digimon in this are new. Like a lot of the Digimon, because even though I've seen people go like, oh, why is Diamond and Shellmon not in this in these pendulums, even though Time Stranger had them involved them into those Olympus 12 members. But I think it's just specifically they want to showcase the new Digimon that were introduced in Time Stranger and include them in a VPET. In this, so interestingly, they included Dual Handmon from Liberators in the
Yeah.
second one, which I find interesting because he's not in Time Changer. So I see a lot of people theorize that that we might see some of these in the new Time Changer expansion next year.
That would make a
Would be
lot of
interesting
sense. I think there's a lot of synergy
because we
going
have
on here.
because we have Kokolamon and Lamiamon as free evolutions for Mervamon, which are not in the game. So very interesting. Honestly, I'm more shocked that they waited this. I thought this would be the obvious Time Changer tie-in merch when
Bandai's
the game
just
was coming
slow
out.
on synergy with Digimon. Right?
I mean, they at least have the. I mean, they have the DLC at the very least, so it's not like that mistimed at the very least. But still, it's. Well, also I appreciate because a lot of these are spoilers for the game, like Zombie Plumon. So that's another case of
that's also
they probably want to wait.
Maybe they're also waiting for the Switch 2 version to come out to be like the synergy for
that.
that.
That's because the Switch 2 is like a second round marketing. With that, almost all the new free updates and such.
Yep. All right. Well, that was good. G.I. Joe final week stream. Let's talk about what they showed. All right. So first of all,
probably the best stream because at least the one of the reviews is like a big deal reveal. The very least.
This at least had something. But they had New Wave, which we saw the renders for the previous week, which was Iceberg, who I think looks fine. This Energon Universe inspired Duke that's not Energon Universe, and they specifically told us in the stream that was the case, and I threw up a little bit in my mouth.
It was annoying. It was annoying because like it was so close, but yet not there at the same time.
They were like everybody online was thinking this was like an Energon Universe Duke, and yeah, there's some inspiration there, but that's not what this is. And I was like, why would you say that?
Like you're annoyed because that annoys more people than
it annoys me so much that I'm not buying it. Like I'm protesting it
because why say that when like you want the Energon Universe stuff?
It was basically saying we know what you want, but we're not giving it to you, and which I just like don't ever say things like that. Like I just sat there annoyed. I wasn't so annoyed by it. I screen recorded it on my phone just to put it in the Discord server to complain about it. Like that's how much that annoyed me.
I guess it's just one of those like annoyances with it where it's like if there's some weirdness why you can't do the comic designs, at least be honest with us.
Yeah.
But the fact we're getting like a figure, it's like close enough where it's like so okay.
No, why is this not? Why do we not have a whole line of Energon Universe figures by this point? I've got 3 hardcovers on the shelf. It's been enough time. Let's see. The next couple reveals are pretty cool. We got the Toxo Viper, who just looks freaking toxic. I love it.
Crusaders.
Toxic Crusaders. Then we got Mistress Armada, who was a character from the Devil's Due comics, where she was in a purple and blue color scheme, and they redid her design because she was working with Destro's Iron Grenadiers in that comic, so they redid her to match the Iron Grenadiers. I'm totally cool with that.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
I like when my have continuity.
Yeah.
In this hypothetical storyline that this hypothetical toy only storyline
that exists in these bio cards they never post on the website because they closed the G.I. Joe website 6 years ago, even though the packages have a QR code that says visit the G.I. Joe website, so there is no G.I. Joe website.
Because Hasbro keeps firing people.
Yep.
Because Hasbro's like nah, we don't want to make international boxes. We want to make our boxes friendly. Even though like can we add text files back? Those are fun.
I think it would have been great if they kept it up, because when Classified launched, you could scan a QR code and it would take you to the profile page of that character, and I think that was the best way to do it.
This is not just a G.I. Joe problem, this is a Transformers problem also.
Yeah. I think both should do that. I think they should, because I understand the logistics of the international packaging, but put a QR code that takes you to the website that's available in multiple languages and, be able to read the bio.
Because it's kind of annoying with Hasbro because there's clearly is both G.I. Joe and Transformers do have like a storyline the designers and team have for the current year.
But if you don't watch the streams, you can't get that story.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and then the other figure is Synapse, who's a brand new character for Classified, and he looks sick as hell.
I like it. I don't know, like. Well, he does kind of look like a cyberpunk character to me, honestly.
They also rolled him into the lore of Darklania, so I think that's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
but I don't like maybe like the face or the extra. He just gives like chrome. He really chrome himself out.
Oh, totally. Like that. I've decided that he is the villain rival to Sundown because I got Sundown in over the weekend, and that is like one of my favorite G.I. Joe figures of all time.
Sundown's cool. Like if I see him, I might get him. He just looks
Highly recommended. That's one of the best figures I've ever handled. And the way they did his hat makes me wish they could go back and redo Indiana Jones with the same hat system. It's so good. I love Sundown, and also I love that Sundown has 4 names, like a true Latino character.
Yep.
He's got one of those long ass names. It makes me happy. All right.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot what his full name is, but I'll pull it up after this. We got Retro Flint, or is this Retro Falcon? This is Retro Falcon. We got Retro Falcon.
White dude.
We got a Retro Cobra Valkyrie, which is good for army building, and we got Flash, who I will pick up.
Not the speedster.
Not the Flash, just Flash. I do want
and not Gordon either.
I do want to get him. Yeah, not Flash Gordon either. I do want to get him because I want to finish the original 13 Joes. But they did say that God, who was it that came with the gun? The guy that came with the giant cannon. They did say, "Oh, well, there is the toy version that had this other." And I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna wait for that. I'm not gonna buy the gun. So. And then the big announcement was the reveal of the Tomb Raider G.I. Joe crossover of Lara Croft as
which is just a Lara Croft figure, because I think they mentioned that you can just take off the
You can take the bandolier off. You don't have to have it on.
Yeah.
It's separate. And I think it actually that's like it's either similar or I've seen that part before. That's not a unique part. So it is removable.
Because damn, this is just a good ass Lara Croft figure. And honestly, it's pretty genius. Honestly, if this is gonna be like indicative of any future Joe collabs, these are genius because this is practically allowed the team to make X character without licensing fees of a whole new toy line.
This is what Hasbro should have been doing when they wanted to do, like... Could you imagine how hard a classified Indiana Jones would have gone instead of a whole separate toy line?
Or Black Series. I feel like that would be Black Series.
Or Black Series, whatever it is. Like, just integrating into an existing line instead of... Like, Tron figures could have come out in something else instead of... You know, like, this is instead of trying to license Tomb Raider for a whole toy line, which most people would only ever buy Lara Croft anyways.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the secret right there.
It saves paperwork because instead of doing all the paperwork to make a separate toy line with its own separate trademarks and own separate like patents and all that stuff, just a paperwork of just an agreement to make a figure in our existing toy line. It's kind of genius, honestly.
Yeah,
I think honestly because Hasbro really should do this more because like this, not just for this, but like in Legends and all that, and Marvel Legends with like characters like like we already did it with.
They kind of did it with Crystar as well too.
Yeah. So it'd be really cool if like we get like Boy Rivals characters is the big thing, for example, and for Joe, because of course they would be in G.I. Joe. But like I don't know, like think of like Mask. I mean, again, any characters that like Mask has to be in Joe. Again, I think any human character that's in Aaron Universe would make sense to be a classified. I mean, hell, like you can get where's our classified Spike, Carly, all the Fairweather, all the Transformers humans would be perfect to fit in this line and such. So I think if this is like I think Lara Croft is not she's just a fantastic Lara Croft figure because we don't really have any other highly articulated 1/12 scale.
This is like the first one, really.
Yeah. So now she's a great Lara Croft figure, but it's a good showcase of what Joe collabs can be in the future. And honestly, I hope we see more because the nice thing is. Because if we say there was a separate line, they had to put different designers on it and such that it probably wouldn't be and different budgets. They probably won't be good at figure. But it being part of G.I. Joe, you literally had the Joe team with the Joe budget to work on this figure. So no like neutering and all that stuff.
I'm definitely happy with this. I think this is the kind of thing that Joe needs to be doing. These are the kind of moves this line needs to be making. Is stuff that gets attention.
John would be a cool figure to put in classified.
John Wick would be perfect. All right. They also did a name-only reveal for the Crimson Cobra snake armor, which is smart.
Well, because they need to justify that. They need to justify making that mold.
And then they also confirmed. They confirmed Footloose and Mutt in their second versions from the Marauders version. Sorry, the Marauders versions of Footloose and Mutt.
He hates dancing.
Yes, hates dancing. And they confirmed Sergeant Slaughter's Triple T vehicle will be coming out as well.
But not as Cup.
But not as Cup this time. So that wave that they showed of Iceberg Duke, Mistress Armada, Toxo Viper, and Synapse went up for pre-order on June 24th, and the Lara Croft details will be forthcoming probably at Comic-Con, is my guess.
No, definitely. That one definitely that's gonna be a big seller. I know that for sure
Yeah.
because it's a Lara Croft. It's a really good Lara Croft action figure.
Also, for weirdly, they didn't reveal Psych Out. Night Force Psych Out is the next Walmart exclusive, and for some reason they didn't mention him at any of the 4 streams, and then they just tweeted him out afterward. But here he is. He's going to be a Walmart exclusive like the other Night Force figures. He looks pretty cool, though. I actually like him.
Oh, what do you mean Big Bad has the 5-inch Rouge's Catwoman in stock at BBTS? That's tempting. Yeah, do you want the link? Do you want the link?
I'm gonna order that right now.
It's $20. It's $5 more than retail, but
that's gonna save me a lot of work in the future.
Here it is.
Thank you. I was gonna get that ordered. I was gonna go look up Sundown's name, and I'm already on Big Bad. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So Sundown, his full name is Alejandro Balem Luna Mendoza.
Yep, that's true.
It's beautiful.
That's true.
It's the coolest thing. Also, his cape, his cape has like Aztec imagery on the back, which I think is just awesome.
Of course,
love it. Because the thing is, if there's one thing about G.I. Joe that is sadly true, is that there's not a lot of Hispanic and Latino characters in Joe. Like, there's barely any.
Yeah.
A lot of other ethnicities are represented well, but Hispanic Latino characters very limited. We got. And what's also frustrating is we have Risk from the Energon Universe comics. He's Mexican. He's not in the toy line. He's only in the comic. And I'm like, why? What is going on here? Anyways, good stuff. Let me just get this order done with Rouge, and then we will talk about Gao Ranger.
Gao Ranger?
Gao Ranger.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Gao.
I know what you're going to talk about, yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Cool. All right. All right, cool. That's done. And let me pull up. So today's segment about Gao Ranger is brought to you by Spin Dash.
Wink.
He DM'd me the details so that way we could get through this all without me missing stuff like we did with Omega Horn last week. So shout out Spin Dash for this segment. He's not here at the moment. I'm gonna minimize this window.
His child is holding him hostage.
His child's allowed to hold him hostage. She's cute as heck. All right.
Yes.
So let's do this, and then let me make the screen a little bigger. I'm just narrowing the window so we can just focus on the message. All right, so here we go. Thank you, Spin Dash, once again for making this easy. So this is a big. We should give Spin Dash his own title card. This is a big deal for the SMP, the Shokugan modeling project.
We need like a sound bite.
We need a sound bite, yeah. I need to also make Welcome to the Circus as a sound bite. But anyways,
are you ready
to the circus? So the SMP line is celebrating an anniversary, and as part of that, they've decided to expand the Power Animal lineup from Gao Ranger into stuff that was, hey, Spin Dash just made it, yay! All right, awesome.
Yay!
So this is gonna be Power Animal Series Extra.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Spin Dash is here.
Yay! All right, so Power Animal Series Extra is going to be all about bringing concept art Power Animals into full plastic models to go with the other Gao Ranger line. Because they made pretty much everybody from the show, and they made most of the toy line. So now we have some extras. So they put out a whole animated CG trailer, which is awesome.
That's really cool. I've seen that trailer. It's like, I've seen that little commercial. It's like, oh, that's so cool.
It's so awesome. So these will be released. Yeah.
It's the what if we ever. It's that whole what if we ever got that X years later movie for Gao Ranger, pretty much.
Basically, yeah. So the first set is going to be Power Animal 20, Gao Peacock, and Power Animal 32, Gao Cobra, releasing in December for 4,620 yen. Here's the concept art for Peacock, and here's the concept art for Cobra, but let's focus on the toys. which look like this. Actually, I'm going to keep it. I don't need to zoom in. Looks like that. So the way these are going to work is that each power animal can also combine with other mecha like Gao King. So we have Gao King Swordmaster as the first form here, and then Gao King Veil Tudo, which is no holds barred, which is basically like, what if Gao King was tank? And you can see that the Cobra actually replaces the Armadillo, and the Peacock kind of goes on the back, and then that allows for other configurations like Gao. It's Gao King Swordmaster, Peacock Sword, Twin Dagger, 3-section staff, Sai, and Flute. Because basically each weapon, each feather of the Peacock is like a different weapon, and they can combine together. And then like the Flute one's obviously to summon the Cobra out of its box. Cobra Pot can also become Cobra Protector for Shin and Knuckle guards onto things like Rhino and the Polar Bears. So this also probably would work for Gao Muscle as well. So that's pretty awesome. I love that these like work in different ways. They're not just, here's another arm, right? Because that's like a lot of Gao Ranger mecha are, here's another arm. These are doing some different stuff.
Because they form limbs or other mecha.
Yeah.
Mecha.
Yeah, it's like you either got an arm or you were a pair of legs. All right, the second set coming out in January for 4,400 yen. It's Power Animal 39, Gao Turtle, originally depicted in concept art as Power Animal 27, Gao Tortoise, and Power Animal 28, Gao Toppy, named for a walrus at an aquarium. So a turtle and a walrus are very unusual mecha, which I think is so damn cool. So these are for Gao Hunter. So you get Gao Hunter Abyss, where Toppy's body combines with the Ligator blade to become the tail whip, or it can attach to the arm, and then the tortoise becomes a winged pack. All right, the next one is Power Animal 26, Gao Wallaby, coming out in February for 4840 yen, and this is obviously like a wallaby with its little baby. And so together, they work together like that, and they combine with Gao Muscle to become Gao Muscle Magnum, which is that you get the Magnum on the right arm and the knuckle on the left arm, or you can do them and you can also do them as shoulder cannons. So it's like 3 new weapons for Gao Muscle to make Gao Muscle really a tank.
My baby's a gun.
Yeah, you don't mess with the wallaby. Don't mess with the wallaby. This is what we call the end point of Rocco's modern life when he gets sent to war. All right, so because people don't know that wallabies and kangaroos are not exactly the same thing, and that Rocco's a wallaby, not a kangaroo. Anyways, so Gao Peacock, Turtle, Toppy, and Wallaby combine into a new mecha known as Gao Guardian. And then if you order all 3 on Premium Bandai, it will include the Gao Guardian Complete Works booklet with artwork, and it's basically done like a Televicoon magazine for it. And then there will be a package sleeve to sleeve all 3 boxes together.
So Scout Guardian, that's fully brand new by that.
Fully brand new,
right?
Yep, because it's only the new mecha. It's the 5 new mecha combined into this.
Honestly, this is such a cool thing because it really reminds me of back in the Bandai America days. Like you remember like the Microzords sets they used to do. They used to do like cool like original mech that are based off things from the show. And they can form their own mecha, but also just be like, but they also can combine with the main mech. They remind me so much of that. It was it was so cool to see this. Like it's just so cool to get new. Like this is what I feel like I would love to see. You know, now that Sentai is over for now, I would love to see this. Like some cool ass expansion. To
you know what I also want to see, just to be a greedy bitch. I want a deluxe version.
I know. That'll be so cool, but I don't think
it's not happening. I'm just saying. I would like. It's funny. I did buy all the Gao Ranger SMPs for the main mecha. I didn't get some of the auxiliary mecha, but I got the 4 main mecha, and so now I'm like, oh, I should try to get this. But people have been having trouble securing pre-orders because everything's weird right now with imports.
Yeah. Like, it's so cool. Like, it also reminds me a lot of like during Dino Charge when BOA made all those other like hypothetical Zords based off the other dinosaurs. It reminds me so much of that. It's so cool to see. I would love to see they do this more. I think I don't think they're gonna do like more like because I know these have the advantage of being based off concept art because there's other like the only other like other senses they can do this. I think. Do you think they can legally touch the Zoo 2 stuff? Those planned Zoo 2 stuff for Power Rangers?
Maybe. I don't see why not. Plex designed them.
Because Plex designed those, and like you can say it's for like a hype. You can say it's for like because what was it? It was one Tiger combined with the Zoo Ranger mecha, or I forget what
Yeah,
specific
that was kind of what it was. Like one type, and I think they upgraded the G Ranger mecha, so it was the same animals. They were just upgraded, so that'd be like in a whole new set of 6.
Yeah, you can just in the context of Sentai only, you can hypothetically say, oh, this is for a Zoo Ranger versus Die Ranger thing that never happened.
Before?
Yeah, or something like that. So like that's at least the ones I can think of in terms of they had like fully designed concept art like the Gao Ranger mecha. There's probably other Sentai with fully designed
Blair said make SMP Space Titanus before Mega Voyager. That's true. They need to go back and get Mega Voyager and Mega Winger out. That's a weird gap.
But they had they had the mold for King Brachio.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It would be a good way to reuse it. But yeah, I think this is just brilliant. Also, adding to this, there will be re-releases of past SMP Gao Rangers through June 2027, so they're going to re-release everything, it seems, except Gao Knight. I think it's the only one that's not getting re-released, which is pretty cool. I think it's good.
Was Gao Knight just the red gorilla?
No, it was a full Gao Knight with the black elephant, like the original toy.
Okay.
Because there was the red gorilla you could buy on its own, but there was also the Gao Knight set, which was it was Gao King swap lion for Gao Kong, and then it had a black repaint of the elephant. So there's that. All right, now the next ones will be Power Animal 29, Gao Manta, Power Animal 30, Gao Boar, Power Animal 31, Gao Bat to combine to form Gao Triple. They will be revealed later.
I thought it was Gao Devil.
No, it's triple because there's 3 of them.
I think I'm probably mistranslating myself. So,
Yeah.
Because I think someone said Gao Devil, which is like that's like the most metal name ever.
So now here's the fun part. Spin Dash also included the concept art of how these originally looked in the concept art because they have tweaked them slightly. They've kept them mostly the same as the originals, but they have tweaked them in design when they actually went to make toys. But they're very faithful to the original concepts of Peacock, Swordmaster, and then the Wallaby and stuff.
It's kind of insane how much they made for Gao Ranger. I guess because it was the 25th anniversary, so they were like going all out. It's kind of crazy because Gao Rangers
also the toy line was selling like crazy.
Yeah, it's like Gao Ranger's line was already like one of the best Sentai mecha line out there. So like the fact that we're gonna do more is insane.
Adding to this, here is the concept art for Gao Manta, Boar, Bat, Gao King Aqua Diver, Gao Muscle Striker Longhorn, Gao Hunter Phantom, and Gao Triple. So this is our concept art look at
Hunter with the wings looks so damn cool.
It really does. And I like that all of these had the same idea, which is give one to King, one to Muscle, and one to Hunter. I think that's awesome. Mm-hmm. So yeah,
it's one of those. It's one of the things where I feel like later Sentai lines loss is I feel like is the modularity. I
think it's the thing that like this line and Bokendra understood, which was your auxiliary mecha becoming other mecha is essential to making those worth it.
Yeah. It's honestly because it's a bonus. Like I always feel like those are like really damn cool bonuses. Like that. Same with Tokyo. Oh, I already blanking at the diesel train one. The diesel train one. I really miss that. Diesel, yeah. I really miss the extra mecha for that are just made out of auxiliary mecha. I feel like we lost that.
We really needed that back because like when I'm trying to display stuff, I just have all these boom boom cars that I don't know what to do with.
And that's kind of the problem. And that's kind of the problem when those mecha also the changer because you cannot work because it's. No way
this is all reasons why the Sentai toy line stopped selling well, is because they stopped doing stuff like this and we're just like making random toys that don't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here's also the artwork of Gao Guardian, which is looking freaking badass. So
he's definitely very super robot coded, I would say.
Also, the blog post for the Gao Guardian stuff has a lot of alternate combo potential. So there's a lot more you can look at. There's like more you can do with these than just those, but those are the base combos. So very exciting. I think that's really great, and I hope they continue doing that. So, oh boy, it's DC time.
Oh, we're already at DC now.
We're
Oh
already at
boy.
DC. We got through the rest of the news. All right, guys, it's time to talk. First of all, about Supergirl.
Reminder, no spoilers yet.
Yep.
When we talk about spoilers, we'll flash the spoiler text on
Guys,
screen.
I'm just going to tell you now, if you want to know when spoilers pops up, I'm going to put this clown image up. That'll be spoilers. No, I'm gonna type in a text. I'm actually gonna fix my browser window real quick, so that way this is a clean segment for those watching later.
Put the clown in the other box in the corner.
I should. Oh my god, my X-Men '97 slideshow's still in here from like 2 weeks ago. I should keep it there. I might need it later.
As you're coping.
That's my coping mechanism. But no, I legitimately what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be breaking down Supergirl as a movie, and then we're going to be discussing DC Studios' animation announcements, and then discussing DC Studios as a whole after that. So that's kind of our goal here. So it's DC for the rest of this, for everyone wondering. So
oops, all DC.
Oops, all DC. Let me put the clown in the corner, because I think that's a great idea to have that like. That'll be like our spoiler tag, and I'll also just write it because that way it'll be like consistent.
So you want to do non-spoilers first, and then we'll get the spoilers.
Yeah, like yeah. Let me just get this text up real quick.
Yeah.
So I can make sure because I want to make sure we start clean for the people coming in later as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Also good for timestamps after.
So now we shall start. Okay. So, I didn't like it. Ryan didn't like it. But what I want to start with is let's give it some compliments. Lobo was Lobo.
Yeah, no, legitimately, I think Jason Momoa was fantastic as Lobo because there's some nitpicks here and there, more how they use him. But overall, I think he was great as the character in the film.
He's my second favorite live-action Lobo.
I said they see Krypton.
That guy, the guy from Krypton was just so good. He's kind of an unreachable goal.
I need to see Krypton because I hear nothing but praise about it. I just need to. Is it available anywhere?
I don't know if it's available anywhere. But Krypton, if Krypton had gotten to continue, if Krypton had gotten to continue, it would probably be in the same conversations as Andor. It was on the trajectory to be like an Andor level DC show, right, Cass?
Yes, I loved it.
Yeah.
Seeing Superman's grandpa go around, that was pretty sick.
Yeah, because they made it all about like Kryptonian society and how they were becoming like an imperialistic nature due to the Zod family pushing for like expansion and empire, and there was like a clashing of ideals and factions. Yep. It's all very good sci-fi. Very good sci-fi television. And sci-fi were fools to cancel it. Because I think it would have been
for real.
Yeah. But anyways, it's not about Krypton. It's about Supergirl. So I liked Lobo.
Krypton.
I also really like. Speaking of Krypton, I did like the Krypton flashbacks. I thought those were pretty solid. I did like.
I have some personal nitpicks with them, but I think overall they were fine. I think my problem with them is it's not the Krypton. It's not the Supergirl I wanted. I think it's more. I think it's more my problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
I overall think. Like I overall think Millie
Alcock.
Alcock. I think she was good. I have problems with Supergirl the character in this film, but
she is a great actress doing a great performance with the script she was given. I have a lot of problem with the script she was given.
Did you heard she only got paid like $400,000?
She only got $400,000 for this. And I'm like, this was a $176 million movie that didn't look like it cost that much. You could have given her $1 million. And I say the same thing with Corn Sweat and Rachel Brosnahan on Superman. They got paid like $500,000 each or something like that. Like, I was like, why are you not giving your leads $1 million for a big movie like this? Especially if all the press they do, that's ridiculous. Like,
how much is Robert Downey Jr. getting for doing this? I know this is
$90 million for 2 movies.
Yeah, I know that's Disney, but still.
And he's on a different caliber and stuff, but like, the leads of a superhero movie that costs like $200 million, you should give $1 million to each lead. Nicholas Hoult got $1 million. So like, what the hell? You know, like that's yeah. So anyways, the thing is, I think another thing, speaking of David Cornsweet, Superman does appear in the movie, and I liked every scene he was in.
No, of course, yeah, definitely. It's
And I have to point
it.
out something. It's going to be our first topic of conversation in relation to this. Is I enjoyed the Superman scenes. Did you enjoy the Superman scenes, Ryan?
I enjoyed them. I just wish we got more. Is my
Yes.
thing because I don't. I'm fine with Superman not appearing in the film much because it's a Supergirl movie, but I just think there's. I wish we got with Superman and Kara in the
Well, one of
film.
our
Is I think
topics
it's
of the
more.
day is that Brandon Davis, who is a podcaster, interviewed Ann Noguera, who was the screenwriter of Supergirl, and she said, quote, Brandon Davis asked, does James Gunn become a little bit more, hey, Superman's got to be, is he protected as Superman? And Noguera said, he's protected as Superman. There was a couple things in other moments where he was like, he wouldn't say that, and I was like, okay, cool, but mostly we were had the same idea. Some of the dialogue, this has been confirmed through multiple interviews at this point. Superman's dialogue was basically adjusted and discussed with James Gunn's involvement, and I think that was a smart choice from a creative standpoint for sure. But it's almost noticeable how different
I would
it
say
is.
I would say his dialogue did feel a bit shaky. Not like it was bad or anything, but it did feel like honestly now knowing that it does make sense of why he felt kind of weird
Yeah,
in the film.
he felt like he was in
Um,
a different movie.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. Because I think it's like, oh, maybe this is like Kara's POV, so maybe he sounds a bit honky.
yeah.
Uh, I love my farm boy Clark to death, but he did sound a little too. Can't say I don't know what's the best way to describe it, but he didn't sound. It did not
He didn't
sound the
sound
same.
sincere.
The best way to say it, he
Yeah,
did not. It didn't sound the same as he did in Superman. Is the best way
yeah.
I can describe it.
Because
Would you
like a
agree
lot
on
of
that?
people are saying like, oh, James Gunn ghost wrote the Superman scenes. No, he gave advice on them, but he clearly didn't actually write them because it doesn't feel the same. And this is a topic we're going to be discussing later about this whole DC universe not feeling cohesive. But that was one of the things as well. I'm trying to think of other positives. I mean,
Yeah, no,
the cast was
I,
good. I think a lot of the problems that come down to the issues of this movie is writing and direction are like the
yeah,
biggest
no, because
issues. Yeah,
I guess what I read so far, Woman Tomorrow, I kind of like Roof a bit better here. I haven't read the full book, so I can't.
I
Like,
think that Ruthie is better here only because that actress is very charismatic.
yeah, I think that's
She's got
the. I feel
natural
like that's
charm,
the.
and I think that helps because her dialogue and her character arc don't make any damn sense.
Yeah, no, I think that's the case.
Yeah,
Oh, all the alien physical practical stuff, great.
I want to
I think it
say
was
I
all.
like practical aliens. I've officially, though this movie tested my patience on how much I like practical aliens.
Yeah, and that's more of a my problem with the film being in space mostly because I think for me like I appreciate the art, it's super cool to see all these practical aliens, but it is more of I wish we were on Earth, Earth, and I know it's weird
Also,
because
every alien was humanoid in a mask. There wasn't much. There was like a couple aliens that were a little bit less humanoid, but there wasn't as much. There wasn't variety to the types of aliens. It was pretty much people in masks and gloves. It's like when Star Trek gets criticized for forehead aliens, where it's just a normal person, but they change the forehead.
what do you mean that's the main villain?
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of forehead aliens, but yeah. So I mean, there's that. I think the aliens were good. Now
Lobo's bike was cool.
Lobo's bike was cool. The problem is I can't say the action was good. There was one fight scene I actually liked, and the rest I just didn't.
I honestly didn't really care for the action because I just didn't think they were directed well.
They
Also,
were
because I was so
like, there's not every director can direct action. That's what second unit directors are for. Um, and
frustrated. I think it was also because I was frustrated with the writing decisions in the fight scenes.
the thing is, I was looking at the fight scenes from a stylistic filmmaking perspective, and I legitimately was like, these just look like. And it's part of the problem too, is that the overall look of the movie is the colors gray, brown, and slate gray and dirt brown, and so everything gets so muddy because there's zero color. There's zero color what do you call it variety. There's zero color variety. Everything's just the same color and everything's lit darkly and everything's just really freaking bland. And so it's hard to see what's going on in the action because as soon as something moves too fast, it just gets washed out with all the other color tones.
Yeah, no, because
yeah.
the film does have a color problem, I think, because like because it's one of those things where it was so dark. Not Avatar, Netflix bad, but like it was like a lot of things where it's like especially the final battle, where it's like the colors feel so washed out. Especially when we see Supergirl's outfit, it didn't. I wanted that pop bright blue like Superman's outfit
Yeah.
is, and I didn't really get that in the film at all.
Ace says I haven't seen the movie yet. Is it Sony Marvel bad like Morbius or Madam Web? No, it's not that bad. I find I'm gonna say as a movie, it's not that bad. As a fan, I dislike this more, and I'm gonna talk about that. We're trying to like dodge around it, but one of the talking points I want to get into is going to be adaptation and promise, because that is where I have a lot of issues with. In terms of a straight movie, it's not as bad as Morbius or Madam Web, but it's less entertaining. It's less entertaining than those. Those are so terrible that they become entertaining by how terrible they are. This is not as entertaining.
I watched more. That was a bore. But I do agree. I don't want to call it like a horrible movie, but as a super family fan and a DC fan, I was frustrated as hell. A couple things, because one, I almost fell asleep with the film. Because I never fell asleep when in theaters because usually always upright.
That's one of my biggest critiques of the movie as a movie is it's insanely repetitive.
Yeah, so the fact I fell asleep, I almost fell asleep is a problem with the film, because no other film got me like that ever in like the last past 3 years. I've been watching films regularly. And second, I was fidgeting around. I never fidget in my seat, especially when there's like someone next to me. But like there's no one next to me in both sides. But like I was like fidgeting, frustrated. I was in like I call it my frustrated fidget, where like I was so annoyed at the film. I was like moving around too much because I was like yeah throughout the film, and that's a bad sign.
I think also because part of the problem with this movie is that apparently Craig Gillespie just loves the cantina scene from Star Wars, because they just redo that same sequence over and over again, and almost every fight takes place in a bar. And it's so like even as a movie, it just feels so reductive and repetitive. And as a film, like, so a lot of my problems with this movie is that if you've watched enough movies, this movie feels like nothing new, because I have seen the villain's storyline is just ripped out of Mad Max Fury Road. The aesthetics are like Guardians of the Galaxy light, mixed, and Kara as a character doesn't feel as much as Supergirl as much as like a Star-Lord with a Furiosa storyline. And for me, as like I've seen all this stuff, I'm just seeing sort of like they took inspiration from other things, almost just copying them, but not understanding a single reason why any of those other things worked. And I think that's probably my biggest issue with the movie as a movie, separate from adaptation, is that it's just so redundant to things that already exist, and yet doesn't understand a single thing of why those things worked in their original context.
Like, well, yeah, because like I could say without spoiling, the villains suck. I do not like the villains at all in this film, because they're so just, I'm a psychopath. Ooh, like God, like no offense to what's the main villain's name again?
Graham of the Yellow Hills.
Graham, yeah. No offense to Chris actor, but God, he mugs a little too much for my taste, because like he's like, ooh, Kryptonian girl, blah 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 blah, and all that stuff. I'm like, I couldn't give two shits about the villains at all in this film. They're just like generic. We're bad dudes in the film, and like I couldn't care, and I also think, like, not go to spoilers here. I just think the subject matter, like,
they make a massive change to the subject matter from the comic to make the movie edgier, but they never want to actually engage with it, so it comes off as juvenile and ridiculous.
Yeah, I just kind of felt it was. I don't want to say not appropriate for a DC/Super family film,
It's the
but
kind of
like,
subject matter that makes the movie more adult than an audience that would actually watch this.
yeah,
The
like,
biggest thing, the biggest takeaway I've gotten from looking at the way I've discussed it, discussing it with my family who watched it with me, looking at reviews from critics I trust, is I don't exactly know who this was made for. Because it's too edgy to be made for kids and families, but it doesn't dive into the subject matter deep enough to really appeal to older adult audiences. It's it's got a female lead, but it doesn't really do anything to appeal to women as much, because women didn't show up demographically, and so it just kind of leaves itself in just kind of a weird little bubble of like, who was this for exactly? Um, and because the movie is just clashing a lot of the times with itself, which is really unfortunate. Because I think the thing is, I think that with this movie, one of the things that's frustrating is that there are a lot of things that could have really worked insanely well, but the people that were making it just didn't have the ability to pull those, or the ability slash didn't have the desire to take things in that direction and to really go good with it. And so instead, it kind of gets like, well, that was a good idea, but we didn't explore it. Oh, that's an interesting thought, but we're not going there. Or that's a thing we could do, but we don't. It just doesn't.
yeah,
Yeah,
because I think what it is like, I know some people have some same feelings with Superman, but I think consistently Superman is like a family film. I think it only
it
got
has
we
it
only
has a consistent tone. It just has a really dark moment in the middle.
yeah, and even then
But
it
it is a
makes I
dark
think
moment that's like murder, not like let's bring in a real world thing that's a issue in our current day society, and then not really address it at all.
we also like, if you consider like, oh, the dark moment happened with Lex Luthor, all the kind of adult humor stuff happened with Guy Gardner. It makes sense with this because
Yeah,
you expect those kind of moments with those two characters because, oh, the bad guys of course gonna do evil things. Oh, Guy Gardner just is to be a jerk, so of course he's gonna be be rude and all that stuff. Um, I just think and because I just think and this is just a personal thing, is I just think having, I know they want to have a very much polar opposite from, you know, a dude, wholesome Clark, but I feel like they went a little too much with it. I don't know, just I feel like
I think the biggest
I
problem with this movie is that it's miserable. Kara's
yeah,
miserable. Everybody's miserable. It looks disgusting. Like everything in space is grimy, dirty, filthy, disgusting. The subject matter is dark and distasteful. They go into like a space gas station and pick up snacks that are like shit out of an alien's butt. Like it's just everything just looks and feels disgusting and disturbing. And so it just has a
but
miserable, depressed
Why did
tone to it.
everything you say reminded me of Rick and Morty instead of Supergirl?
yeah, no, very.
Yeah.
It has that kind of feel, honestly. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I know some people say it's this kind of Guardian of the Galaxy, but Guardian of the Galaxy surprisingly never goes down that
It
direction.
doesn't.
Surprisingly,
Which
and that's the
I
one
never thought
direct.
I'd be
And
defending
my,
James Gunn's taste after the Suicide Squad, but he has more taste than this movie does.
I know because, oh, that's Disney and whatever, but but still, like, the Guardian films are still the more. I don't want to say crass, but so they definitely have more of that, kind of James Gunn-ness versus all that. But yet there's still kind of that like
I think what's missing
homey
is the fact that
feel.
those movies are incredibly heartfelt and very
Yes,
emotional,
no,
and there's none
definitely,
of that in this movie.
yeah. And
Yeah,
you think they would with Kara and Roof, but they
or Kara
never,
and Crypto.
like they never, no, God, they never had them on because of why Kara, because Crypto. Again, we're saying it's from
It's
the
in the
trailers.
trailer, but like Crypto gets
It's
shot, and that's Kara's motivation for taking down Krem is to get the antidote
but
for Crypto.
there's but you don't. Honestly, Clark had more feelings for Crypto than Kara, even though Crypto is Kara's dog in this
Yeah,
universe. And there was no "Where's the dog?" moment with Kara here.
no,
And
and
you
also one of the things that's frustrating about the way the script is written is that Kara's incompetent. Completely incompetent. And also the way it's directed, it looked like there was several times she could have grabbed the antidote and then just doesn't. Like there's a moment in the movie that drove me insane, is that instead of grabbing the antidote for Crypto from Krem's neck, she drops a one-liner instead.
No, because it frustrates me. Again, what we're saying is not spoilers. Because honestly, to be honest, guys,
There's not much to
there isn't
spoil.
much to spoil. To be
That's people
honest,
are like
there
the
is.
marketing campaign was bad. Yeah, because there's not much to market. It because most of the movie is doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
so we're trying to do it because I feel like the only big spoiler thing is what happens to endings, and we won't say that until you have the spoiler text up.
yeah.
But like one of my biggest problems is how they treat Kara in battle, because how the hell are Krem species this strong against full yellow sun energy Kryptonian? Like
There's
there's
a
moments
big
where Krem,
like I'll just explain it because it's not a spoiler, but there's a big moment in the movie where Kara is like fully powered and gets taken down like a minute later,
I hated that so much. I
which
was
is
like,
the
oh my
eighth
god.
time that happened in the movie.
Like, for God's sakes, like, don't you want this film to be like like woman empowerment and all that stuff?
Yep.
Female characters looking up to
Also,
you.
one of my favorite lines from the trailer was Clark sees the best in people, I see the truth. And she says that 2 minutes before being duped by a very obvious tactic that I saw coming.
Yep. But
It's
because
so
like God,
frustrating.
like, because see, I'm not, I don't mind. Of course, I love when Superman fights, or just a super family, fights people that are on level with them. But when it makes sense, like of course, Parasite, he drains people's
Or Engineer and
life for
Ultraman in
Ultra,
Superman.
yeah.
Yeah.
One's a Kryptonian clone, one's a. No matter who you are, you're like the way Engineer fights. You're not gonna win that unless you outsmart her,
Yeah.
like Clark did in the film. The get Kremen crew are just biker douches. There's moments where Kara punches them into crater walls, and yet they survive. And like, there's no explanation why they're not like full of super drugs, like Injustice or something like that. They're just like walking. There's moments where like, how is Krim still alive? He should have been dead
Yep.
multiple times, and that frustrated me because, like, again, I'm not like a power scalar dude, but like, it's proven that Kryptonians are strong people sitting full of yellow sun energy. Unless you give me a reason why they aren't able to get one shot killed, it takes me out of the movie personally.
Yep. It does me too.
Oh,
I guys, all right. Let's. I think we should because we could keep going, and we will. We'll do a spoiler section at the end. But here's the thing: the worst thing you could do before watching this movie is reading the comic book that they recommend you read at the end of every trailer for this movie. And this is the thing that frustrates me: is that anything of the movie itself is a problem. But they kept marketing this movie from the day it was announced as an adaptation of Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. We're adapting this comic. James Gunn said he loved the comic and wanted to adapt it for this movie. We want to do this comic. We love this comic. We're adapting this comic. We're adapting this comic. We're adapting this comic. They barely use anything from this comic.
Especially because this is the first comic film I can think of where it really is directly based off the book. They fully say they're basing off the
Yeah,
book.
this was the first one where they marketed it as an adaptation of a comic.
No,
With Superman, they're like, it's inspired by All-Star and For Seasons and Birthright, but they never said it was directly adapting it.
The last time I can think of a comic book film that's strictly based off a comic story, like Civil War.
Yeah, but they never said we're adapting the Civil War comic. They're like, we're doing Captain America: Civil War. Feige never claims to be adapting a comic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because a lot of these comic films are adapting comics up, but like usually it's like bits and pieces here and there of comic storylines or adapting this character. This is the first comic film in a long while that isn't like, of course, like one of the animated films, like live action specifically, where they're strictly saying we're adapting Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow.
And James Gunn's claim to fame is being a comic fan, right? He's always like, I'm a comic book fan.
And like, I only read a little bit of the comic because I don't like Tom King's writing.
Even if you just look at the comic and you look at the movie, the comic is this bright, beautiful space opera tapestry of gorgeous colors and shot composition, and there's not a single lick of that in the movie.
There's no Pegasus horse in this movie, like in the comic. Like, I dislike King's writing a whole ton, but like the art alone, like honestly, just get the book for the art alone, honestly, because it's some gorgeous art by what's the artist's name? Artist's name?
Bilquis Evely. They actually name a planet after her in the movie, which is great until I saw the context and I was like, wow, that's actually a backhanded insult.
Wait, which planet was that?
The planet where
Wait,
the
is it?
Briggers are based, and
Oh, what?
it's called Planet Bilkwe,
And it's just a
named after the
desert
artist.
wasteland, and yet they make it the desert wasteland. And
Yeah, it's not that one. It's the one that they meet Lobo on.
okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But still,
But
it's
still,
grungy. It's grungy as hell. It's
Yeah.
grunge and everything.
So we need to talk about. I think so. The thing is, as an adaptation as well, we Mr. Doogie mentioned it in the Discord server. This is more Linda Danvers Supergirl than Kara Zor-El Supergirl, and you know, and WG Phils actually brings up a point that I'm about to transition into. He said, just got off work. I do believe her Supergirl portrayal in the post credits did leave a bad impression. That's what we're going to talk about with the box office. It definitely did. And hiring a debuting writer while boasting about ironclad scripts. Yeah, that's the thing I want to talk about, because I actually went and found the original post. Okay, because Gunn's been doing this consistently. He's been going on about like scripts. Everything's going to be scripts. All right. So here is him on Threads. All right. And my browser froze. Gosh dang it. Every time I want to do a dramatic reveal is when the browser freezes. All right, here it is. So James Gunn on Threads, someone said, hey James, when are you going to cast the rest of the Authority members? And on March 30th, 2024, he said, we won't greenlight a film until we have a finished script we're happy with, and in general, we won't cast a film until the script is finished. This is why some projects are moving faster than anticipated, others more slowly. It's always going to be quality first, no matter what. And I got to tell you that I've said this forever, that James Gunn yapping online all the time was going to bite him in the ass. And this is when it is. Because I have seen reviews that are positive for the movie, negative for the movie. One of the most consistent things that I have seen about this movie in terms of critiques and reviews is almost everybody agrees the script is poor. And
Also,
so if this is a
also-
script they're happy with, and they're happy with the quality of, that's concerning going forward.
Also, to say the edit,
The editing. I don't even want to talk about the editing. I think I'd lose my mind if I talk about the editing. The editing was, oh my god, I don't even know where to start. But yeah, let's talk about the script then, because if the thing is, and Twitter was having a field day with this, as Twitter does. But somebody did bring up a good point. Just because James Gunn says we're going to make sure we have good scripts doesn't mean they're necessarily what a lot of people would consider good scripts. It may be down to his personal taste. Maybe he read the Supergirl script and thought it was great.
Grey Pocket mentioned, sorry, it may be a good script on paper, but not butcher on one way or other when filming. That could be also
That's
another
also a
case of where-
possibility. Unfortunately, and I'm going to mention this in the non-spoiler section because I do want to dive into it more in the spoiler section. Unfortunately, I was like, okay, well, maybe Craig Gillespie's the problem here. All right, he's kind of a hit or miss director. Maybe he kind of butchered the script. But there was a comment from Ann Nogueira because without saying what it is, they massively changed the ending of this movie from the comic. And it completely destroys the moral of the story and the theme of the story.
Also, it offends me personally as a Super
Yep.
family fan.
So they changed the ending. And Ann Nogueira, the screenwriter, was talking about the changed ending. And she said, from the jump, we knew that this is how the movie ends and this is what happens. And so we built the whole movie around that. And I was reading that quote and I was like, but that's not how the comic ends. The screenwriter did not understand the ending of the comic. And for some reason, even though Tom King is in the writer's room and is a consultant on the DC Universe, apparently nobody passed the script over to Tom King because Tom King confirmed 2 years ago that, no, this was not an ambiguous ending. I wrote it as such and even provided the script details of, like, this is how the ending is, which completely conflicts with how the screenwriter perceived it, which means this entire project's starting point was off of a misinterpretation of the final scene or the final main story beat in this comic. And nobody caught this at any stage of production? That is insane!
So this is last warning because I think it's a good tradition to go to spoilers because it's honestly the thing that killed the movie for me.
I mean, it's got to be it because we know we need to talk about the DC news, but I'm just going to put the clown up and I'm going to put spoilers up. And if you guys want to come back for the DC news, but we just got to do all the Supergirl stuff first. I can't do this otherwise.
All right. So we'll give you 5 seconds. So all right,
5
seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1. All right. It's spoilers, okay? Spoilers. Again, if you even hear the spoiler and still want to see the movie, I'm not going to say it actually kills the movie, to be honest, because you might want to know going in. So there is a big part of this movie that's all about how Ruthie wants to kill Creme of the Yellow Hills for killing her family. In the comics, she only had a father that died, but in the movie, they're like, give him an entire family.
Oh yeah, because I heard I dislike that because it makes in the comic from what I seen, it makes Ruthie's revenge even more pointless because like she had a family. She didn't even have to ruin her life to go out on this quest. She has a family still. Don't waste your life by going out on revenge when you see where you could still be with your family. Here, it's just a generic revenge story. It's just my family's dead. I'm going to revenge them. And stuff like that. Like,
right. I want to talk about that real quick because the chat brought it up. Blade Raider said, so how much did James Gunn love the Clayface script now that I put any weight into it? And Jay Pocket mentioned, but to be fair, Mike Flanagan's actually a good screenwriter, so I have more confidence in that than Supergirl. But also, James Gunn hired somebody to do rewrites on the Clayface script. So the Supergirl script is amazing. Is just and watching the movie, I'm not seeing it, and it's making me a little concerned. But let's get to the ending. So the original comic, the point of the original comic is that Supergirl tells Ruthie, revenge is not worth it. It will do more damage to you. You will never feel satisfied because it cannot bring your family back, right? Or cannot bring your father back. That's the original comic version. And Ruthie ultimately does not kill Creme. That is the ending of that story. She does not kill Creme. So the thing is you got that. But in the movie, Supergirl's like, you can't kill Creme. The revenge isn't worth it. It's not going to make anything better. It'll just destroy you. And then she goes and kills Creme anyways. Completely making Supergirl look like a complete hypocrite, completely undermining the moral of the story, completely undermining the original point of the story, that was that you have to stop the cycle of violence because a cycle of violence will just continue to hurt people. And it's all because Ann Nogueira read the original comic and thought that Creme died in the end. And we have quotes to prove this. Because the comic has a whole bit where he's put into the Phantom Zone and then they pull him back out, and Ruthie's an old woman and she's given the choice, do you want to kill him or not? And she just whacks him with her cane. He lives because she's like, he's done enough. I've lived my life. I don't need to kill him. That gives me no satisfaction. So the thing is, Ann Nogueira said, because the comic ends with Ruthie killing him, it does not. But in the far, far future, we knew we weren't able to do that time jump, and I find it's quite a dark ending of the comic. No, it's not. It's a hopeful ending. He essentially...
What? No, say that again. What?
She says that she finds that Ruthie killing Creme at the end of the comic, this misconception she's had in her head, is a dark ending of the comic. And Supergirl killing him in the movie isn't a dark ending?
Like then, did you not read ahead then? Oh no, they didn't read it. But
so anyways, and she kills him anyways because she still has this anger. No, that's not what the freaking story is. I hate that I'm defending a Tom King comic so much because he's probably my least favorite writer in comic books, but this drives me insane.
That isn't, yeah, I mean, that isn't the bigot. I know he has his own problems, but like I dislike him as a writer.
I dislike him as a writer, and I also probably disliked whatever he did in the CIA after 9/11, but that's a whole different conversation. Yeah. So the thing is, this is what's so insane is that, and I gotta give credit to people on Twitter for pulling this up immediately, is that, yeah, Ann Nogueira says the ending of Supergirl was decided early on because the comic begins with Ruthie killing Creme. That's not what happens. Tom King said, this is not supposed to be ambiguous. Creme is supposed to be alive at the end. I went and looked at that podcast. I listened to the quote. He read the script. It is very clear. The thing is, the narration box says that Supergirl killed Creme because Ruthie is narrating from an unreliable narrative perspective of a book she wrote about her adventure with Supergirl, where they told everybody that Supergirl killed Krem because that's the explanation for where he went instead of putting him into the Phantom Zone. Then, when she's old, she whacks him with his cane and he's still alive. She doesn't need to kill him. It does not make her any better. She's lived her life. She already had a family to return to. In the movie, Ruthie has no family because the entire family's killed.
Oh, I said she has an aunt, apparently.
She has an aunt, apparently. And so she's like, I have to. And here's the thing. I gotta tell you, I don't want to make any accusations, but every time I hear an Asian woman talk about restoring honor to her family, or an Asian character in anything talking about restoring the honor to family, I groan a little bit because I know that is an old stereotype that keeps coming back up, doesn't it, Ryan?
Like you can do it with tech. I think Zuko and Avatar, for example, where you can still do it with tack, but this didn't have tack at all.
Yep. So the thing is, the screenwriter, right? And this is the thing, is because she says from the jump they decided this was going to be the ending of the movie. If the screenwriter didn't understand the comic they're adapting, and she's writing Wonder Woman, I want her to stop writing Wonder Woman. I am terrified if this was her interpretation of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow.
We're adapting Tom King's Wonder Woman run.
Yeah. Blade Runner came up with a conclusion me and Ryan talked about earlier, which is that Lobo should have killed Krem. Because
yes,
Lobo's in the movie only because he's hunting a bounty. But the bounty's not Krem for some reason. It's one of his side guys.
Lackeys. It's one of his lackeys.
Why not have Krem be the guy Lobo is hunting and let him kill Krem? Problem solved. But no, they decide on this ending instead. And what it does is that Supergirl puts on the suit for the first time, murders a guy after talking about how killing him won't solve anything, then goes home back to Earth and be like, hey, Clark, I'll just go be Supergirl now. And I'm like, what? You murdered somebody wearing Clark's symbol, because in this universe, that symbol is not the House of El crest like it is sometimes in other adaptations. That symbol is only Superman's symbol. Kara murdered somebody with Superman's symbol on her chest.
I hated it so much, man, because I am one of those Superman should never, for family in general, should not kill. Oh, dang! Because again, yeah, the symbol, the S shield represents hope. It represents you can trust them. You want to be them. You look up to them, and having one of them kill like that, and especially there's a lot of
straight up murder. Like, it's not like the Zod, the Zod thing from Man of Steel. They wrote it that Superman had no choice but to kill Zod, so he wouldn't kill that family. And Clark is anguished about it. Kara here does not care, and there's not a conversation. The thing is, if they wanted to go down this path, which Blade Runner mentioned, type Western tropes, I totally agree. Like, the original Woman of Tomorrow is based on True Grit and all that. But the thing is, the Western trope, the thing is, she is telling Ruthie the entire movie that murder is not the solution, and then she does murder anyways, and there's not a conversation about it. Because if there was a conversation right after where Ruthie's like, you hypocrite, you told me that murder wasn't the way to solve this, and you did it anyways, if that was a character myth, and it was supposed to be a story, fine, but it's never addressed. They move on like it didn't happen.
I think especially it was even more frustrating because someone pointed out in their own review, but they're kind of treating Supergirl's the angel on Ruth's shoulder and Lobo on her shoulder, especially in the prison scene. Ruth's in prison, you have Lobo in the other cage. I like the idea, honestly, of Lobo being the devil on the shoulder. Well, I guess they're both devils then. Because God,
and they don't do anything with it. There's so many ideas that could have made a great movie, and they don't go there anywhere, probably because, no offense, Ann Nogueira, she's not written that many screenplays. I don't think she had the experience to do this nuanced of a take on a movie, and so the entire thing comes off childish and edgelordy.
Because I think because I don't like the Zod snap at all in Man of Steel, but at the very least they treat it with some tact in terms of Superman. He had no
Henry
choice.
Cavill's best acting moment in his career is that scream after killing Zod.
Yeah. With this in Supergirl, it's treated as a hell yeah moment. You're supposed to pump your fists in the air, going yeah, Kara, you did it. I hate that. The idea that you have to be rootful for a super family member killing and not even like accidental kill or
If
no choice.
if this was a
choice
different
kill.
movie and it was a Red Hood movie and you had Jason Todd murder somebody in the same way, Batman would never associate with them again.
Mhm.
But yet,
Yeah, like
Clark, and also Clark does not know that Kara did this.
yeah, and just I hate it so much. As someone who like, as a man fan and a super family fan, and knows you so much because as much as I don't like the Lyndon Carter Supergirl stuff, at least she still keeps. She usually tries to keep that like same.
Linda Danvers Supergirl is still trying to be a good person. That's kind of her like
Yeah,
redemption arc, and Matrix is helping her along the way. But
yeah, because
yeah,
again, the super that S shield, the House of L or House of Clark or where you want to, or wherever you want to call the S shield, is a symbol. It is a symbol of hope. Anybody who from Kara to Steel to John to Connor, anybody who wields that S logo, it means something.
yep.
And my problem with this film, with the Clark stuff, is is the fact that there's no meaning to it. It's just an outfit Clark wear because what does he say? Like, oh, this outfit
This is
means
how
we're the good
people know we're
guys.
good guys. And
No,
then
which I
Kara
don't
murders
like.
somebody with while wearing it.
Yeah, which first, I don't like that line. I don't know. I feel like that something about that line bugs me personally a little bit.
It has we need to tell them we're one of the good ones, like something
Yeah,
Professor X would say in his early days.
yeah, it feels weird to hear Clark say that. But like, why is Kara Supergirl in this universe? There is why Kara. There's no moment where Kara sees the good that Clark does and becomes Supergirl. There's Peacemaker, which we're gonna get into the problem with the DC universe now, but like thanks to Peacemaker, we know that Supergirl is an established hero in the DC universe. In the in this new DC universe. Well, there is we from all the Flash, she wasn't like was she inspired by her family to become a hero? Was it she inspired by Clark? Nothing. We don't know why she's Supergirl. There is no meaning in her wearing the outfit,
Nope.
and I don't like that. I feel like that's the thing. Like even they went with like I wouldn't even take it. It was a mantle for her family, but it wasn't because again in this universe, what we know the Superman the S shield and everything is from Clark himself,
Yep.
and that just annoys me so much as a Superman fan
Mr.
because
Tanuki brings up a good point. Said, I'd also have been fine with her killing Krim in a fight, but stabbing him in the throat while he's on his back is over the line. That is what
yes,
I. That's
because
what I meant. That's what also I
he's
meant with my Red
defenseless.
Hood comment earlier. The thing with Jason
He,
Todd Red Hood, people are like, oh, he killed people. How can Batman be okay with it? Batman's not okay with it, but he's accepting of it because the context is important. There is, Kaus knows this as a Punisher fan, right?
Yeah.
The Punisher kills people. He doesn't murder people, right?
Yeah.
Right, like he
and
goes after specific
It's
people, but
yeah.
do you
usually when Jason,
but let's go to Jason Todd. Jason Todd did a bunch of killing of criminals, but he was not they were not unarmed, beaten,
Exactly.
laying on the ground and then killing them
Punish.
anyways.
That's the thing with Punisher. He's not like
Yeah.
I want to end their life. That's just it. It's usually it's because and he's like
most of
put you down.
most of the time when Jason
'Cause-
or Frank kills
Or
someone, it's usually
Wolverine.
in
They were just talking about this in the Insomniac game. That the Insomniac developers were like, we had to we made sure that Logan is doing the most efficient way to kill people because he needs to get them out of the way. They're bad people. They need to go down, but he doesn't take any joy in it.
yeah. When
Supergirl
Jason kills,
enjoys killing Krim.
yeah, it was again. It's meant to be a
Again,
hell
she
yeah.
doesn't have a moment where she's like, I'm killing you so that Ruthie doesn't have this on her conscience. It's not self-sacrificing. She's like, this is for my dog.
This is for my dog, and
Like-
this is this is for my dog, and it was like this was something else stupid.
Something it has something to do with the human trafficking plot they added in for no reason.
Yeah, yeah, and it was very it was distasteful to me as a Superman fan.
Yeah.
It just it was just
And as a
again,
movie and as a script, it completely negates what the entire movie was going for.
and again, none of this would happen if they just let Lobo kill him. Because again, the way how the scene was shot, you have Kara was telling Ruby not to kill him. Lobo's in the distance watching, and after you could have easily done after Rufy, you could have a scene where Rufy walks away. Kara has the sword. Kara thinks about killing him because again, the whole idea of the comic, for understand, is the test. How much can Kara stands Prem's insanity because
Yeah.
you know he does some really awful stuff, and that's the big thing.
But he's not a
is the
trafficker in the comic. I felt like they added this element of him being a trafficker and basically being
they
a
get
Morton
totally
Joe from Mad Max Fury Road just to justify killing him.
yeah. So you could have to see where Kara's like debating, and then you could have like a nice flashback of Clark telling her, "We don't kill because you know we don't kill people. You know we're supposed to be the best of men. We were meant to show be hope for the people and all this stuff. Because you know because you know people can't view us as gods, and we need to show them that no, we're not. We're not judging, you know, all that stuff." And she decides,
Hmm.
"I'm not gonna kill you. I'm the better person." Then Lobos rides his motorcycle with his hook, slices Krem's head off, and rides
Bags it and takes it to
into
his
the
bounty. Yeah.
down, and he like laughing. There we go.
Hell, there
That's
was
how
a
it should.
scene where Krem was falling over the edge, and I was like, why didn't you just have him fall to his death?
Yeah,
Disney movie
that
style.
should have been how that should have been done. You don't even do that many rewrites. It was right there. They frame it like that, and that what frustrates me the most because they did not. It's the easy way out. They went with the easy way out, and that's why Superman.
AR also
That's
said,
why.
what if Kara just used the sword to like tack him to the ground on the first step? Well, the sword was important to Ruthie, but my thing was I came up with this is my thing is I forgot it's a line from a movie which is break your legs and make you walk back. Like she could have just like shot Krem in the legs with the heat vision and left him, you know, like make it really hard for him to climb back, but not be the one to murder him, you know. Like if she like the thing is there's so many ways to go about it. Like, they could have just stranded him on that planet. That planet had nothing else going on. They destroy all the ships. He can't go anywhere.
All his crew was dead practically.
Yeah, everybody else was dead. There was no way he could have gotten off that planet. So I think it would have been, you know, that honestly would have been better just to take the antidote, leave them, blow up the ships, take the last one out of there, and then be gone.
Okay, I mentioned before I hate the green sun thing.
As a
That
thing
was just
from the
another.
comic, but it was so poorly utilized in the movie
No,
that
you
I
mean-
was like,
bro-
that's not right. Even my
Well-
dad knows about the Green Sun thing from Silver Age Superman comics, and he was like, that's not how it works.
Well, because here's the thing: it's the classic case of that Doctor Manhattan meme. Like it was in the comic. The comics sucked.
Yeah.
thing because that was from Silver Age era stuff.
But
That
also,
stuff is
it's
not-
like you're on a green sun makes it act like kryptonite until the yellow sun comes back. Like, so just camp out. It's not that big of a deal. But they didn't establish that it would transition to yellow sunlight, so you're just like, oh, I guess Kara's screwed.
I think because if I run with the green sun thing, it bugs the shit out of me. How it works.
I have no
And
idea how it works.
Because the reason why the Kryptonians are weak to kryptonite because they're radiation
Yeah.
from their planet. How does that work with the green sun? Does it radiate radiation beams down to people, the Kryptonians, or something like that? That bugged me so much. Like it just there's so many things what they do to Kara in this film that bugs me. Where like again, we talk about she getting neutered. The fact that she was poisoned, and so she was weakened, even though. Oh no, that's yellow sun energy was coming down on her pretty nicely. I'm pretty sure that should have gotten healed fast.
My mom said, how could she even be stabbed with needles to be poisoned?
You're right. You're right. You're right. That should have just been dunk off of her.
As AR says, the green sun thing sucks. Also, the 4th time she's unpowered out of 6.
Yes.
Every time she gets a step up, it's weird. The most competent fight scene she has is when she's drunk on a red sun planet. That's when she looked the strongest. And I was like, I don't know how you're throwing that guy without your powers, but go for it.
And then and we had the moment where she's like, "I'm Supergirl." She's wearing we get the big shot of her Supergirl outfit. Finally, she beats some guys up. Krem poisons her with kryptonite dart. Like only a few minutes in, and then Lobo comes in to save the day. That annoyed the shit out of me so much. Like what the hell?
Also, I don't want to say anything about Jason Momoa because I don't know if this was his choice, but it was weird that most of Lobo's fights were him sitting down.
I mean that's Lobo. I feel like he's that kind of guy to just shit, to beat the shit.
I'm spoiled by Krypton Lobo. I gotta tell you guys, if you haven't seen Krypton, that's like the best Lobo.
I mean,
he's also Scottish, which is amazing.
Look, if Jason Momoa was all on foot and legging on during the Minecraft movie, I don't think it was that.
It was just like weird that again, they just underutilized him.
Also, going back to crypto, with the first up for me again, care for Crypto at all, even though like she's her dog, and there was no connection there, and she didn't really have any bonding. I do not believe that Ruth looks up to Kara because there wasn't that moment where it bonded. There was a scene where it was meant to be the bonding scene. Talked about her backstory on and on Eldor, Eldor and stuff like that. But it wasn't effective. Also, like it's a personal thing, but I don't like the origin changes. I didn't like that she was not born on Krypton
No, she
and such
wasn't.
like that.
And it's
Like,
just it's unnecessary changes that are just like, we can't have a wormhole. I'm like, we just had a movie last year with a freaking kaiju monster is in it.
And Superman goes to Ultra Dimension with Crypto. Like,
yeah,
Crypto. Like for being Kara's dog, Superman cared way more about, like, had more emotion for Crypto. Again, where's the dog, Lex? Where's the dog? And all that stuff. Like,
that's the thing about this movie that's so frustrating, is not just that it's like, if this movie came out in 2016, I don't think we'd have as many complaints. But this is coming out 1 year after we got a Superman movie that felt like the comics. That we have a CEO of DC Studios always talking about making things better than before and doing things better. And then we just got a movie that's just the same shit we've seen before. Like, nothing's different. Nothing's changed. We're in the same boat. We had Superman was a fluke.
And the more sad. Like, honestly, I was never this frustrated with any of the DCU movies like this.
Because
Like,
the DCU movies never promised anything.
Wonder is like Wonder Woman 87 and like Shazam for the Gods and all that stuff. Worse movies, yeah, I can.
Yeah, they're all worse movies, but
like I did not as frustrated. A little bit of Shazam.
Sorry, K-Boy asked, does Supergirl have a bad needle drop in the film? Oh, it's got like 7 needle drops and like only 2 of them worked.
Oh yeah, I don't think
everybody's talking about the final battle one, but like most of the others didn't work either.
Oh yeah, because that final one just did not work at all. Because I think that sure.
I have a quote about that. You want me to get some quotes up? I want to pull some quotes up here. First of all,
yeah,
the Supergirl director did not want to do the comic book. He said I didn't want to just do the comic book, and talked about how he read the script first before he read the comic, which is why the visuals of the comic didn't influence the movie.
How can you see?
So
look at
frustrating.
The comic
My God, if James Gunn's going to be a CEO of a studio and insist that they're adapting comics directly, you, James Gunn, have to be the boss and say, you're reading the comic, then you're reading the script, and then you're going to tell me what you're going to put into this movie. That's just how it works. That's how it works when you're the boss. You're supposed to make hard decisions and make people do things. Like, come on.
yeah, like, because it's not like...
Next thing I did want to mention, because I forgot to mention this earlier, Tom King's in the writer's room. Did I mention that they didn't run the script by Tom King at all?
Yes.
Yeah. That's something that's just like, I can't believe that didn't happen. Also, Craig Gillespie is essentially throwing James Gunn under the bus because everybody was making memes about the final song choice, and Craig Gillespie's like, we went through 45 songs and James Gunn picked that last one.
It's weird because I think Gunn's music picks are usually so weird. I think Gunn's
I think Gunn lost his touch. I'm going to be totally honest, because the needle drops in Peacemaker were awful. So Peacemaker season 2, like they didn't. I was like, what's going on here? But
look, we peaked with Punk Rocker Rock. That song's like
we did.
One of my favorite songs.
Also, it's weird because it's a cover of the song "The Middle," which is only seemingly there because we had our second action scene that focuses on Ruthie's face while you can't see anything going on around her.
It was not. Yeah, it was not good. That final battle was not.
And
good
not a single person. They went through 45 songs, but not a single person said, "Hey, maybe we just let the score keep playing instead of randomly cutting it off to play a song."
I mean, was there a score?
There was a score playing, and it hard cuts into a song. And I was like, you didn't need a song here. You could have just left the score playing. Also, yeah, there was a score. They went through 3 composers on this movie.
Oh yeah, I remember we were talking about that during the news. The news a lot of times. Like, you keep changing composer. Hey, that's why I don't remember. They keep changing them.
Yep, they didn't know what they were doing. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna turn off the clown.
I think because I think the last thing I had to say was Supergirl.
Yeah, let's do last thoughts on Supergirl. We're gonna move on to the DC Studio stuff.
I think the last thing I have of Supergirl is, I do not care if it's not 1-to-1 to the comics because as long as it was doing its own, it fits with the story they're telling in the universe you're in. My Image of Superman has a lot of changes from the comics, and
Yep.
I do not mind because they're telling their own story and it's working really damn well. I know a lot of con fans got really up in the bitty that the Superboy in the show is
I haven't
John
seen the
Dent.
episode yet, but I got a little uppity for about 5 minutes.
But like it's slow, like it's slow Clark's baby.
Yeah.
It's
It makes sense in
and
the story for it to be John. I haven't seen the episode. I just had to look it up. I was like, "What do you mean it's not Khan? It looks like Khan." I'm like, "Oh no, actually this makes sense. He's Trunks.
yeah, no, he's Trunks.
That's why he has
but
the
also-
jacket. Is he's Trunks? That's it."
Yeah.
Like,
And also, look, as one of John Kent's few fans, Connor has just a more better costume.
he does.
So like,
yeah.
look, I don't mind them making him. I love the fan name, John Connaughton Kent or something like that.
I think everybody's calling him
Next
John or Kent.
Alongside
Tim Todd.
Tim Todd.
Tim Todd
Tim
from
Todd.
New Batman Adventures.
Adventures, yep.
Yep.
Look, we got the we be keeping the Robin amalgamation. It's finally time we get the Superboy amalgamation.
Yep.
Oh yeah, again, like like my Image of Supergirl, Kara, is a very different adaptations, and she's honestly very similar to New 52 Cyborg Superman in terms of her backstory, but that version of the character is it's a fantastic version of the character because
And she fits the core theme of the character. That's the important part to me.
She's according to the character. Her story's fantastic, and she's a delicious.
The My Adventures of Superman creative team, to me, are people that feel like they read and understood the comics and made their own spin on it.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people are very mixed on the villain in My Avengers, but I think overall, like you don't have to like the designs, but I think overall they work in the story they're telling, and they feel enough like the characters they're basing on. That's what I care more about, and I think that's why My Adventures work because it's a very different adaptation, but it is still Superman at the end of the day. Where Supergirl does not feel like a Superman project to me at
And
all.
it does
There's
not feel like the
nothing-
follow-up to last year's Superman movie.
Yeah,
Which it
at all.
is.
Yeah, and that's my overall problem with Supergirl.
I will also say AR brings up a point about James Gunn being too busy, and that's actually one of our next topics. All right, we're going to stop talking about Supergirl. We've made our thoughts clear. And I think it's time to talk about James Gunn. And let's talk about DC Studios. And I want to start with one of the most insane things I've ever seen go down on Twitter. All right? So James Gunn's been doing this thing where he only posts really on Threads. But he posts on Twitter and all social media the first comic appearances of the characters he's been using, right? So he's been doing this. He's like, oh, here's Mr. Terrific, here's Hawkgirl, etc. His boy, Rick Flag Sr., who he's put in every project except for Supergirl so far. Rick Flag Sr.
That'd be really funny to shoot him in the movie, like he's in space or some dumb reason.
Yeah, I was a little weird he didn't show up. So he was like, oh, Rick Flag Sr. is proof that in a world full of metahumans, a determined human can be one of the toughest people in the room, especially when he's played by the one and only Frank Grillo. All right, James, just marry him already. Anyways.
First up, weird that you not, I don't
know. His first comic appearance was in The Brave and the Bold 25, written by Robert Kanigher with pencils by Ross Andrew and inks by Mike Esposito. James, that was the debut of Rick Flag Jr., Rick Flag Sr. debuted in Secret Origins 14. He got community noted on Twitter about the character that he likes so much that he puts in everything when nobody else gives a shit.
That's like me getting Punisher's debut comic wrong.
Yeah, it's like me saying that like Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider debuted in Ghost Rider #1 from 1990.
Where did Mr. Aztec appear first appeared in Mr. Santa?
Aztec first appeared in Aztec #1 from 1994. Actually, might have gotten the year wrong. I'm gonna be totally honest. I actually don't. I'm very bad with years.
You're worse than God himself.
The thing is, I'm not the head of DC Studios, and I would double check it on a Google search before I posted it. Rick Flag Jr. is the character that he really wanted to adapt, but because he killed him off in the Suicide Squad for whatever reason, we got Rick Flag Sr. But the fact that he didn't have an accurate tweet, and the fact he hasn't taken it down either.
Again, it's so funny because There's none of this would the whole senior junior thing wouldn't happen if they just fully rebooted the universe.
Yes, exactly. He could have just rebooted the
Yeah.
universe if he didn't want to work with Joel Kinnaman, which just feels like the only reason he killed him off.
Which again, if you want, if for Peacemaker, so use John Cena. You didn't need to continue. You didn't
Yeah.
need to make season 2 a continuation of season 1. Just make it our Peacemaker season and stuff like that.
Jay Pocket says an Arxis in Japan got Carnage's first comic appearance correct for a Tokon teaser, but Gunn didn't. What that mean? I mean, again, a Google search, check a wiki. It's not hard. I check wikis all the time for first appearances when I do videos. Again, the fact this tweet is still up and he never corrected it, even though he has Twitter Blue and could totally do that. It's just insane to me. But also, we're going to talk about the DC animation announcements, because that led to the second James Gunn controversy of the week. Third. First was Supergirl script wasn't good, like the way he said it. Second was the Rick Flag Sr. thing. Third was the big one.
So as much as the announcements are cool, what's reminding you that technically none of these shows are picked up yet?
Yeah, there's only a couple.
I'm
I'm going to go through. I'm going to actually use this banner here. All right, let's talk about it.
a lot of yeah. I think objectively these are damn cool, and I am excited for them. But we need that for a long while.
We need to talk about like the full scope of what they did, because this is the state of play of an animation department.
Because he's saying, a lot of, if it was beforehand, fine, we'll be all excited because it'll all be next. But ever since all the buyouts and buyouts and everything, all these DC shows are being out everywhere else. So there's no guarantee that these shows are being made. Definitely. Are we gonna see them for a while? Who knows?
Are we ever going to see them?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to discuss this. So first of all, this is the Annecy Film Festival in France, is where they were having all these announcements.
So you wonder where all the animation news came from last week?
Yep.
That's where.
It was Annecy. It's a big deal. They had this banner up for DC and Warner Animation, which looks great. But we're going to talk about these shows one by one. Let's start with things that are actually coming out. All right. We got our first trailer for Batman Nightfall Part 1, Nightfall. I know, it's a weird title. That's how they title the omnibuses. So we actually have a DC direct-to-video animated movie that's adapting the comic without a bunch of weird changes, from what we can tell, using the art style of the comic as a basis for the animation style, and seemingly just being a standalone thing not connected to other movies. Are we back? Are we back? Maybe. IGN gave it a 9. It was the last time I saw IGN give something a 9. So, I don't know. It was possibly great. Now, I will say, movie looks really good. I think Anson Mount getting to do Batman again is great. I think the fact that Tim Drake is prominent, like he was in the comic, is great.
All our TV fans were excited. Like, yes!
Yeah.
Tim Drake! Also, I mean, Bane looks great in this film. Also,
yep, Bane looks great. The art style looks really good. It's very Kelly Jones inspired.
Bruce Bochner's in the film.
Bruce Bossleitner is playing Commissioner Gordon. Tron's back, baby. Also, man, Disney really could have gotten him for Tron Ares. He's still working.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the shot of Azrael Batman has so much sauce in it. It was like they looked at X-Men '97 and went, "Oh shit, they're beating us."
It's just kind of nice to get proper like a nicer proper actually first adaptation of Azrael.
Please stick the landing and prove that Crisis on Infinite Earths was just a fluke of the writer and directors, because it's the same writer and director as the Crisis trilogy. Please prove it was a fluke. Please prove that the connected universe was the bad part, and it's not that you're untalented. That's my only hope. But I mean, otherwise, it looks really good. I have to go in going cautiously optimistic because of the people working on it. But otherwise,
I guess to be devil's advocate, Crisis. I think a Crisis. The way how they were doing the Crisis adaptation was always going to be a hard hill to make.
Yeah, I think the Crisis adaptation is terrible. But a lot of its problems is coming from its connected universe issues. And also for the fact that, clearly from what we could tell from the spines trying to spell DC Universe, Crisis was not supposed to be the 7th, 8th, and 9th movie. It was supposed to be way down the line. So I give the creators some leeway. That's the thing about creators. Give them a second shot, see what they produce. This is their second shot. Let's see what they produce. I'm excited. The trailer's doing a lot. Makes me happy. Also, the trailer does have scenes from all 3 movies, as of note, because, like, Nightwing's there fighting as real Batman, which is not happening in the first movie. That's definitely part 3. But it looks great. And Anson Mount previously voiced Batman in the Injustice movie that I like to forget happened.
It was a good voice for Batman, just in a horrible film.
Yep. So I'm very excited about this. This is actually probably the thing I'm most excited about out of all our DC animation news, because I think it looks like we might be returning to the way that DC animated movies used to be made, when they first started, which was, I loved when they would take an art style and animate it, like they did for New Frontier, they did for Superman, Batman, all those. Like, I thought that was a cool thing, and I miss that we don't do that anymore. So to see us go back to that, exciting. All right. Time to complain again. So, who's excited for Caped Crusader Season 2?
I love BTAS.
Are you?
I do. I sure do love BTAS's reheated nachos.
We got a trailer, and
man, I tell you, man, because I've been rewatching the Batman with my partner his first time seeing it. And God, that show is so good, man. That
it's
show
so
has
good and so underrated.
The show has the sauce, man. And then, like, because we finished season 1, or at least the Clayface finale. Like, they did the thing where they combined season 1 and 2, because I guess it's like one production order scenario like that. But like in my brain, it's like that's for the season 1 finale in my head. And like, man, like first of all, Ethan Bennett, one of the most underrated Clayface's stories, man. Love that character. And also, like, man, because the trailer came out, I'm like, okay, let me refresh myself, because it has already been years since season 1. So I go, like, what was season 1 like? So I rewatched the Clayface episode. Mind you, that is one of the better episodes of the season. So boring as hell. God, I forgot how boring this show was.
This show is just not for me, and I wanted I wanted to like it, but I just can't vibe with it. And the only thing I like in this trailer is I like the Riddler logo being riddled in bullets. That's cute, but I've seen that before.
Even then, Gangster Riddler's boring, man.
I'm excited for Joker, because if they actually adapt Golden Age Joker for the first time, I will really appreciate that, because I really like Golden Age Joker.
Yeah, it's cool. No, man, I want the clown to be a clown again. I want him to be funny. Like,
I will also be totally honest. One of the things that has killed my excitement about this show was the episode where they had all the Robins be orphans, except they're never going to be Robin because the people making the show don't like Robin. And I gotta tell you, like, a big red flag for me of people working on Batman stuff is when they say I don't like Robin. Like, Robin has existed for the entire history of Batman minus 11 months. It is an integral part of the character. Why do we keep avoiding Robin just because Batman and Robin was a poorly received movie?
It's so funny.
I don't get it.
It's so funny because I remember hearing the commentaries or interviews during BTAS on the DVDs. They said, "Oh, we didn't want to write Robin. We didn't care about Robin." And yet, I think their Robin, like their version.
It's the same thing with Batman Beyond. They hated Max, but wrote her really great episodes. Like, and the thing is, sometimes you are just there are some people that are just so talented that even when they don't like a character, they still write good stuff for them.
Yeah, so weird. I think also Spider Noir has spoiled me, because that show showed me that you can still do this gangster 1940s or whatever time, the old time.
Make it interesting and fun.
Yeah, fun, and still keep the comic book elements. The fact that the Riddler from this trailer, from my scene, is just a gangster is so boring. Why is he not doing the clue? You can still make him a gangster. Why doesn't he just talk like this? Little mean this, Batman. Yeah, and
I think also another factor I will say is that the reason why Spider Noir also works is because Spider-Man didn't exist in the 40s. So seeing what's a 40s Spider-Man pulp hero version like that's interesting. Caped Crusader is like, what if Batman was in the 40s? And it's like, well, first of all, BTAS already did that. Second of all, I don't know, there's 10 years of Batman comics that took place in the 40s. And then the thing that frustrates me is they don't adapt. Like, if this was like, we're going to adapt 40s Batman, right? Like, we're going to do those comics, that would be great. Instead, they're doing what if Harley Quinn in the 40s? What if Riddler in the 40s? Like, no, why don't you do some of those weird ass crime bosses? Like, why don't you do the Hugo Strange and the Monsterman story? What do you do the Chemical Syndicate storyline? What if you go read Golden Age comics and pull ideas from it instead of just taking things from the modern and then just putting them through a filter?
And is it? Bro, you look at Golden Age Batman, it was wacky shit. Why is it all boring? It's my problem with
that's the thing is, like, it's everything is just crime bosses, and you know, BTAS was more fun. This is just dull to me because it's the flanderized version of Batman that Christopher Nolan created that a bunch of people got in their heads is that's what Batman is, which is not.
No. This is Taker is literally what grown adults thought BTAS was. Well,
no, that's what it is.
And realize,
it's what grown adults remember BTAS is without ever going back and actually watching it.
Because BTAS is a fantastic show. I love BTAS. But I think people refuse to remember it was a kid's show still. Yes, it did.
Christmas with the Joker was episode 2. Episode 1 was Man Bat.
Yeah, people forget that BTAS, while having very dark storylines, very mature storylines, had no adult themes, was still a kid show at the end of the day, so it did goofy crap like Batman's in my basement.
Yes.
And such like that. And that's my problem with Take Crusader. It's the fact that...
And then the fact it's also made by the people that made that show.
No, only Bruce Timm. We don't have Paul Dini.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. It's only Bruce Timm. He didn't bring the talent along. Sorry, that was really mean. That was mean. I'm sorry, but like, there's a lot of reasons that like the best stuff that Bruce Timm ever made was the stuff he made with Paul Dini and Alan Burnett.
Those two, like, and like all the other DC. A lot of what made the DC great, it wasn't from Bruce Timm. It was Paul D, Alan Burnett, Wayne McDuffie, Dan Reba. All those people made the DCU, and like it really shows because I feel like having it really. I don't want to say Bruce has yes men, but he over the years he really got that.
Batman and Harley Quinn is a perfect example.
Bruce Timm has really gotten that. Oh, it's Bruce Timm. He made the DCAU. No, it wasn't just him. It was everybody else, but no one gives him the credit.
It was the entire Tiny Toons production team that made the DCAU, not just Bruce Timm. Also, yes, they all came from Tiny Toons.
Yeah, gotta look through the trailer again. Like, oh god, Poison Ivy design bugs me because it's so boring. You do realize
it's so
that,
boring.
Like,
IGN didn't even put a screenshot.
Yeah, because you do like what's boring about Poison Ivy is like I get she's probably not got the plant theme powers, but you do realize that there's dresses. Like there's dresses that she's wearing that has floral patterns on it that you can get the illusion of looking like Poison Ivy. Because when I first saw the trailer, I thought that was Morgan Le Fay. To be honest, I thought it was Morgan Le Fay because it didn't look anything by Ivy besides being green and redhead and such. And
I was not even gonna go Morgan Le Fay. You know, what I'm gonna go with.
Oh, who?
DCAU Cersei.
Yeah, that too. Well,
the thing is, I didn't catch Poison Ivy off this. Also, if you're doing a 40s aesthetic, 40s did not have mesh wear for women's dresses.
Acronyms in my show?
Yeah.
Yeah. King Crusader is like the most, kind of like Supergirl, the most frustrating thing to me because instead of having like a Batman show that either adapts the Golden Age like it is the goofiness that it was, or having a modern Batman show for fans and kids that adapts modern stories and it is modern characters. It's like there's some people who literally do not know who Duke Thomas, Cassandra Cain, Stephanie Brown is because they hadn't been used in wider material. Because stuff they were in, like Stephanie Brown, Cassandra, are only in for the adult only stuff like Young Justice
or Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights and such. And because that's the thing, like the Batman and Brave and the Bold and such that were my introductions to the greater DC universe and such, and that made me a DC fan today.
My adventure Wayne Family Adventures is like one of the most popular webtoons of all time, and the fact that DC doesn't want to use the Bat Family and stuff just drives me up a wall.
Yeah, because the Bat Family, I love Bruce as a character, but the Bat Family adds to Bruce's character because again, he's a and finally a legacy of the Dark Knight. His main message is that the family connection. Because Bruce was a child born out of tragedy, and he takes his frustration. His main goal is not to have another child like him, and he ended up creating a family his own at the end of for what he's done. and that frustrates me not having the Bat Family at all in these media. Honestly, that's why I'm kind of excited for the Nightfall adaptation.
Yeah, we got Robin and Nightwing in it.
And Nightwing in it.
Catwoman should show up too because she's in the comic.
Yeah, like having the Bat
Yeah.
the Bat Family matters. I think that's the Bat Family matters. I'm kind of tired of people not caring for them because they're honest. I just think Batman's a more interesting character when he has the Bat
The
Family.
contrast is what makes it interesting. Also, AR said, honestly, James Gunn can win me back more if he makes a Batman that would stay with Ace to comfort her in her final moments. We have that Batman. He's played by Robert Pattinson, and he's stuck in an alternate universe because James Gunn won't just force a merge. The Batman movie's Batman is Batman. It's the character. It's the compassion. It's the character growth of I'm going to put fear in people to, I'm going to give people hope. I'm going to put the people above myself. That's the arc in that movie. It's so freaking brilliant, and it's a perfect parallel to James Gunn's Superman movie, and it frustrates the crap out of me. They're in separate universes.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Yeah, that's the big frustrating point, that he goes so well with Anchor, so Superman is even more frustratingly. And again, what's even more annoying is there's nothing in the Batman that makes you cannot make it into
it would perfectly fit
DCU.
Especially with Supergirl fits worse with Superman than the Batman fits with Superman.
Yeah, honestly, the Batman Superman 2025 feel more like parallel movies than Superman Supergirl, honestly.
All right, let's move on to our next show. So we have our first look at the Starfire series, which we can see Starfire here is basically the Teen Titans design, slightly changed.
There's a bit some confusion because of the shows we're getting into, but I couldn't tell if there were two different shows or one show because they are sort of a little too similar.
Yes, there are two separate shows that look about the same. So Starfire, on paper, sounds pretty good. So Starfire is going to lead a team of alien girls, which consist of Crush. Crush is the daughter of Lobo. Fern, no idea who that is. And Amethyst, Princess of Gem World. That's a character that DC never uses. But Amethyst is cool.
I think it sounds like a Fern Hinden Walsh is coming back to play.
Cartoon?
She did. She had the DC Nation shorts around the time she had a New 52 comic. Yeah.
That's all the attention she gets, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
They're at the end of his cameo on the newest episode of My Adventures.
Oh my god, I love My Adventures.
Alongside a Cortec
so
reference
cool.
next to it.
Oh, that's perfect. But anyways, I think that team lineup sounds awesome. Hinden Walsh is returning to voice Starfire, which is where the Teen Titans influence comes from. I will say this, just as a thing, I don't mind it, but it does look like it's a teenage Starfire, which, this is a thing, I know, I'm over it, but the Teen Titans cartoon made a different character named Starfire than the comic Starfire. And the version we get in adaptations outside of the Dakamu movies is the Teen Titans version, and it's fine to go with that because 99% of the people on this planet know that Starfire, not the comic one. So I get that, and I'm cool with that. But the thing I like is that they're getting lesser-known characters in on her team. There was a short clip of Starfire versus Blackfire that was shown. Lobo, Gotham City, and Thanagarians will all be making an appearance. So it's got wide scope, which I love. Large title cards will be featured to display new locations, creatures, and characters similar to the Suicide Squad. Love that. I love title cards.
I think also because this show really does feel like a new take on.
Let me put the last bit in here. It is described as an 11 minutes kid show. I deflate a little bit. I deflate just a little bit.
I mean, it sounds like it's like a new. I'm dubbing it DC Supergirl's Gen 3. Practically at this point, because if I feel like that, then I personally don't mind all this stuff because, I
don't mind a single thing about this, but the 11-minute runtime on shows it takes a certain skill to pull off the 11-minute runtime on an action show.
I guess it really depends what kind of show it is. If it's like a fun, if it's like DC Supergirls where it's like a fun slice of life with action, then I don't mind the 11-minute format. If it's a story-based one, then that's gonna be a struggle. But
because I remember, the Ben 10 reboot had to keep doing 4-parters. To get a story in.
That's definitely 11-minute format for story-based cartoons is such a struggle. I commend all the writers that had to do that because that's always been a studio mandate for them. And
Rise of the TMNT had to struggle with that. They did a ton of multi-parters on that show too, right?
Yeah. So depending on what the show is, if it's any like DC Supergirls Gen 2,
I think if it's DC Supergirls Gen 3, I think it's gonna be perfect. You know?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's what it is because I think since it's meant for kids and it clearly want to have the same. It probably want the same crowd as Teen Titans Go since the star is practically almost probably the same as
Yep.
star as that show. It's probably gonna be that crowd. They're aiming for that nice like. I mean, they're not gonna get the young girl crowd with Supergirl. I'll tell you that. For
That's
sure.
true. I was glad there was only 10 people in my IMAX theater and no kids because I would have felt bad about any kids in that Supergirl movie theater.
It's so funny because like I don't want to go too much back to Supergirl, but like Captain Marvel, no matter how you feel about the movie, you can understand why little girls love Captain Marvel,
Yeah.
want to be Captain Marvel. I don't think any girl wants to be Supergirl.
So anyways, Starfire show, I think, on paper sounds great. Now, the bummer is that it's being produced, it's in production, it does not have a network pickup. That means it's not guaranteed for HBO Max or Cartoon Network or any. It has no network pickup. There's no one currently set to air this. It's just in production.
At most, it probably will get picked up by Cartoon Network, and they'll probably market it as some kind of Teen Titans Go adjacent thing at the very least. That's at least the hope.
It would be
Who
better if it
knows?
went to somewhere else like Netflix, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like if the Teen Titans Go crossovers with Supergirls Gen 2 didn't say that show, sadly, I don't
No.
think it'll work with this show, sadly.
But yeah. All right, next up. My Adventures with Green Lantern. Also, we have actual confirmation from the creative team on this. This also is in production, but does not have a network yet.
It's just frustrating.
Which is frustrating because you think Adult Swim would pick it up, since they're wearing My Adventures with Superman.
I mean, essentially when we know about what could be season 4.
We will talk about that. It's on the list.
Yep.
So this show is set in Los Angeles at Hal Jordan Memorial High. Hal's dead again. Cool.
Hal's dead again.
Characters like Kyle Rayner, Alex DeWitt, Nikki Jones, and Thomas Rowe will be an important part of Jessica's high school life. Jessica trains in a temple to understand what it means being a Green Lantern. Jessica has to sing the oath to transform. Ali Carvalho, who voices Moana, is the only confirmed voice actor of the show so far. And the show will also feature yellow and red lanterns and is very Sailor Moon inspired from what we can tell from the art.
Because Ali Carvalho also played Jessica in her cameo in My Adventures with Superman. I was really curious about what's the time difference on this because
this has to be. She looked like she was in middle school age.
Middle school, and she's high school.
Yeah,
she's like high school here. I'm really curious what this means for just the adventure universe in general with the time jump. Then, I personally looking forward to this.
Also, I thought that the girl next to Kyle was Joe Mullane first, but then it's not, and I was like, oh, okay.
look. There is, if this show gets pick up and is successful, we could have a Green Lantern Scout. Screw.
We could. For me, as a Green Lantern fan, I look at the list and I'm like, that's not anything from any Green Lantern comic. But the My Adventures crew has proven themselves with Superman to make changes that are still core to the character, so it's all going to be an execution. I'm not gonna damn it off a description.
I'm looking. I really hope this does get picked up because I like the idea of Sailor Moon Green Lantern. You know that should be another DC character. We'll get to.
There's another character that should be a magical girl show, but we'll get to that. Anyways.
Yeah, but like this could be so fun. Now here's the thing: we're just gonna be as dumb as Usagi.
I hope so. It'll be fun. I also do hope they don't cut out Jessica's anxiety again. One of the things that annoys me about adaptations is when they cut her anxiety, because that's one of the reasons why Jessica is one of my favorite Green Lanterns, is that she's somebody with crippling anxiety that overcomes it to use the Green Lantern power to be a hero. And I think that's very inspiring because even if, it doesn't have to be as severe as it is in the comics. And I think that, but it's just low-level anxiety is a thing that a lot of people deal with that isn't acknowledged. And I think it's a great character. And I think it's a good inspiration to kids to be able to overcome your own fears and insecurities because you want to help people. You want to be that hero. And I think it's a good inspiration to have. The My Adventures Superman cameo, J Pocket mentioned. I do think hinted at that she has that bit of nervousness, that bit of unsurety of herself when she goes to ask that question. She seems like she's maybe anxious about it, and I think that would be, that's a good way to go with it. He doesn't have to be anxiety because she watched her friends get murdered in front of her. It can be from any source. It can just
I
be.
think I think her cameo in My Adventures, even though it's a younger version of her, I think it's a good. I think it does give us a good like peek of what her character could be in a show.
Based
And
on that
just from
clip, I'm feeling confident about this show being good.
Yeah, because this could be the case where even if this Green Lantern adaptation isn't like 1-to-1 to the comics, I think I think it definitely will carry the spirit and just vibes and everything about it, which I think perfectly fine because I like
because what we need from DC, so that we don't repeat the DCEU's mistakes, is we need the adaptations to feel similar to the same in spirit and in tone, right? One of the issues is with the DCEU, and why there's so many arguments about what's better and what's this, is that the DCEU started with a Superman that was dour, depressed, down on his luck, did not care about helping people. That's a complete opposite of what Superman is and anything else. So there are people that like that version of Superman, but they only like that version of Superman, and they won't engage with anything else that's different because that's their Superman. Whereas if they had adapted Superman as the bright, hopeful optimist who always tries to find the best in people and solve the problems at the end of the day, while also dealing with the anxieties and the pressures of the gig, then more people would have been like right on to David Cornsweet's Superman, or they would have been watching My Adventures. But that whole group that really liked that reinterpretation of Superman only have that one a couple movies to work with. And so then now it's like you have a fractured audience. There's a group of Superman fans that only like one version that doesn't exist anywhere else. And I'm afraid the same thing's happened to Supergirl with this new movie. For the people that liked it, I don't know how many of them already liked Supergirl from other things.
We're already having that problem actually because My Adventures Supergirl.
Yeah, exactly. There's already the split's already happened again. Marvel, for all of its faults, the MCU is one singular vision, and they attune their other stuff to line up with that vision. I don't totally love it, but it keeps people on the same page.
They're definitely better now than they were during the point, because during the 2010s with like Avengers Assemble, they were really you had to beat the MCU, but now they're a bit better where it's they definitely use MCU as a basis, but keep it like similar where people are familiar, but you can still do your own thing. I feel it's
because you need the other media to feel familiar, so you don't just have a fractured audience and nobody shows up for things.
I think
oh god, we've got to talk about Supergirl's box office. We'll get back to it. Yeah.
We're Tony Stark being very consistent throughout the media, the media with voice, mannerisms, and motives is a good idea. Of course, writers can still do new things with the character, but he's still, no matter every version of Tony Stark we've seen in games, movies, cartoons, and such, Stark right now and stuff like that. Same with same with unless he's an X-Men. Same with Spider-Man and all and stuff like that. Because the problem with DC right now is again the fact that the problem now versus back then, and honestly, all these new cartoons is the big example of that, is of having nice core DB, because that's all DC's shows during the 2000s were aimed for kids, with some older, even like Justice League still having a little more older audiences, but still you kids can still watch it, and they still have similar feel, like the Batman and DCU Batman, while obviously different, still had the same core value to them. But now we have like Kate Crusader and the My Adventures universe and all the other shows we're gonna mention, and now the DCU stuff is a little too out over the place. There's no consistent here's
there's no consistent singular idea of what DC is.
Yeah, because I don't think making all the DC cartoons be in the My Adventures universe is not.
It's not about them all being in the same universe. It's about them all feeling like they are part of the same brand, which they don't.
Because Justice League, the Batman, Teen Titans Ojiri, Legion of Superheroes, Brave and the Bold. They're in that 2000s era of shows, and Static Shock and such. All are on their own different. Some are in the same universe, some are different, but they all feel like, yes, this is DC. You're watching a DC cartoon right now with all those shows. With
And
now,
even the animated movies, which are aimed older, still had that same feel. They just were a little bit
yeah,
more
and
mature. Yeah.
yeah, we're here. We got
I think a lot of this stemmed from the DCEU deciding to go dark to counter the MCU being lighter hearted. That was like
no,
their
definitely.
ethos, and I think we've been stuck in that.
We're still feeling the fallout of the DCEU.
All right, let's move forward to a show I don't like. All right, so the next show is called DC Superpowers. We saw artwork for 3 of the characters on the banner. So
yeah, because I saw because they look very similar to the Starfire art, so I was really confused, going like, are these 2 different shows or separate shows?
So
exactly.
Here we go. DC Superpowers is an animated show about kids going to Justice League Academy to become full licensed heroes. Concept-wise, that's great. DC has a ton of young teen heroes they could use.
Do we know the demographic for this show exactly?
No, they haven't explained it yet.
Because I feel like depending what demographic it is, I think I personally don't mind.
Let me go into the details and explain what my problem is.
Yeah.
All right, so the students so far are Black Lightning, Jesse Chambers, I guess that's Jesse Quick, Plastic Man, Terra, Aquagirl, and Guy Gardner. The teachers are Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Black Canary, Mr. Terrific, and more. Guy Gardner will have his bowl cut. They changed this after Superman 2025. Students will start off with the baseline powers but receive permanent power upgrades from the Academy's network when they perform well. Black Lightning receives a lightning blast in the pilot episode, and Plastic Man receives hardening after completing an act of heroism. The Giant Monster Workshop helps them prepare against fights against giant monsters, and Bystander Protect has a tiny robot called Bystander, which teaches them how to rescue civilians. All right, so here's the thing. I don't mind a show about the DC heroes teaching new students coming up. I do have a problem with Black Lightning being DH to a teenager, because Black Lightning is the foremost teacher character of the DC universe. He is a teacher who becomes a principal. It is very in the DNA that Black Lightning is an older hero. He learned from Batman, and then he took that to teach other people. Why is he a teenager? Why not Black Lightning be a teacher and one of his daughters be one of the students? And then there could be some dynamics there. De-aging Jesse Quick, de-aging Plastic Man, de-aging Guy Gardner. Guy Gardner used to be a gym teacher. Why is he not a teacher? Why is it? There's so many options. There's Teen Lantern, which is a great character that doesn't get enough exposure in the comics. That would have been a great spotlight for her, and Guy Gardner could have been her mentor. They could have paired up, kind of maybe like the original Justice League pilot, where it's like, each hero has like a paired up teen hero to work with.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because you think you want to have Guy Gardner be a teacher, but again, synergize with the movie.
Yeah, they give him the bowl cut for synergy, but not the character. The thing is that this is my thing is that this also happens all the time with DC. We're gonna make a show for kids. Let's make the adult characters teenagers. DC Superhero Girls, it worked, right? But it's it's just it's a weird thing that as a kid watching the DCAU, I never went, man, I wish Batman was a teenager. And then they gave me Batman Beyond, but that was a Terry McGinnis, and then Batman was mentoring him. I was like, oh, that's actually great.
It's, for me, it's weird because I think it definitely is a case of what kind of show is it? Is this a preschool show?
Oh, we also have no idea who's actually making this show. We have no production.
Yeah, because if this was a preschool show or meant for little kids,
it would get the pass that Spidey and his amazing friends get. Yeah,
similar thing, and it's hard for me to judge. It's hard for me to judge the whole tearing adult heroes of teens when one of my favorite shows is Iron Man Armor Adventures.
Yeah,
I feel awkward because X-Men Evolution, and my X-Men Evolution has more reasons to be teenagers because of stuff, but still.
I think, but neither of those took, and this is also, somebody mentioned this, it happens to a lot of black superheroes. They get de-aged a lot in adaptations.
I don't think it's on purpose.
It's not on purpose. It just keeps happening. It's like black superheroes having lightning powers. It just keeps happening. It's not being done on purpose.
I think that's more the problem with DC having black teen superheroes is more the problem in that scenario.
But yeah, again, it's but the thing that drives me kind of like wild is that like Black Lightning's a teacher. He's got a daughter with lightning powers. Why is Lightning not the teenager and then Black Lightning's the teacher? And then it opens up the story possibility of like, oh, does she gonna like, people think she's gonna slide through because her father's one of the teachers. Like it's just weird to me.
It's hard for me to be super harsh about this idea because I just hear the premise and such, and I think it's cute. I see the art style.
But we need demographics, we need production people, we need to know who it's aimed for.
Yeah.
Because if this is aimed for the My Adventures crowd, I'm like, yeah, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I don't want to be too harsh because if this show is meant for preschoolers, and we kind of sound like idiots.
If it's for preschoolers, I will not complain about it. If it's for preschoolers, if it's for any demographic older than that, that's when it becomes like it sort of becomes the same issue of then you have a fandom that likes a version of a character that nobody else is going to use beyond that project.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't make lifelong fans that way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the case where it comes to these kind of wilder adaptations, and like as someone who cares, who like
his internet's burping enough, I can't quite hear him.
Yeah, it's breaking up.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay, as someone who also have really good attitude to these characters, I'm also.
Yeah, it's still. As soon as he starts to talk, it starts breaking up for some reason. All right.
I'm pretty sure there might just be a net issue going on nearby.
Hold on a sec.
He's just going to re-enter the call.
Because earlier,
am I coming in fine? Am I coming in fine?
Quick, say your piece before it drops again.
Wait, I do for proper acting.
Yeah.
Cared.
It's still breaking up.
What the hell? What's going on?
Him again.
Maybe, I don't know. Just maybe lower your voice volume a little bit, like on yourself, because I wonder if it's peaking on the microphone. Because I noticed you got louder when you went to say it, and then it cut out. So like, I don't know if it's just your microphone's peaking. Discord filters might be taking you out.
All right. How about this? Am I fine now? Am I coming clear?
Yeah.
As someone who cares about these, as someone who cares about these characters, also, I do want proper adaptation to these characters, also definitely. But again, if it's a fun version of the character and it's not meant to be taken seriously, or it's just a really well written character in general, that I can put aside. Because look, someone can be like saying the Beyonder and Moon Girl that's a horrible adaptation of the character because he's flamboyant. No, I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, I prefer this version still because
it's still an improvement.
And like
I think it's the de-aging of characters that is kind of like it's only weird when the thing is it's not. I know what it is. I know why it's bugging me. It's because they de-aged Guy Gardner, Plastic Man, and Black Lightning, but didn't de-age Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
Yeah, and that's classical because they're the big guys. And this kind of thing, and and I wonder about the same feeling when they de-aged Luke Cage and Iron Fist in Ultimate Spider-Man. And no, totally, definitely. At least with DC Superhero Girls, they de-age everybody.
Yeah, that's why I didn't mind it for DC Superhero Girls, because it's like, it's the high school AU, because everybody was de-aged, right?
Was Clark except for Clark and Bruce were weird in that show. And then,
Clark and Bruce were young adults, which I was...
young adults.
They were like young. Like, they were like, I think they said that Bruce was like 21.
Okay.
And I was okay with that, yeah.
Yeah, but like, it's one of those things where, I think it's definitely be a bit better if it was like Alden Young, or like, again, it's hard to tell. I don't want to talk too much because
we'll see. Well, I think we should just move on because we don't really have much to say because we don't have enough to work off of. Yeah,
I don't know what we're saying.
DC Superpowers, but like with Iron Man Armor Adventures, like Tony was a kid, and some other heroes were kids, but like Hawkeye and Black Widow were full grown adults. But like, because the storytelling with Tony and such was really damn good, and so like if we're and so again, it's a case where the aging can work if the story is that strong and such, and that's why personally that the aging never bothers me. It's a classical backbone. If you're good at the Asian character, you need to write really damn good stories with the character, and I think Iron Man Armor Adventures really did, and such. And
it's all about execution. It's just it's a very dangerous path to walk, but if you do it well, you do it well. You know, that's what matters at the end of the day. All right, we're moving on now. So I can bitch about Mr. Miracle. All right, so
I mean, this is Tom King, so I don't have any.
Yeah, so we got details on the Mr. Miracle series, which again still hasn't been picked up, but it's in production. Concept art was shown for Scott Free, Mr. Miracle, Big Barda, Orion, Highfather, Granny Goodness, and Darkseid. The actors cast in the series will also portray their characters in live action. The animation closely resembles the comics art style near to 1-to-1. That's all fine. Tom King describes Scott Free as the son of God raised by the devil. No! Tom King, that is not who Mr. Miracle is. I am so sick of this. Tom King's Mr. Miracle comic is great in a bubble. But if you've ever read a single other Mr. Miracle comic, you realize how it does not fundamentally understand Scott Free as a character. Scott Free was not raised by the devil. His whole purpose is that he is the son of Highfather given to Darkseid, and Darkseid's son Orion was given to Highfather as an exchange for peace between New Genesis and Apocalypse. Scott Free was not raised by Darkseid. Darkseid passed him to Granny Goodness. Granny Goodness put him in a torture pit, and he escaped. Because Mr. Miracle is an escape artist. He is called Scott Free because he escaped. Scott Free. It's a pun. Jack Kirby knew what he was doing.
It's also
saying that Mr. Miracle is the son of God raised by the devil is a complete fundamental misunderstanding of the entire character.
Also, it takes away from Granny Goodness. And you don't want to take it away from Granny Goodness.
Unless he's... Okay, Tom King may be saying Granny Goodness, but she didn't raise him either. She tortured him. All right? She tortured him until he escaped. My problem with this show is if this show was adapting the Mr. Miracle comic, which was very successful and people liked it, but it's also the only Mr. Miracle comic most people read. If it was adapting that and it was its own separate universe, that would be fine. It's set in the DCU. I'm stuck with this version of Mr. Miracle in the DCU. I don't want that.
The same problem I had with Supergirl.
Exactly. And Tom King's the source on both.
Can't wait for that Wonder Woman DC Wonder Woman.
Anyways, I don't know if you guys have anything else to say about this. I just had to rant about this because...
I mean, it's Tom King.
All right, so moral of the story is, let's kill this CIA guy with PTSD who's just mad that friends of his died and he wants to kill himself.
Wheels, you realize kill CIA, you realize you're gonna kill yourself, right? I'm pretty sure there's anyone that we can't answer. The guy that's professionally trained. Wheels, you're gonna go down first.
No, I won't, because here's the thing. He's so depressed. He'll just be Wheels,
he has a gun. I'm pretty sure he has a gun.
Oh,
and you're in a wheelchair.
I'm pretty sure I also have a gun.
Hey, before we start the Wheels versus Tom King fan fiction, we still have more headlines to go through. I'm going to pause us there.
Wheels, not the tough guy you are. You're trying to make yourself be.
My favorite part, though, is Tom King never actually did anything, though. Everyone found out he was just a desk guy. He never went out in the field.
No, yeah,
That's the funny part.
He was a drone strike operator.
Yeah, he never did.
Yep.
Yes, Ryan. That's why it's so funny. He acts so tough, but all of his buddies went to battle. He just did what I was going to do.
He was professionally trained.
Military.
Yeah, he still would be portrayed in some capacity, but I mean, my dad was a desk guy in the Air Force, but he had to still do weapons training. So Tom King probably still has weapons training.
That's
what I'm saying.
Can we move on?
Tom King was in the military. They were outsourcing to the disabled for his job.
Yes. Anyways, we can do the fan fiction later. Let's move on. All right. So next up, this was the worst announcement they made. Joker Laugh Riot. All right, so what did we learn from Joker 2 flopping at the box office so hard that it makes the Supergirl box office look okay in comparison? Let's make another Joker project, because people love those. Joker solo comic, canceled. Joker 2, horribly received. All right, sure. Here is a Joker anime series, which is when Batman is murdered, the Joker launches a ruthless crusade. I'm getting there.
Oh, animated. Oh, you said animated.
I said anime. I said anime. When Batman is murdered, the Joker launches a ruthless crusade through Gotham's underworld to find the killer who took away his greatest adversary. But as his violent quest for answers pushes him closer towards vigilante than villain, Joker is forced to confront the truth that without Batman, he doesn't know who he is. It will be produced by Jim Krieg and directed by Yasuhiro Aoki. It's being done by a Japanese creative team in work with DC.
God, so this is a follow-up.
Suicide Squad Isekai?
Great.
Anyways, why? Who asked for this?
I like first off, someone posted where it's like, you know how we're sick and tired of evil Superman?
Yep.
They posted, we're sick and tired of Batman dead stories. Batman dead stories.
All right, moving on. This one, I actually like this one. A crypto animated series is happening from C.H. Greenblatt, the creator of Chowder. One of my favorite
Chowder,
shows.
Jellystone. Chowder, Henry Beaks, and Jellystone.
Mhm.
Jellystone. So, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, when he's not hanging out with Superman or Supergirl, Crypto tags along with a gang of misfit criminal wannabes who live down the block, and they soon discover he's a ball of destructive, lovable energy, worse than any of them. As he follows them into misadventures and poorly laid plans, Crypto's pure nature slowly ends up redeeming them, whether they want it or not. Sign me up. That sounds great. I love that. In a bubble.
It sounds already better than
In a
DC
bubble.
Super Pets.
Yeah, it actually does.
Look, that's a low bar.
In a bubble. Great announcement.
No. This is again in the bubble. Wait, hold on. What's next news after Crypto? Oh, it's a big.
Yeah.
Do you want to hold on before?
Yeah.
You want happy news?
Yeah, give me happy news.
No.
Stream chat.
Oh my god, look at that. Sorry, I'm gonna take a slight side tangent. One of my favorite comic book writers of all time is getting an action figure. Look at it's Larry Hama, the action
you didn't know
figure.
about this?
I didn't hear about this.
You didn't know about this being announced like 2 days ago?
I was too busy researching DC stuff all weekend to make this whole stream.
Okay.
So, thank you, Alice, again for breaking down the DC Finest results a couple weeks back. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Larry Hama is one of my favorite comic book writers, not respected enough in this industry, and he's getting an action figure, and that's exciting. You can go hang out with Jack Kirby. It'd be great.
Jack Kirby, yep.
I feel like Larry Hama can do more damage than Tom King.
Yes, 100%. Larry Hama was in the Vietnam on the ground, okay? Like, he was in the Vietnam War.
I feel like no. I don't stand a chance with him.
Yeah. Anyways.
Tom King, on the other hand.
We'll power scale wheels against comic creators later.
Now, here's the thing. Will you play with the Joes or with Logan?
Oh, shoot. He gets to kind of go... You know what? He's going to hang out with World War II Logan and Tunnel Rat.
No, you should put World War II Logan.
You should next to Flint. Next to Flint.
Oh,
you should put you should put him with the Joes.
There we go. I like it. Or I buy two. Just buy two.
Oh yeah, one on card. Yeah, one on card.
Well, I was gonna say one to go with the Joes and one to go with the Wolverines.
Oh yeah, it's true.
All right.
Have it right.
The biggest news of DC Annecy was that they announced an Absolute Batman animated series, which makes total sense because Absolute Batman is just saving the comic industry at the moment.
Is this fastest to adaptation comic?
Naomi.
What's the fastest?
Naomi's TV show debuted on the CW when her comic only had 10 issues.
It was hilarious, Brian.
Well, was that
the Brian Michael Bendis series that he made for his daughters? Was
that show greenlit after 10 issues?
No, it was greenlit before the comic came out, and they had the show out on the CW before the comic. I think the comic was like.
Well, is that the case? Of they were it was greenlit the same. It was it was meant to be a multimedia project or something.
No,
like that,
they just were like, "This is great, let's go." They also they greenlit. They greenlit a Yara Flor. They greenlit a Yara Flor Wonder Girl CW show before her comic came out. The comic came out and the sales were so poor they canceled the TV show.
So you're telling me it's a cowboys and aliens scenario here.
Blade Raider also does good quite 60s Spider-Woman cartoon came out so quick. It's 70s Spider-Woman. That Spider-Woman cartoon came out so fast after her comic came out. Like, it was...
Damn.
Yeah.
I remember when Naomi got announced, Soundout and Ben were like, why are we even doing this?
Yeah.
Literally.
Because, everybody that read the comic was like, this isn't good. Naomi was one of those characters that was frustrating because she was literally perfect and had no character because of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Absolute Batman, it's on issue, what, 22? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're coming up to like the 2-year anniversary of the series. It's been doing gangbusters. And the way animation production is, we're not going to see this show until like it's on issue 50. So it's like fine to get this announced and started. So we got some details. My favorite part of this whole thing is Scott Snyder will serve as showrunner and Nick Dragotta will be a producer. The writer and artist of this comic are going to be on the production of the show. That's the thing I don't mind about Tom King producing the Mr. Miracle show and writing on it, because it's his comic and he's doing the adaptation. I just don't like his comics, so therefore I don't want the show. But this case, in all cases, I think if you're going to adapt a comic, bring the comic creators in.
Yeah, that's the thing, because I think when it comes to adaptations, when you're strictly based off this is definitely gotta be a very much a manga anime to manga.
This is gonna be like an Invincible, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. Because again, My Adventure Superman, I don't have the same scrutiny I had. It was a straight on adaptation, but it's not. It's his own thing. Where this is gonna be definitely an actual adaptation of Absolute Batman.
And it will be CG animated, which I think is really smart because Absolute Batman's design would be hell to draw in 2D frames.
Also, with the Eldritch Horrors he fights.
Yeah.
I only read the first arc with Black Man. I am super curious to know where does the hell the abominations come from. And this comic is alright, so the first arc all about Black Mass and the oppression of Gotham, fantastic writing and everything. Where do we get the Eldritch Horrors from after this? That's what I'm really curious about reading the next trade of Absolute Batman.
Yeah, it is. And it's a show. It's a comic that just keeps accelerating. And I also think the comic does move a little fast at points. And I think a show throwing in some filler episodes would be great. Do
you enjoy children's Sentai Ravengers?
I do. I love it. I really like it. It's still, I will say, Absolute Wonder Woman's still the better comic. But I think Absolute Batman's great.
I didn't read. I still need to read that. I would say I was excited. I finally heard an actual good description of Absolute Superman. I still don't know how I feel about it because it just at least all the stuff with Lazarus and stuff. That's that's not what I want Superman for. But I hear everything after Lazarus is good. Apparently,
when they switch to the it's after the first. I think it's the third arc. Starting with the third arc, I started really liking Absolute Superman.
That's post. I'm assuming that's after
Lazarus stuff. Yeah. After all
that. Because
after they defeat Ra's al Ghul, that's when the book really turned around for me.
Yeah, because all the race sounds interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the Superman story personally.
Yeah, it's a weird as a Superman story, but I think after that it starts to become what I think it always was meant to be. And so I was like, oh, long game. All right, I can work with it.
Jason Aaron book you like?
Currently, yeah. I mean, we'll see, but yeah, currently. It does happen. I did like his Jane Foster Thor. So, anyways, they did say a 360 model complete with his long billowing cape, broad shoulders, and spikes was shown to attendees at the Annecy Film Festival. This is a brilliant announcement. Crypto is an understandable announcement. Joker is a stupid announcement. But I need to talk about the problem. We've been dodging it. It's time to talk about it.
Yeah, because I did the only show because Crypto tie-in with the Superman films fine.
Yep.
Batman, that they're striking the Iron Man's hot. Makes sense. It's the Joker. I think it's the Joker announcement that really is, I think, the biggest problem here. Because why you mean the Joker?
Because we're going to talk about how James Gunn lied to our face. Because I can say that because on March 11th, 2023, Twitter user Setaverse made a tweet that said, Diana is a character with such a rich cast, with so much untapped potential and stories. It's beyond past time for it to be explored. Hashtag Wonder Woman animated series. James Gunn, on March 11, 2023, quote tweeted, said, agreed. Working on it. So where is it, James? It's been 3 years. Absolute Batman didn't even exist when this tweet was made. Where is Wonder Woman? Even if you're not even going to make it, I'm surprised we didn't just get we have a Wonder Woman animated series in development, like that supposed Paradise Lost show that's never coming out.
Got him.
Where is Wonder Woman? The only thing involved with any of the animated product that has Wonder Woman is that she's a teacher on the Superpower show.
And that's clear to glorify cameo at most.
Yep.
Heavily.
Why is there no Wonder Woman animated show? Why did you say you're working on it? And also, James Gunn's a pretty professional yapper and always responds to stuff. He knows he's stuck and got caught because he has not responded to everyone roasting him in every single comment on every single social media feed going, but where is the Wonder Woman show you promised us? He's keeping quiet. Does that mean he's going to announce it at Comic-Con? I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I just know that this DC universe, which is spiraling out of control quickly, has no Wonder Woman. There is no Wonder Woman TV show. There is no Wonder Woman animated show. There is a Wonder Woman movie being written by a screenwriter that made a script for a Supergirl movie that everybody said, yeah, the script was not great, and also did not understand the Supergirl character, which makes me insanely nervous, because Wonder Woman's one of those characters you need to have a delicate touch with. Where is Wonder Woman? She is the third pillar of this universe. Superman is getting all kinds of stuff. Batman is getting all kinds of stuff. Wonder Woman is getting absolutely nothing.
He is the woman of comics. Like,
yeah. And as people said, why does Crypto get two animated TV shows before Wonder Woman gets any?
I mean, like, because that's the thing. Wonder Woman, like, I know Marvel. I know people debate, is it Sue Storm as Marvel's woman?
It's Storm, and every other argument doesn't have enough basis, but we'll move on.
I mean, in terms of, like, I love Storm, but, like, I love Storm.
Storm has more appearances than any other female character in Marvel Comics.
And Storm or Sue Storm?
Storm, Aurora Monroe Storm. Yeah, but anyways.
Again, I think both can be equal. You could argue, you could have debates. I feel like the Marvel woman is very much, you could debate, is it Sue, is it Storm,
I also think we shouldn't have to have one. We can have a Mount Rushmore of Marvel women. Most of them will be X-Men, but anyways.
But that's the thing. Diana is not only the woman of DC. I can argue that she is the woman of comics. Like, she is.
There would be no other female superheroes if it wasn't for Wonder Woman.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Wonder Woman I feel like is.
Wonder Woman was put on the first issue of Ms. Magazine during a women's rights movement, and the movement of feminism into getting women equal rights was done with a banner of Wonder Woman for president. This is a character that goes beyond just being a character in comics, but is a representation of women in power and women empowerment, and women empowerment is represented within Wonder Woman.
Like how Superman is a very important character in comics, Wonder Woman. I'm not gonna love Batman. Batman is the least important of the Trinity, which is weird to say because he's Batman.
He's the most popular, but he doesn't have the same cultural impact the other two do.
Yeah, because
Superman is the template for superheroes. Wonder Woman is an icon for women. Beyond the fictional context, she is an icon for women. Where is her show? Also, go ahead.
Show. Dang. Why do we not have more Wonder Woman?
Why do we not have anything for her? Why is all we got for Wonder Woman going on right now is absolute Wonder Woman and Tom King having Wonder Woman commit suicide? Why is that the only thing that's going on with Wonder Woman right now?
Because woman. That's the problem. They always have. For some reason, when they see woman, they freeze. Woman.
Yeah, that's the problem. I get it. Woman's hard to sell, but I feel like you should make an exception to, like, Mario stuff. You always have Princess Peach.
Yep.
Yeah, like, I feel like if you're gonna do DC, if you have the DC marketing, why is it the core two characters are not just Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman?
They should be at all times. Everybody else is secondary. Yeah.
Like, I get Batman.
I already got the plan for Wonder Woman series. Make Linda Carter the director or producer. We're done. She'll handle it.
We actually have a pitch for a Wonder Woman show, right, Ryan?
Yeah, like I get it. Batman's gonna have the most merch because he's the most popular, but I feel like and this is not just a Mattel problem or McFarlane. This is a DC Warner Brothers problem here, because I noticed you look at any of the DC merchandise out right now, made by everybody, not just the two big ones right now. Everybody, it's only Batman, Superman right now, and Superman only getting the stuff now because his movie's doing very well. But the fact there is no Wonder Woman, and at all in any of the general merchandise at all. Because I'm looking at looking at the toy. I'm thinking of all the recent merch we got recently of her, and it's like what we have.
There was a
the
Barbie
McFarlane
doll
stuff-
released a couple months ago.
Yeah, Barbie doll released a couple months ago. We got the McFarlane stuff, which again took a while. Weird that McFarlane has the most Wonder Woman merch out.
Yeah,
people
but it's
teasing
because
about
it's that
God.
mad dash to the end of the line. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had Jack's Wonder Woman with Amy stuff. That's
Yep.
another. And
that's about it.
there's that upcoming Mayfix that I don't like personally, but still we have at least a Mayfix Wonder
Yeah.
Woman. But that's about it. And the fact there's no Wonder Woman FEMA, Wonder Woman like statues or Wonder Woman like bed sheets or wherever, like, it is baffling. She is your key female figure of DC and superheroes in general. The fact that she has nothing is crazy. It is so baffling. Like it's like the fact we got even though all the Lego stuff has been Batman, but we got that one Superman set at the very least. We got that one Superman $10 Superman set with Lex. Where's at least another one Wonder Woman and Cheetah or something like that, for example.
Yeah, and
Great.
so I was gonna say is Mr. Tanuki says they want an in-school show about how Wonder Woman teaching the Wonder Girls how to be a superhero. That would be great. Like literally anything. Alice says, going to give James the benefit of the doubt, I think the look and style themes of Diana's world hinges on Paradise Lost. James wants that to be our first look at DC Amazons. I would agree if Paradise Lost wasn't a big smoke and mirror show. There is nothing happening with that show.
My problem with that, and this is kind of the problem since the first Wonder Woman film we got, is I feel like they too focus too much on us and everything related to Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is the most misunderstood character of all time because even more than Superman, because I feel no one gets. People think Wonder Woman's only just Amazons, even though she has more stuff than that.
She is so much more, but even in the comics, we have an issue where the only people that understand how to write Wonder Woman are women, gay men, and the occasional straight guy that somehow gets it right. It's like Greg Rucka, George Perez, great. Phil Jimenez got it. Alan Heinberg, Wonder Woman. And Gail Simone was great, but Brian Azzarello didn't get Wonder Woman. Tom King doesn't get Wonder Woman. Jeff Johns doesn't get Wonder Woman. I feel like you have to have a certain.
Jeff Johns doesn't get women. Okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to be that mean, but yeah, let's go broad. The thing is that the problem we have is that they won't even try with Wonder Woman. I will say that if Paradise Lost was a real show that was happening, it was announced 3 years ago. If that was a real show that was happening, we would have heard about casting, we would have heard about hiring writers, we would have heard about something. All we've heard is that James Gunn said it's in, quote, extreme development. That's not a real thing. He just did that to get people off his back.
Let's think about Wonder Woman. I first with everything focused on the Amazons. And here's the thing, the Amazon is a big part of Wonder Woman.
A lot of the Amazon focus, though, due to, New 52.
Mm-hmm.
Them really leaning.
But that's the thing. That's the thing is, I get it. Like how Krypton is a port spread. I don't want the Amazon stuff to know from Wonder Woman. I don't want Krypton to be normal.
This is like saying we have to have a Batman show about the five rich families of Gotham.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
One Diana's support. Well, Diana's two major supporting characters now. Two. One guy, one girl.
Steve Trevor, Etta Candy.
Yep, and those two are not from Paradise Lost. Yep. They're from the Earth, the land of man.
Yep, they're not from Themyscira.
Diana has many Wonder Woman stories are not about Themyscira.
Cassie Sandsmark is a human that gets powers, right?
Because Diana is a peacekeeper. She meant to unite the world. That's her whole thing. That's her big thing. And the fact that so many stories want to focus on the warrior aspect of her, and not the loving, the peace and loving side of Diana.
They want Xena. That's what the real problem is.
They want Xena, not Wonder Woman. That's how I felt reading Brian Azzarello's Wonder Woman run. I was like, you don't want Wonder Woman, you want Xena.
And Wonder Woman is not Xena, like how Superman's not Jesus.
Okay, Ryan. Technically, Xena was Wonder Woman, though, at one point.
Yes, Lucy Lawless played her in New Frontier. But anyways.
I know, that's a joke. No, that was a joke, though.
But still. Mr. Tanuki said, here's another Wonder Woman pitch. Indiana Jones, but it's Wonder Woman recovering artifacts from supervillains. I like when she works at museums. I think that's one of the greatest things they do with her. That's
I mean,
awesome.
that sounds about to. I mean, that sounds about to say like hinted earlier. Much as I'm looking forward to My Adventures of Green Lantern, why is the Magical Girl show not Wonder Woman?
Wonder Woman in her 70s TV show canonically does 7 changes. She changes into a form to use a skateboard. She changes into a form to go swimming after a villain. She changes into a form to use... She's cutie honey, but not pervy. Why is that not the Magical Girl show? Like, My Adventures Green Lantern sounds great, but like, why are we not doing Wonder Woman as a Magical Girl anime inspiration based on cutie honey?
I mean, hell, you can still do the Sailor Moon thing. She has the tiara.
The tiara!
Also.
Sailor Moon's tiara boomerang is based on Wonder Woman!
It's not that
right
hard.
There!
And hell, if you want to de-age one Diana to get this idea, go ahead, sure. As long as we get some kind of Wonder Woman adaptation, like, fine. If it there's something.
We just need something that's concrete, not a script that's in the works, not something that's in extreme development. Something real.
I think I saw someone make a good point about the current DCU right now, and I do agree with it. Well, it's cool. The idea of getting these B-listers time to shine is a really cool idea. I think as a brand with DC, like how Marvel did when the MCU started, and you need to focus on your key characters. I know Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, Thor were key characters.
But they were the key characters of the MCU.
Yeah, but also like they're even though like they weren't
the Avengers. It was.
Well, that's what I mean. While they were in the public eye, they weren't key characters. They were still key characters of Marvel Comics. Those 4 were key characters of Marvel Comics, and that's what the MCU started out so well.
Yeah, and like we should not be starting Superman, Supergirl, Clayface.
Yeah, the fact that the fact that our key DC movies that help get DC off the ground, it needs. It started with Superman. Why wasn't Batman Part 2? I know production, whatever, but so it should have been either Batman Part 2 is next film or Wonder Woman is next film, then Batman Part 2. Because again, what's the point of making another Batman when you have a perfectly good Batman everyone already likes?
The fact that James Gunn keeps bringing up this other magical, we're going to make our own Batman. No! You have a Batman that already is more financially successful than literally anything in the DCU. Why are you not using that as your this is our Batman? And then you already wrote a Superman that goes with them so well. Why is this not a thing?
You know why? Because it doesn't contrast, even though they would work well.
They're perfect parallels. They're perfect parallels. The only reason is because Matt Reeves doesn't want to merge universes, and James Gunn is too nice to not tell him, too bad, we're merging universes because we need a strong brand.
And that's the thing. And if Matt Reeves doesn't want to do it, but also James Gunn can still tell him, look, we want to have your Batman in our universe, but we will let you still do whatever you want.
Exactly.
As long as like you don't contradict anything, I have plans for Superman and all that stuff. That's
which Matt Reeves won't do because everything he's doing is ground level, right?
Yeah.
Why? I don't get how that's. It's so easy. It's so easy. We can all see it. That you just tell him, look, we're just going to use Robert Pattinson's Batman because everybody likes him already. All right, now you got your Batman solved. You can keep the movies around, and they can just, he can work on his movies and not be too interfered with. And there's a way to have your cake and eat it too with that. AR puts up a perfect damn analogy, and I'm kicking myself I didn't come up with this myself. Funny enough, the problem with the DCU is a similar problem with the New 52, deciding what's a reboot and part of the universe and what's some part of something else. Exactly.
You're right.
It's exactly that. Oh, this thing's canon, but this thing's not. We want this, but not that. That was how.
The fact that we haven't gotten Batman Part 2 yet, I feel like it's gonna One Punch Man Season 2 it.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't think so.
I have faith in Matt Reeves, and part of the delay was because Matt Reeves had a personal issue, and so I get that. But here's what's going to happen next year, and I don't know if James Gunn is ready for this mentally, but Batman Part 2 is going to outperform Man of Tomorrow significantly, and people will probably love it more collectively, and I hope that James Gunn's ready for that, and he knows that. Because Batman's going to be more popular than Superman. It's the way of the world.
And that's not like, they just think that film's better. It just, again, Batman sells more because that's just how life works and all that stuff, merchandise and stuff. Because Batman, it's like how Spider-Man films will always do better than any other Marvel film. It's
just the way of the world. It's not a personal thing. It's not even saying that one movie's better than the other, but it's just like, I hope James Gunn doesn't crash out over that happening.
Well, it's the case you just need to expect that Spider-Man will always do better than any other Marvel character, and Batman's gonna do better than DC because that's how the world works now. Where it's been how the world works since the goddamn 70s and 80s probably.
Yeah. I mean, Batman '89 outperformed Superman the movie. You know,
and that's the thing, and that's the thing. Like, I think if they did the whole Trinity first film, and because that's and that could help the other media alongside. Because I mean, My Adventures of Superman. Again, we just know Supergirl in this hypothetical universe. My Adventures of Superman is already really good. Like, you watch the movie, here's the show that's very similar to the movie.
Yeah.
Not similar to the movie, but the vibes are very similar. Thing. Why if we instead of Kate Crusader, we got a Batman show that's definitely inspired by the Batman movie, but still doing his own thing.
Yeah, that would have been great.
It will take us it'll probably take. Dang it. A lot of things I'm saying, I realize it's just the Batman 04, but still,
yeah,
it could work. And imagine Wonder Woman movie does well, Wonder Woman show that could be a Wonder Woman show, and again, it could be his own show or in the same universe as one of the other two shows. You don't need to make a new DCAU. Just spin-off shows that continue the adventures of these characters that are similar vibes to the movies that kids have seen. And I think that's the big thing is kids. It's like the main demographic of these films should really be the family and kids because that's was Marvel's main demographic is.
That's how you get fans for the future.
Kids who watch Avengers or Avengers go like, "Oh, I love Avengers," and then episode of
I love X-Men so much, even though the comics are a giant mess because of the animated shows that I grew up on.
Kid going like, "I love Avengers," and then go on to Disney XD. Oh man, more Avengers Assemble or whatever, and they, all that simple stuff. It's that simple. That's the problem we have with DC now is we're not lack of synergy.
They want Marvel's success, but they don't want to put in the work to get it.
And we have criticized Marvel synergy a lot, but synergy is not bad. I think it's just how you use that synergy. Marvel was very bad with the synergy during the peak of the MCU, but I think we got to a kind of good point right now with the synergy where it's vibes and characters being used and which characters to promote and stuff like that. And it could be the same here with DC, but I feel like...
And like AR says, they could have just copied the DCAU formula. Batman leads to Superman thing, leads to Justice League. They would have done I think the DCAU wanted to do a Wonder Woman show, but there was a legal issue back then, which is why it never happened.
Yeah,
that legal issue is cleared now.
Yeah, pants to be darkened.
Yep. Also, I was going to add that Cineverse, who made this original iconic tweet of Diana needing a Wonder Woman animated show, right? Cineverse, in case you're wondering, has a Supergirl profile picture, is a pretty huge Supergirl fan. And Cineverse, they tweeted, now watching Supergirl 5 days ago, and we haven't heard from them since. I just want to put it out in the universe. I hope they're okay. I hope it's just that they don't know how to put into words how they felt about the movie and that nothing else happened. But shout out Cineverse. I hope you're all right. In my heart, I know you're probably hurting from that movie.
I think that movie destroyed them.
It might have.
Just know that your tweet has united all the people.
It really has, because I've seen this tweet screen capped and shared like 600 times this past weekend. So thank you, Cineverse. But anyways,
so guys, how bad is the Supergirl movie?
Brian and I had to do a spoiler section on our review because of how much we didn't like it.
Oh, well, give me a scale on 1 to 10 of how bad, 10 being the worst.
As a movie, like a 6. As a fan, like an 11.
Same.
So it's bad. Very
bad.
Yeah. It's like it's not a strong movie, and then on top of that, as an adaptation, it drove me up a wall. So, all right.
Was Lobo good?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I love the. I just love how both of you were like in unison. Yeah. Like a little like no. Oh.
All right. My Adventures with Superman season 4 is uncertain.
Now I get to. I'm kind of like I got. If this happens.
All right, so My Adventures with Superman season 4 is uncertain. Cartoon Network president Michael Lane says, "We don't know yet," when asked about another season. Season 3 is doing great. Glad to hear it. I'm only paying for HBO Max to watch this show. This started before Peter Safran and James Gunn came in, so we need to hear from them about it. It cohered with what they were doing. It was already in the works, and they looked at it and they're like, this is fine, keep going. But we're letting them kind of drive DC. It's their job now, right? So we'll see.
Gun, if I swear.
Gun, you're on my shit list over the Wonder Woman thing. You want to get further on it?
Do it. Do it, Gun. Do it.
No. Don't touch my show.
Like,
Take it.
I'm I'm kind of like, I don't really care for Gun, or just kind of like, about him. But it's literally making me, like, have my same views as him, as you, if he can. Because it doesn't fit with our vision of the DC universe.
I'm like, it perfectly aligns with your vision of the DC universe. You should be taking notes, not canceling it.
I mean, for God's sake, it's carrying. I know a lot of people worry about Supergirl after the film performance, which we should probably get to after this.
We're gonna do that next.
Yeah, but Joe is literally carrying Supergirl's popularity right now.
Her reputation is being carried by this show.
This show is literally Kara's PR work, and it's been doing good.
This show should have just been a great show, and instead of being just a great show, it now has to be running the same PR department that's working for Cyclops over in X-Men 97.
Yes.
Yep. As AR says, to be fair, would it be Gunn, or would it potentially be due to a certain major merger coming soon? I mean, they cited that it's up to Gunn and Safran, who I don't think has power. But
I was like, who's Safran?
Yeah, he made a statement about Supergirl's box office, and I was like, you talk?
But yeah, literally, this show, Spider-Man and Superman is literally Superman popularity did super well. More people probably check the show after watching Superman.
Yep.
This show's literally carrying Superman for you. It literally is carrying. It's bringing new people into the DC universe. The DC is literally doing what the DCAU did back in the day.
Yep.
Don't cancel the show.
All right, let's talk Supergirl box office. Let's get business. Because James Gunn doesn't like doing business. Let's do business instead. All right.
Let's get down to business.
Toy Story 5 is still the #1 movie.
To shame the gun.
Shame the gun. God, whoever came up with "the gun is jammed" was such a great tagline for what I'm feeling right now at DC. All right. So Supergirl's box office was poor, and Toy Story 5 remained at #1. That part, in and of itself, I could have told you a mile away, because why the hell was Supergirl coming out sandwiched between Toy Story 5 and Minions and Monsters? And then as soon as the Rotten Tomatoes score came out, I was like, nope, it's going to be cooked. I did not expect that it was going to be 38 million domestic, 68 million worldwide.
So, you remember how you made the comment Joker earlier? Apparently, compared to Supergirl, Supergirl ended up having a lower opening weekend than expected with 3.7.1 million. Now,
Well, okay, you cracked up a little bit, so I missed a couple of the details. What was Joker at?
Okay, here, I just put the thing.
Let me just read it here.
The real question: is Supergirl bombing harder than He-Man right now?
Oh my god, yes, it is. Oh my god. So the actual number is lower. It's not 38 million, it's 37.1, which means now it opened lower than Joker 2. And Joker 2 opened pretty low, considering it was coming off of a $1 billion movie. Commodore 64 says, who are the Mount Rushmore of DC? It is Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and then whoever's hot at the time. So at one point it was Green Lantern, at one point it was Harley.
That was Harley.
Currently it's Absolute Batman. Absolute Batman's the fourth right now. Yes, Batman's on there twice.
That fits with DCW.
Yep. Okay. So
also when He-Man now got to 10 million in box office right now currently.
110 million's pretty good, and it did better, but also because Amazon said our business isn't theatrical movies, it's Prime Video. You know what DC's business is though? Theatrical movies. So it's Warner Brothers business.
And Amazon Mattel's eyes, He-Man Mode 2 was a success.
And also, Supergirl has no merchandise. Not at least a large merchandise campaign. Supergirl has no merchandise.
It literally just it's the McFarlane figures and that's it.
Yep. Supergirl also is not the first movie, because the thing is, Masters is the first movie, and it's like, oh, my people don't even know if they like it yet, right? There's like that.
It was an experiment at risk, like
Yeah.
again.
But Supergirl is coming off of the Superman movie, which was the highest-grossing comic book movie of 2025, and the fact that it came in so flat. Now, here's the thing: I don't think a change in release date would have gotten the number higher, but it would have gotten it a little bit less embarrassing. The confidence they had to come out between Toy Story and Minions was ridiculous. This should have been an August movie.
Or what's in July? Because
July has the Odyssey and Spider-Man.
I guess Spider-Man was okay. I got
Spider-Man is July 31st.
Oh, that's why, because practically is August.
But the thing is that the Odyssey comes in and sucks up all the premium screens for a whole month. And Spider-Man's like, fine, we won't be on IMAX. But the Odyssey's going to be huge. And that's a Christopher Nolan movie.
Yeah, I would say that's Nolan.
It's crazy, too, because already previews say that movie's going to suck ass.
The thing is, it doesn't matter, because Christopher Nolan has a great marketing campaign, because... And the thing is, they sold tickets for that movie a year in advance to the 70mm IMAXs. It's going to be huge.
Nolan, no matter how you feel about his films, he knows how to make people watch his films somehow.
Yep. And then also, yes, AR said, even then, July would have to deal with Minions, because Minions comes out July 1st, because it's for 4th of July weekend. And so Minions will still be there. So there's the gap between... And also, Minions, 1 week later, Moana, 1 week later, Odyssey, 1 week later, I think there's nothing after Odyssey, because nothing comes out Odyssey week, so all the smaller movies coming out the week later, and then Spider-Man's the week after that. There's no gap in July for Supergirl. In August, the biggest movie is Coyote vs. Acme.
And those are two different demographics right there.
And the thing is, beginning of August, middle of August, before Coyote vs. Acme, perfect slot. Because after seeing the movie, this is a very August movie. And so, yeah, Mr. Yuki says $37 million can at least been number one if they released it in the right weekend. I agree. I think it would have been less embarrassing, but the movie cost $176 million. It is never making $450 million to break even. And I don't think it ever would have, based on what the movie is and how it was received. The audience isn't big enough for this.
It's so crazy how low the box office is. I think is lower than Joker and Morbius.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But also, Joker was an October release and Morbius was a January release. Less competitive. Yeah. You know? This movie's better than both of those. But it's in such a competitive date. And then so the thing is, people are like, oh, I already went and saw Toy Story. Oh, I got to take my kids to see Minions next week. Oh, should I go see Supergirl? And then they look at the reviews and they're like, yeah, I'll wait. That's what happened, basically. There was, from everything I understand, there was basically no walk-up business. It was all pre-sale tickets. So it was only the DC fans showing up. And as the evergreen graphic goes, ever since like 2016, this is why you don't trust the internet when it comes to DC. Yeah, DC fans on the internet make it seem like they're a lot bigger than, or they don't actually show up to the theater. DC fans on the internet versus DC fans in the theater is an evergreen graphic, because we see this all the time. Black Adam would have been a $1 billion movie if Twitter was an indication of DC fandom. Everybody was hyping that movie up, and then yet nobody showed up to see it. Happens all the time. So, I think the reason why Supergirl didn't do well, I think there's 3 reasons. 1, release date. 2, movie itself. 3, a lot of people didn't like her from that Superman cameo.
I mean, her first impression is drunk.
That's her
first impression of the character.
And
drunk, like a drunk guy, like didn't she go like bitches or something like that? Like like
she called Clark a bitch, yeah.
Yeah, a frat girl, practically.
She came in like a frat girl, and there was no sense of anything else. And then the marketing campaign for this movie, because they didn't have much to work with, couldn't really change that perception. And the movie itself doesn't even change that perception. Kara gives up drinking in the movie without even mentioning it. It's not a character moment. It just kind of happens.
Yeah, you think it'll be like a big character development? It wasn't.
Nope, you think that'd be like one of the major arcs of the movie. They could have really done an alcoholism storyline here, but they didn't.
No, Demon the Bottle for you.
Nope. J Pocket says Supergirl Bro is also #1 selling on Amazon right now. I think DC fans just don't like going to the theater if it isn't Batman. there's that, but there's also there's nothing else that would suck up that #1 slot up for pre-order this week. And I didn't like this movie, and I still pre-ordered the damn Steelbook because I have a Steelbook collection of DC movies, and I have The Flash on Steelbook, so why wouldn't I have Supergirl? The Flash is a much worse movie, by the way.
There's no AI corpses.
Yeah. So, this is a problem. Also, guess what else flopped this weekend? Was the final Jackass movie also flopped this weekend? Releasing after Toy Story was a bad move. I don't know who thought they could go body Toy Story.
It's Toy Story. Like no,
people didn't even like 4 that much. Like 4 was pretty. I mean, I guess it was well received overall, but a lot of people didn't like 4, and that still made $1.2 billion.
Because no matter the quality of the film, like
Toy Story.
Same with Minions. I mean, same with Minions. No matter the quality of the film, it's like that. It's Toy Story and Minions.
Yep.
It's Toy Story and Minions. It is the ultimate family movies right there.
Yeah. And so,
Fun fact, did a fun article about Toy Story 5 where parents claim their kids won't touch iPads after watching Toy Story 5.
Oh, kids won't touch iPads after watching Toy Story 5? That's hilarious. Also, I do see all the Bandai figure art announcements. I will cover those next week.
Oh, next week.
Oh God, what did they announce now?
We have one last section on this DC discussion. All right.
Look, the only thing we have is Soundout's wife, and that's about it.
Yay, you got Robin. That's funny because my other Nico Robin. Well, she does have a lot of hands. My other Nico Robin. The Nico Robin Mega House figures in this Big Bad Toy Store box I have sitting right here. DC. Okay, my last section in DC, all right, is I titled this, "Can This Be Salvaged?" Right?
I see another article saying apparently DC's got Supergirl's expected to lose $100 million at DC Studios. Jesus Christ!
Oh yikes! Oh God, the second weekend drop is going to be horrific. I'm just going to warn you guys.
I mean, yeah, I'm actually really curious about this week.
Is it going to be worse than the 70% drop on Mando and Grogu? Oh, by the way, this makes Mando and Grogu look great. Mando and Grogu's like underperforming, but like it's not doing this bad, which is a shame. But yeah, Blade Raider said DC. What about AC? I know with this heat, I could use some air conditioning, guys. My swamp cooler can't keep up with the heat. The water keeps evaporating.
You should come visit your buddy Wheels.
I wish I could, but I'd get...
Buddy Wheels has AC.
I know, but I can't be on a plane. All right, so...
You come here.
Can this be salvaged is our last section here, because we need to wrap up in the next 12 minutes. Can this be salvaged?
No.
I'm not going to say yes or no, because I actually don't know. Because we need to see how this progresses. What is the upcoming slate? I am not talking about anything that has been announced but has no confirmation of release. I'm only talking about stuff that's in production.
How far age is that video? that Universe video announcement?
Good Lord, I could tear it apart if we have time. All right, so upcoming slate. Lanterns comes out in August.
Oh, boy.
I'm not putting any hopes on that. Clayface is coming out in October.
That one, I feel like, has a chance.
I will say that I think Clayface is going to be well-received, and it will do well, but it will not do anything for the DC brand.
No, I think I think for that one, I think people are just looking for a good horror movie.
Yep.
For that one.
The thing I know with this, I know this in my heart, I'm pretty convinced of this. The Clayface movie will get comic book fans who are horror fans, and it will get horror fans. But it is not going to convert people who are horror fans that aren't DC fans into DC fans. I mean, they're just going to enjoy the horror movie.
It's going to be the Werewolf by Night. I've seen many horror fans like that, but don't like the greater MCU.
Yep.
They're not into the greater MCU or Marvel Comics, but they like it. It's going to be something like that. And honestly, as long as their expectations are that, I think we're fine with Clayface.
Also, Clayface's budget is tiny. So if it didn't make its money back, that would mean that the DC label is a brand that says you can't make money anymore. But Clayface should make its money back first weekend with how tiny its budget is. It shouldn't have any issue.
I think Clayface is fine. I think, honestly, because, again, I think there's... I think
it's going to do great, but it's not what it is. It's going to do good. I think it's going to do good. I think people are going to like it. I don't think it's going to do anything to help the DC universe, though. I think it's just going to be its own little thing. Yeah. It's coming out October 23rd now. They moved it to right before Halloween. Perfect.
I think it's gonna be honestly. I think it's gonna be a cult film.
Yep.
A cult classic film, which I think fun. I think that's a good.
And hey, small horror movies have been the
you can make it
winners
a
of the
double
box office
feature
this
with
year.
Swamp Thing.
Ooh, that'd be fun. Oh, remember when they announced the Swamp Thing movie with James Mangold and then just didn't make it?
That was a thing.
Oh.
Yep. Anyways, so Man of Tomorrow for Superman, I think it's got a good shot at being good. I
think because do you think a lot of the big reason why people didn't check out Supergirl because it wasn't the Superman sequel people want right away?
It's possible. It's also I think maybe perception of the character. I am worried that she's going to be she's in the movie. Are people going to not like? I hope she's better in the movie. You know what I mean? I hope she's more. I wouldn't mind just a radical change of her in the movie in the next Superman movie because I think we do have a perception issue with the character at this point. So we'll see. I think though that even with Supergirl, people still love that first Superman movie. I still do. I mean, I keep saying it's the one and only thing I like from the DCU so far, and that's true. But I think Man of Tomorrow's got a good shot at doing well if they market it correctly. They got to put the work into marketing.
I think as soon as they see David Corns as Superman on screen, they're gonna feel comfortable and stuff like that. I think it's gonna be a comfort. I think it's gonna be a comforting. It's like they see David Corns' Slut's face in the posters and go like, "Superman, you're back," and all that stuff.
Yep.
Because I feel like sometimes it like even if it has the same branding, people really want the character they want to watch the film for, and that's Superman. David Corns said Superman.
I just hope he's a forefront in the marketing, and I think we'll be fine. The Batman Part 2. If the Batman Part 2 fails, close DC Studios. That's it. Just don't bother with anything else. If Batman Part 2 fails, let's just cut our losses and just not bother anymore. Like that's where we're at. And this Jimmy Olsen Gorilla Grodd show.
Is that fully like
they're apparently going to start shooting next week.
Okay, so that one's actually in production.
I don't hate the idea of the show, but again, it just goes back to our Wonder Woman problem. It goes back to our why didn't they give him Mr. Terrific? Why is Jimmy Olsen the character getting a show, not Mr. Terrific, when he was the one that everybody loved out of the movie?
As long as they do the crazy stuff with Jimmy,
I hope they go crazy with it. If they go reserved and average, I'll be so checked out. Go zany with Jimmy. It's the only way to do it. You know,
Barack Obama.
You got to do crazy shit. Like I don't want a boring Jimmy Olsen show. All right, let's wrap this up by looking at James Gunn's original slate announcement from January 31st, 2023.
Is this the final appearance of Soundout? Because I feel like this might kill you.
We'll see. All right, first up, Creature Commandos, which was the first release. That came out, but that was also a DCEU show that became the first DCU project because James Gunn was working on it. So, there's that. Next up, Waller. Guess that's never happening.
You're right. That was the second thing. What happened to that?
What happened to the Amanda Waller show? Why did Viola Davis never return to play the character after Peacemaker Season 1? Viola Davis has never appeared in the DCU. Why is that?
Imagine I'm tired of Waller. Viola Davis will carry the character for me.
Someone put the theory out that Viola Davis either got too busy or didn't want to play the character anymore, and so James Gunn wrote in Rick Flag Sr. to just be the Waller role instead. But the problem is that Rick Flag Sr. is annoying because Frank Grillo's not that good of an actor. Instead of having Oscar winner Viola Davis, you know, like if. I love Viola Davis as Waller, and I can stand Waller when she's playing her, you know. But again, like that show's never happening at this point. What's next? Superman Legacy. Well, that became Superman. We got that. That happened.
Where's that title kept? I wish they kept that title.
I wish they would have kept that title. Lanterns, according to the chapter markers, was called Precinct Earth.
Well, at least that's a better
title. Green Lantern Precinct Earth would go hard.
Well, at least that one became true. How much we don't like it.
I don't know why, but I would love for it to be like its opening to have been a parody of NYPD Blue.
See, if they did that'd be more fun.
No, I want Police Squad. I want Police Squad Lantern edition.
Starring Guy Gardner.
Guy Gardner Norton.
Synergy. That's it right there. All right. Anyways. Next up, the Authority, which we got the Engineer in Superman.
Was that canceled? Because I heard that. Was that canceled? I remember
Gunn says it's not canceled, but I've seen too many reports saying it's canceled. There's also no, like, who is making an Authority movie?
What, which is unfortunate for DC because they printed so much Dory stuff during the hype during the all the marketing.
And I will say that's the benefit for fans. We get a bunch of comic reprints when James Gunn announces a project that never makes it out.
Yeah.
Oh, I did say there is one good thing Wonder Woman fans have besides Absolute Wonder Woman. We got Absolute Wonder Woman, and DC has nearly put out her entire comic history in omnibus. They're like 5 or 6 omnis away. Like they're actually like somehow DC omnibuses have covered Wonder Woman better than anybody else. Crazy. Anyways, this Authority movie was never real, right? Like, there's no way he thought that an Authority. Actually, maybe there was. I don't know.
No, yeah, but I think because again, engineer. I think there was.
Now, here's the thing I want to add. I did not know this. I did not know this. I never read The Authority. I don't care about this team. There was a lot of Authority fans that were pissed off at how the Engineer was done in Superman.
Yeah, to the point where it's like, she's just a henchwoman for Lex and not relates to characters.
People said that was an adaptation in name only.
It's one of those things where it's like, I think the Engineer was cool. She's a cool henchwoman, but she's in Knack of the Comic. I would say she was a cool henchwoman for Lex in that movie.
Yep.
Something like that.
Hey, look, it's the In Extreme Development Paradise Lost show. Nope, that ain't happening. All right, Batman the Brave and the Bold. This better not happen. This was James Gunn going, we'll just have our own Batman, and he's already got a Damian Wayne. Someone in the chat earlier said, what if we just started, like, it'd be weird if we started Batman with all of his history already happening in the past, like during the New 52, and it's like, that's literally what he wanted to do with Brave and the Bold.
And he gets his anti-Joker suit ready.
Yeah.
Honestly, the way you say it reminds me of this Omniac.
Last we heard of this movie, it was going to be directed by the guy that did The Flash and written by the woman that wrote The Flash. Maybe not put them on Batman. Maybe give them a chance on a lower risk project first.
Also, can we stop selling the Batman cartoons, please? It makes it so hard to look them up.
I know, right? Booster Gold. Whatever happened to that? Nothing? Oh, I forgot to mention another complaint about the DC Annecy Animation Festival.
Blue Beetle?
Where's the Blue Beetle show? That was also announced before Absolute Batman was a thing. What happened to that?
J-Punk mentions MCU Spider-Man, but at least with MCU Spider-Man, it was practically year one for him, so it didn't feel too much.
It was basically we just skipped out on his origin.
That's about it. He was still like young, pretty much still.
All right, Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Yep, that got made, but not the way it was described.
Well, also, like, man, how many projects between this and Superman that came out?
So, what came out? We got Creature Commandos.
Was Woman Tomorrow the last thing on that slate?
That was the last thing on the slate. So we got Creature Commando, Superman,
Lanterns,
and Supergirl, and we didn't get Booster Gold, Waller, Brave and the Bold, Paradise Lost. Yeah. And also the thing is, too, is that they've announced other things since that slate. He announced a Swamp Thing movie. It didn't happen. A Sergeant Rock movie got announced, but didn't happen.
The Jimmy and Grodd.
The Jimmy and Grodd thing came up. That slate didn't include, like, the Penguin, for example, which was still released under DC after Gunn took over, but was part of the Matt Reeves universe.
Are we even still doing the whole Chapter 1 Gaia Monsters thing still?
I don't see how. Like, he said it was, but, like, I don't see how that is a possibility.
It's like, what's the theming? Because at least, at least with, the...
Oh, yeah, the Teen Titans movie they're writing wasn't part of that slate either.
Wait, was that confirmed? I must have missed that one.
Yeah, and Nogueira, who wrote Supergirl, is writing Wonder Woman and Teen Titans.
Uh-oh.
And after Supergirl, I don't want to write either. Get her to write, The Authority. No, actually.
I was about to say Jenny Sparks, isn't she part of the Authority?
Jenny Sparks, yeah. Actually, yeah, get her to write The Authority. Okay. Yes, because... Oh, yeah, Clayface wasn't in that announcement either. That was announced later.
Oh, yeah, right. Yep. again, like, because you think with the what I know. Not, so we're going by chapter 1, so
Oh,
that's
yeah.
phases for the MCU.
I also forgot there's a Bane and Deathstroke movie in development.
Okay, I
What
saw
the
that. I
heck?
wasn't sure.
Got that out.
Oh, I saw that. I wasn't sure that was like one of those like, oh, you just said a comment, or those are
No, they
real.
actually have a screenwriter,
I mean,
and apparently they're close to filming. And I'm like, why?
What already? God. Yeah, because okay. So chapter 1, Gods and Monsters. That's equivalent of phase 1 MCU, right?
Yep.
Not the multiverse. So phase 1 MCU: Iron Man, Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Cap, Avengers. You notice a pattern with those film order?
That was it. That was good.
That were building to Avengers. There was a theme of forming the Avengers. What the hell is chapter 1 got monsters to be? Where's the gods and monsters? Where's the gods and monsters?
Okay, I mean, we have seen it. If you consider Superman a god, and then you consider the Creature Commandos monsters, you consider Clayface a monster, and you consider Supergirl a god, even though she's completely depowered. If you consider Peacemaker a monstrous show that wasted my time, yeah, I mean, kind of.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count. But no, that's the thing is I don't get the theming. I don't get what we're doing. I don't understand how any of this fits together because I watched a little of Creature Commandos and I gave up because I couldn't stand it. I watched all of Peacemaker season 2. I watched Superman. I watched Supergirl. Every single one of those things feels like it's in a completely separate universe.
And then there's Lanterns coming up. Don't forget that.
And then Lanterns feels like the DCU's. Nope, can't say
Lost
that without being demonetized.
DCU's Lost Lantern series.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that's the thing. Outside of Superman, all of these feel like DCEU projects. Completely disconnected, tonally different, completely standalone somehow, while apparently being in the same universe, and having absolutely zero cohesion.
And yet Blue Beetle isn't a part of this universe for some reason.
Yeah, and also, where's our Blue Beetle show?
I mean, you think Blue Beetle actually feels like it belongs to sing to Superman. Superman.
Let's see. Jolo Mariduena said in February 2025 the series is intended to debut in 2026. Well, that ain't happening.
No, guys, we still have a few months. Hold on, let them cook.
Let's see. Let's read the Blue Beetle production history. In June 2024, an animated series focused on Blue Beetle was revealed to be in development with Warner Animation for the DCU. It was expected to build off the DCEU film Blue Beetle, but tell its own story. It had the potential to lead to that film star Jolo Mariduena starring in a DCU film was successful. Miguel Puga was working on the series since early 2024 and is expected to serve as showrunner and director. Cristina Martez was sent as writer. The film's director, Angel Manuel Soto, writer Gareth Dunet Alcar, and producer John Rickard all serving as executive producers. Contracts with the main cast were said to be, quote, in flux, but DC Studios had received positive responses when asking the film's cast about returning to reprise their roles. Mariduena confirmed in July that he would reprise his role as Blue Beetle in the series, and said in February 2025 that the series was intended to debut in 2026. And we've heard nothing since. So...
more detail. See, Weeder? That's more detail than a lot of these other projects.
Yeah. That's more detail. Weird. We have production detail for that, but not superpowers. So what happened to Blue Beetle?
Where's my boy? Where's my boy Jaime?
Instead
Osmosis Jones.
Instead we're getting Jimmy Olsen.
Are you in the Jimmy Fumble crowd?
Jimmy Olsen doesn't deserve the things he's given.
I've been saying that for a long time.
You're gonna not go. Why are the controller handed to me? That's to me.
So, is DC Studios cooked? No. They still can pull this around. They just need to get their head out of their ass and start thinking business, then creative. These are two linking things, but I think the whole issue with this universe is that someone hands Gunn a Clayface script and he's like, this is great, let's make this. No. Where does Clayface fit in your universe? All right, why is Clayface, Clayface should not be the third movie in a DC universe. Even if it's probably gonna be great, it'll be good, it'll probably do well, but why are we doing Clayface before Batman, before Wonder Woman, right? Like this is a business mind. You need a business mind to control the creative mind. Some people have both. Gunn does not.
Again, the MCU started with Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America.
Could you imagine if the second MCU movie was Namor?
Or Guardians of the Much I love Galaxy.
Yeah.
Be a big, that's a jump. That's a big jump.
What if the third
No.
the third MCU movie was Werewolf by Night? That would just look ridiculous, right?
That'll be the Soundout decision only.
Yeah, exactly. Later says Soundout12, Jimmy Crackcorn, and I don't care. Jimmy Crackcorn, I still don't care. Take that, you stupid corn. Yeah. Treat Car better.
Oh no, what that's based on.
And it's an old folk song, Jimmy Crackcorn, and I don't care. It's an old country thing.
Here's the thing.
I really do live in the Southwest. I know all the South and the West.
I think what Jimmy did is understandable. Kara needs to get out there more, but man, do I like making fun.
I like making fun of him for it because his intention is correct, but his action is going to backfire so badly.
Yes.
I did like that in the last episode when he's like, she's got to meet new people, and so he like leaves her alone at the meet and greet signing, and he's like, "Oh no, that guy looks so much better than me. He's so like muscular and handsome, and I'm gonna lose. What am I doing? I'm losing out so bad." And then the guy's like, "Hey, Supergirl, can you sign this for my boyfriend?" I was like, perfect trope subversion. It was fantastic. It's just showing how Jimmy is just being way too insecure about himself, and he doesn't think of himself high enough, and he's fumbling it because of that.
I love that. I also, do you enjoy the Mobile Suit Gundam reference?
I always love a Mobile Suit Gundam reference. Mr. Tuki says, I do wonder if they're going to quickly film a Batman cameo before Clayface comes out. It's going to be like the Batman cameo in Titans, isn't it? It's just going to be somebody in a suit, and you only see him in silhouette. I've played this game before.
It's man.
It's man. Because it was funny, because Titans wasn't legally allowed to use Batman in the TV show.
Like, really?
Yeah. They could use Bruce Wayne, but they couldn't use Batman. They were told by Warner Brothers, you can't use Batman.
Their choice of Batman was really bad. I don't understand why they chose what's-his-face from Game of Thrones for Bruce.
They wanted to do Adam West Batman gone bad. That was their intention, and they succeeded.
Because
he does the Batusi at one point. That was clearly what it was. Yeah.
He does look like a British Adam West. So,
yep.
I think I just laughed that bad embargo still live on then in the 2010s.
Because
Wait, you're talking. It still lives on now. The My Avengers cast want to use the My Avengers staff want to use Batman, but DC says no.
I want to tell you too. This is the funniest part: is that even though they portrayed their Batman in shadow, Titans was legally told. Were told if you put a Bat logo on that suit, we will sue you.
Right, really?
And so that's the suit, because they just needed the suit to look good in silhouette, because they just shot him in shadow. Which actually was kind of neat, because the whole storyline was like this dark reality where Batman was killing all of his villains, and he was a serial killer now because he killed one and it just sent him on a rampage. And so he was just kind of like this unseeable monster, and it actually kind of thematic. I'm actually appreciating Titans more lately, and this is scaring me.
I mean, I hear it. All I hear is from my head.
Oh yeah, it totally is. I'm just like, at least they took their limitation of we can't show Batman to do it stylistically to fit the story.
I think I more say his ears, because we could have man. Damn it, we could have man.
Well, let's wrap the show up. I'm done.
So you want to hear Cal's Gap about fighting game news? Check out Twitch.tv at Fire Cal, so you hear all the evil talk. Tomorrow.
We got a lot.
Yep.
But we'll still squeeze it in 2 hours.
Yeah, we actually are good at ending deadlines on Kaus' streams, whereas here I yap to infinity.
And beyond.
And beyond. I love Toy Story 5. After seeing Toy Story 5 a second time, I was like, man, that's going to be a top 10 movie for me this year. I just had such a great time.
Oh, I can't wait for this year's Soundout Movie Awards.
Oh my god, this year's Soundout Movie Awards. It might be harder this year because I've seen a lot of good movies this year, but not to the quantity of last year's good movies. It's been a lot rougher.
There's no Better Man.
There's no Better Man. There's no Frankenstein yet. There's no... Because Toy Story's not a K-pop Demon Hunters either. There's no Sinners. That's the thing. I haven't found the Sinners of the year yet, as well. That's another one. It's like there's no Better Man. There's no Sinners. I don't have those equivalents. I think Masters of the Universe is probably my favorite movie this year so far. Project Hail Mary was really good. I love Toy Story 5. Minions might be a top 10er for me based on what I've heard. Guys, the Minions joined the women's suffrage movement to get women's voting rights because the world saw women asking for voting rights as an evil thing. So they're like, oh, we got to follow the evil thing. And so they end up helping women get voting rights. And I'm like, this movie is going to be I can't wait for Minions. I'm so excited. I'm so damn excited for Minions. I can't even tell you. It just seems like they locked in this time.
I'm just sad we just don't have the equivalent of the monkey gif. even the what did you say? Like the phone
call.
Was Robbie's.
He yells phone call. Yeah, it's my favorite clip on the server now because everybody tags me like I'm being called. So I'm like, when I'm excited about something, I just post this clip from Better Man where he screams and just yells phone call as he comes running into the room. That's basically how I feel every time someone tells me about Beast Wars Galvatron.
I love that clip going around. Nothing would beat that clip you showed me of the take that the psycho clip.
Oh my god, yeah.
I love that. That's my favorite clip to show company clownage now.
The unicycle, right?
Yes, because it's just pure clown. That's pure clownage. I love using it to make fun of companies when they do stuff now.
I have found so many amazing clips by exploring the world of British music. I got more. I'm currently trying to find more clips because I'm like I can find more. There's more out there. We need to complain about an old person sometime. I've got a Robbie clip for that. Anyways.
That gun?
Close enough. Gun always dyes his hair gray, so yeah, close enough. Are we promoting anything else? I'm just yapping about.
Wheels, what's our site?
Hero-Club.com. Follow us across social media using Hero Club for Life. Oh god, my controller flew.
Check us out there. You can follow me at Darko643 on YouTube and Blue Sky. I do art commercial on the one you see the very channel. If you want any commissions, feel free to DM me near Blue Sky or through Discord to Soundout12 Protocol. Link in the description below. We have monkeys and clowns.
We have monkeys and clowns. It is our monkeys and our circus.
no, we have no circuses and monkeys. So it's
I was just saying, there's the classic phrase of "not my monkeys, not my circus." No, it is our monkeys in our circus. That is us. Also, this week will be Comic Haul and Blu-ray Haul for main videos, and X month starts officially tomorrow. So
finally, I was wondering when you're gonna do your Blu-ray haul.
Yeah, it's every quarter, so I had to get to the end of June, and then also. It helps me because I can pump those out quick, and I can start working on these X-Men shorts and get them going this week because I don't have to do as much work on the hauls.
And you guarantee that will be a success.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Every X-Men video I put out is successful, so I'm gonna keep.
Oh no, the Blu-ray haul. The Blu-ray haul.
Oh yeah, Blu-ray haul and Comic Haul both do great, and then I know the X-Men stuff will do great, so it's gonna be fun. I'm very excited. I gotta tell you guys that last week when I woke up and saw the review scores for Supergirl, I got a little disheartened about editing my Supergirl guide because I was like,
Hey, it's one of my favorite viewing guides you made. So
exactly. Once I got it done, I was like, oh, this is great. But I had that little moment of hesitation, like, oh, you're gonna spend hours on this, and how many people are gonna watch it? And it doesn't matter. Everybody loved it that watched it. That's all that matters. So, also, it helps when a previous video overperforms to make up. That's the thing about the channel, right? Everything's ebb and flow. Like if one doesn't do as well, then another one does good, and so it all pulls everything up. So it all matters.
People like when you yap about DC doing weird things.
They do. More in the future for sure. We'll see you guys next week.